We are now also live on YouTube. I thought I'd be bold today and start both streams up at the same time and see what happens. So, hello everyone. I hope you are very, very well on this fine Tuesday afternoon in the UK, morning in the US, evening and middle of the night somewhere else. I hope that you are all really, really well. Pear Drops, good to see you. Hello. And Yamamba, hello. And Martin, thank you for the video check. You are the best, my friend. Absolutely love you. Hey, Tom Mack, great to see you as well. Great to see you here. And we have the very fine, sartorially superior Sean James joining us right now. Hey, Sean, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I am very, very well indeed. Let's just make sure that we can, we're just going to sort out your image so that we can see it over on YouTube as well. Did you have a good weekend? All good with you in your world?
Yeah, not too bad. How was yours?
Yeah, also good, thank you. Restful. I'm always tired after the through the night stream, so Sundays tend to be a bit of a sort of recovery day. But all good, and very, very much looking forward to getting started here. Bear me a second while I just sort this out because we don't seem to be able to see Sean properly, so we need to sort that out, of course. Where is
I don't have my camera on yet. Hang on.
That's fine. There we go. We can do that, and then we will be able to see you. There we go. That should hopefully be it. And then we can go back here and get you into the YouTube thing too, like that, hopefully. Is that working for us? Let's have a look. Not quite.
And I entered Video Ninja.
Oh, good. Yeah, I see there. These are all just the sort of boot up things that we need to do, and annoyingly, you just can't do them all before the live stream because TikTok doesn't allow you to do that. So we are almost there. Almost there. Hope you're all doing well. So today's topic, why should anyone believe in God? It's basically just a variation, isn't it, on what we normally do. It's a reasonable question to ask, considering so many people in the world seem to be fairly taken with this concept. So it seems to me a reasonable thing to ask why we should be. Why should anyone agree with this notion of a God? We'd love to know. So if you are watching on TikTok, then please do just hit the request button if you want to join in the conversation. You can come straight in. And if you are on YouTube and you want to get involved, then the link is in the description of the show and also going into the chat right now. There we go. Yes, we've got Sean on the screen. That's the one. And we will just make sure that's all nice and perfect. There it is. Good stuff. That's it. We now have the stream all set up properly. So now all we need are some guests. And it does say above my head, debate stream opposition only. So that means that if you're calling in to tell us you agree with us, or just to say hi, or all of that kind of thing, we love you for it, but we won't be having those conversations today because that's not really what people are here for. We do normally have a show on Fridays called the After Hours Show where we literally just open up the floor to anyone who wants to come and talk about anything at all. But we won't be doing that this Friday because I'm going to be away. So this is a slightly different week, very slightly different week this week in that the Thursday show, which is normally an evening show or a through the night show for me, is actually going to be the same time as the show today. So Thursday will be another, I call it a day stream. It's a morning stream if you're in the US. It's a afternoon into evening stream if you're in the UK. And if you're somewhere else, figure it out. Who am I, your mother? But that will be on Thursday. And then Friday I will be away. And Saturday I'm also away. So the Saturday night show is instead going to happen on Sunday night rather than Saturday. So that is that. And then there is also one additional thing that's just come in very, very recently, which is on Wednesday night. I will be joining Matt Delhunty on the Hang Up on the Line as well. I think that's 7 p.m. Central Time, but I can't completely remember what time they do it. So look out for the notifications on their channel for that. But that's going to be happening on Wednesday as well. That was a short notice thing. So busy week, lots of stuff going on, and hopefully we'll have a good busy stream today. We want callers to ring in and tell us why you think anyone should believe in God. To me, it seems like just a sort of fantasy story. It doesn't really make any sense why anyone would find this persuasive. And I've heard all the arguments. We've all heard the arguments. The question is just, are they good arguments? In my mind, they're not particularly good. So that's the mission. That's the mission for today, is to let us know what we're missing. What are we not getting? What is it that Sean doesn't understand? What is it that I don't understand? Why do these arguments that apparently seem so persuasive to everyone else seem so obviously silly and fallacious and childlike and ridiculous to us? Because they do. They just seem a bit weird. Whoops, why anyone would think that. I've just realised I've just lost Sean again. Bear with me a moment. Sorry, everyone. While we wait for calls, Sean, what is the most compelling argument for a God that you have heard? Like, I know they're all not compelling, but is there one that you think is like the closest to being the one?
I would say the least bad argument, I'm not going to say the best, but the least bad is fine tuning, because it actually draws upon actual data in actual reality to try to make a case for something that would explain the data.
Right.
So that to me that would be the most sensical argument, but obviously that one still fails. It's actually one of my favorites to argue against, and it comes up quite often. I'd say one of the worst, in my opinion, as far as like the common arguments for God, the worst ones are the ones that like come up once in a while, like we have a 7-day work week or what have you, right? The ones that the worst ones are I'm always excited to hear a new argument I haven't heard before, but inevitably when a new argument comes up, it's terrible. But the worst of the common ones is the moral argument, I think.
Oh yeah, that is awful. It's fun.
And it's a favorite.
Yeah, comes up all the time. A lot of people find it really compelling because in their view, these moral facts do exist. So they're saying, because the way they frame it, if moral facts don't exist, then it isn't obviously wrong to, abuse a child or something like that. And of course, we can still say that it's wrong to abuse a child. We're just not claiming it as a fact because we understand what it means to say that something is wrong. It means a whole load, but you're not making a factual statement. You're making a statement about your view on whether behavior is acceptable or not. And that's a different type of category. But because it's got that emotional weight to it, people think, well, I know it's wrong to abuse a child, so it must be some type of fact. So something must provide a foundation for that fact. So I do understand why people make the argument, but it is a horrible argument, especially when it's accompanied with a side dish of, well, if you don't accept my argument, then you don't think it's wrong to abuse a child, which is typically what happens, right?
Exactly, and it's always their grand finale is always an appeal to emotion. But it's not really wrong then, is it? Under your worldview, it's not really wrong to, but on technical merit, it's just whether it's a category. The well-being of others is not a trivial matter, and thus using that as your basis for your moral assessments is non-trivial.
Yeah.
So
that's absolutely right. Another one referenced in the chat was, of course, nothing comes from nothing. That's absolutely grim, isn't it? Because of course we don't we're not saying that anything comes from nothing. It seems to me obvious
Right.
that if nothing even exists, and it's hard to imagine how it could, because nothing existing would be the same as nothing not existing,
Right.
because there's a total absence of anything, right? So if nothing did exist, if there was truly nothing, meaning no potential for anything, nothing would be a lack of a potential, a lack of anything like that, well, then obviously nothing would come from that. But we're not saying that it does. So yeah, I think I would agree that is a fairly poor one. And Adam made the point that often these people are just making these fallacious arguments just because they believe, probably for other reasons, and they just are looking for a way to justify that belief. I talk about that sometimes with Michael Shermer's book, Why People Believe Weird Things, and he goes into that a lot. That people kind of come to believe things or come to hold certain views, not on the basis of these really powerful arguments or rational reasons for them, but more because they have strong emotional connections to the culture or the belief or the what it brings with it in terms of belonging to the community, all of that stuff. And then they kind of construct reasons to justify the beliefs afterwards. And that's why they come in here with these silly the sort of word game arguments, the ontological arguments and the contingency arguments and all of these the sort of Philbro babble that we hear sometimes. Nobody really comes to faith and comes to religious life through those things. I say nobody, very few people, I would think.
Yeah, agreed. And we have one in the queue, by the way.
We've got. I see. We've got the poet in the queue, but the poet is a good friend who is almost definitely not. In fact, I can tell you with certainty, not calling up to debate with us. Poet, we love you, buddy. Please call us back on an after hours show though, because we're trying to stick this one in the debate only lane and be really disciplined about that. So we as much as we absolutely love you, the poet is fantastic, been around for a long time friend of the channel. But we won't be speaking to you today, my friend. We've got Iowan Kern coming in right now, and we'll take that to be our first caller.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
You're welcome in. You are our first caller.
Well, I'm honored. Thank you.
Of course. Welcome up. So yeah, our claim is really a question. Like, it's not even a claim. Why should anyone believe in a God? Why?
Well, if it helps them to carry on life, if they're, let's say, in suffering, why not? And I'm going to give you an example here. Let's say we have a case where someone is in a terminal cancer, right?
Right.
And they know that is coming.
Yeah.
If that belief helps them to pass through it, because it's uncomfortable facing death anyway, regardless of your belief system, it's not pleasant, right? I think it's very scary, actually.
Yeah.
Why not? Even if, let's say it's a fiction, let's say it's a fiction, but if it's a fiction that actually helps them go through the difficult cases, then why not?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So this is a category of what we call the utility argument, which is to say that it might be useful for you in some instances to hold a particular view. And I'm going to say that I accept that under certain circumstances, comforting thoughts might be of benefit to someone. And certainly I pick my moments, right? There were times when I've spoken to people towards the end of their lives who were contemplating an afterlife and contemplate being reunited with their loved ones. And of course, I wouldn't sit them down and go, now listen here, this is how incoherent a soul is. And of course you don't do that. You approach every situation with some judgment and with some compassion. I guess what's sort of built into my question is there what I really mean is there a rational reason for thinking it's actually true, not just is there a benefit to be derived from the comforting thoughts?
I see. I would argue here that depends on the individual's psyche and their build-up and their obviously the time and the space where they were born in and the influences outwards.
Yeah.
But if let's say in my mind, God is a force for good and it helps me, let's say, carry on life, I don't find that to be a wrong thing.
Well, that's another utility argument.
Yeah. But why not? I mean,
I think to be more concise, what we are asking is there rational justification to believe in a God? Not is there some sort of benefit that can be derived from it? And I freely grant that, given your priors, what situation you're born into, what culture you're born into, you may have a higher propensity to believe in a God, especially a particular God.
Yeah.
But what we are asking is there evidence for a God that a rational mind should accept that it's actually true? We're asking for rational arguments and evidence for any God.
Well, I'm not such a big rationalist as like you guys. Okay, so that's why I'm falling short here. Just as
Okay,
just as a side example, if I can, if you don't mind, there's this
sure.
person, Chris Logan, I think, who is explaining the existence of God through metaphysical concepts. So I don't have that language and that knowledge. I just
I
follow
got you.
him because I actually liked the way he was describing the existence of God through not through theological language. It was a metaphysical language. So that's
Hmm.
my best answer I can give to you because I'm not. I'm mostly on the humanist side of thinking or being. Makes
Sure.
sense?
Sure.
So I'm not a
All right.
physician or whatever,
Fair enough.
like you guys are. Makes
Well,
sense?
thank you for getting us started. We appreciate that. Thank you for
Okay,
calling
guys,
in.
have a good one.
And you. Take care. Take care. All right. I did see someone in the chat said, here we go. Good Stuff Video said Darwinism is a utility argument. Darwinism isn't really a thing. I mean, I don't really think that most people in the sciences now talk about and think about Darwinism. And Christy, we're going to get you in just a moment. I'm just going to address this one comment and then we'll bring you Christy in next. In fact, Christy has just dropped out, so we're going to get Lawn Doctor in next. I don't think that people really think about Darwinism anymore. We have a framework in biology where we understand how evolution works. We understand how alleles within populations, which are variations of the genes, change in frequency over time, and that frequency is down to whether they are more or less likely to result in survival and those genes being passed on. That isn't a utility argument. It's an observation about reality. That's not based
Yeah.
on utility at all.
And the arguments for it are not utility arguments, they're evidence-based arguments.
They're evidence-based, exactly, yeah. Okay, we are going to get in Lawn Doctor. Coming in right now. Hopefully. They were coming in and they just vanished. That was strange. In that case, we're going to bring in Joel. Joel Hodges. Hey, Joel.
Hey, man, that was fast.
Yeah,
I'd be waiting a while.
You came in hot on the heels of someone else who vanished as we brought them in. So how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Thanks for coming in. Welcome up. So yeah, that's our question. Why should anyone believe in God?
Well, so technically I'm not opposition, so I apologize for that at first. I don't believe anyone should believe in God. But I was wondering if I could ask, just quick, I won't take much time. I was wondering if I could ask some advice from you and Sean, because I've watched you guys a lot and I think you're pretty knowledgeable.
I'm going to say thank you so much, and you absolutely can ask us advice, but not today, because I literally just turned away a long-time friend who wanted to come in and say something, and I said we have to stick to rules is rules, and if I now break that immediately after, I'd look like a horrendous dick. So thank you for calling in, Joel, and please do call us back on an after-hours show. I'll make a note to look out for your name, because the queue gets crazy. If I see you there, I'll bump you up the queue and we'll get you in. I'd love to give you advice.
All right, great.
All right, buddy.
Hey, thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
I always feel awful doing that. I feel awful doing that, and there are times when I've done it and then horrifically regretted it and felt like it was the wrong thing to do, to not take a call. But I would have felt even worse saying to long time, a year-long friend of the channel, the poet, who wanted to come up and say something and not allowing him in, and then immediately allowing someone else in. These are the difficult decisions that one has to make. And I feel like if I'm going to start sort of occasionally just deciding on a whim to ignore it and make exceptions, then that's disrespectful to the people who didn't get that treatment. And so I'm just trying to be consistent. And occasionally I get that wrong and I turn away someone who actually really needed to speak, and then I don't sleep all night. It keeps me up and I feel awful. So I try to have a radar for those moments. And I think we had one on the last live stream where, we had a guest call in. He really needed to have that conversation. And it was, for me, a no-brainer in that moment to have the conversation with him. And I'm really glad we did. But it's tricky. It is tricky. I think the live stream is better for being more focused. So we have our next guest lined up. There's no name, but there's just an image of sorts. So welcome in. Welcome in. Do you have a name attached to your account that you'd like us to use for you?
You could call me EK.
EK.
You can hear me.
I can hear you, and we're going to call you EK. There we are. EK. Welcome up. Thank you for joining us. Why should anyone believe in God?
To be honest, it's more of a morality thing, especially for most people who don't have a morality meter. Because with or without the whole Bible story and whether people believe it or not, it still kind of gives people like an ultimatum, like a reason to do good. Like, because a lot of people could not have that like internal like navigation system on whether they're doing right or wrong or what they're doing to other people. And like the Bible itself, I know it's like a whole long book. There's been things that have been like separated, things that have been added on, things that have been like withdrew, it doesn't matter. But just the whole end story, I don't see like a good society without the whole Bible story itself.
Really?
Because I know there's a I mean, it's
are you aware of
possible,
the fact that there are many societies thriving and doing completely fine around the world without the Bible? How do you think they manage?
Due to the system, probably the government has them in the best interest. But if you look at places like maybe like places that are actually suffering from like whatever war that's going on, I don't want to say no names or anything, but these people can't really have hope outside of the fact that they know that they're being targeted, right? And I wouldn't say luckily for them, but at least like in a sense, like they have something to kind of cling onto, to like,
Yeah,
I don't know, to kind of
but
like,
look, do you know how long
I don't know
human
how to
beings? Do you
explain
know
it.
how long human beings have been around on the Earth? It's some significant number of hundreds of thousands of years. Let's call it 300,000 or 400,000 years. Right? For most of that time, I agree that we didn't have the technological advancements that we have now, but people managed to figure it out. People managed to figure out, well, if I don't eat my neighbor's children, then they're not going to eat my children, and we're all going to do well, right? The basics of, it's called reciprocal altruism. Like, I'm going to help them a bit, they're going to help me a bit. Together, everyone's going to be better off. This was for hundreds of thousands of years before the Bible was written, before Christianity existed, before any of that stuff. It's completely preposterous to say that, at one point in history, a collection of books get written, and after that, no one can manage without them. That's lunacy, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, that's very fair. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a very
EK,
lot. That I just wanted to say
EK,
something as well too, because I know like there's a bunch of places that have gone through the whole Bible script and then gone against it, and now they're living good lives without it. But we can't like make adjustments for those that don't have the materials to have that good life. Like places like Africa, they're being like used as resources, so they don't have the materials themselves. And for some reason, there's no one in the community to give them the capability to like do
That
what
doesn't
they
have
need
anything to
to have
do
a
with
better life.
religion, but that doesn't have anything to do with religion or the Bible or God or anything like that. That's just to do with allocation of resources in the world. The fact that we have a pretty shitty way of spreading wealth around the world, and it's very concentrated.
Exactly.
So most of the wealth is
Exactly.
concentrated in the hands of very few people, and as a result of that, you have widespread
Exactly.
poverty. But by the way, that is actually better now than it was 50 or 100 years ago or 200 years ago in terms of the average life expectancy figures are better, infant mortality figures are lower, literacy levels are higher, access to clean water and power is higher than it's ever been. So even though we have horrific wealth inequality, we're kind of heading in the right direction, and that religion isn't any part of that. God isn't any part of that. We're just asking, like, why does it make sense? Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
No, it's
Yeah.
okay. EK, we don't have to make assumptions about, what would happen if we have lower rates of religiosity, higher rates of religiosity. That's actually something that's searchable. So you can search countries or even U.S. states because different countries have different dynamics. Sort either all the countries in the world or U.S. states by first sort them by rates of religiosity, and then set that aside, and then sort them. Start picking out objective measures of societal health like crime rate, poverty, etc., and then sort them by that and see if there's a correlation. And you'll find very often there's a correlation between higher rates of religiosity and then worse outcomes as far as societal health goes. Like the data doesn't bear it out. Now, the important caveat that I'm going to add there, because I do always try to be very fair, is a correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation. But if you're finding worse outcomes with more religious countries, at minimum, you can say religion isn't some cure of societal problems. They're going to have them or they're not going to have them. But the data doesn't bear out the claim that comes up quite often that without religion, there'll be chaos and people won't care about each other and people, society will crumble or what have you. The data doesn't bear it out at all. Like look up the rates of religion. Now this is just one example, but compare, for example, Japan to, Uganda or a country like that.
Yeah, but I would say Japan government has more of the people in mind than anything. But if you have
It's
like
hard
a
to hear
place
you.
like,
Can you
oh,
speak up
sorry,
a
yeah,
little bit? Or yeah, there you go.
is
That's
this
better.
better?
Yeah, much
Much
Okay,
better.
better.
okay. Yeah, thank you. I have my headphones connected and like there's a lot of noise around me, so I didn't want to disturb.
Sure.
But yeah, so as I was saying, like Japan, like if you look like a place like Japan, like you can see how like well like managed the economy is, how nice
Mm-hmm.
everything just looks flowing together, like big city and a lot of things going on, but it doesn't look like anything is crumbling down. So I could see
Right.
like, oh, there's a higher power that actually cares about these people, which is the government, of course. But if you go to other places where like, oh, you see like corruption and all these things, and you see the
Yeah.
lives of these people, they have no higher power to believe in. They can't be trusting their government because the government hasn't shown proof of it. They can't
Again,
trust it. Sorry.
yeah. So the things that bear out that matter, you're right. What the government does matter, what people do matters, but these are actual, real, tangible things that exist in reality that are affecting outcomes. And that's the point here. People believing in a God, I did give a caveat that that's just one example. If you were to compare Japan to Uganda, like that's one data point. But
Hmm.
do that on your own. Like look at rates of religiosity. You can look these things up and sort, like if you put in Google sort countries by rates of religiosity, and then in another window or another tab, sort countries by rates of poverty or rates of pick any objective measure of societal health. You're not going to see the correlation that you with what you might believe you'll see. It just doesn't what you're claiming doesn't line up at all. And that's
Okay.
the point, because we can get in these hypotheticals and say, yeah, but people have empathy, and then you could say, yeah, but what about the people who don't have empathy? And we could go back and forth, but just look at the real data and you're going to see it does not align with what you believe is actually the case.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what would you say would be the best way to overcome a challenge like this? Because obviously religion has been here for longer than we have been personally in this current generation. So a lot of people have questions. There's no truth about like there's no current like guaranteed truth about anything realistically. So it's like, and then the fact that they also like, and then the fact they also hide things like, oh, how long we've been on the earth. It's like it's not common knowledge for the normal person.
You
So
asked me
what
what
would
is
you
the answer? What is the answer? The answer to what?
to like the whole like religion debate and like the fact that it's not good for like
Education.
the
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so now look at the places that are not able to get this education. How would
Again,
you like expect them to
yeah,
live?
these are discussions about how we allocate and use resources. But as a kind of principle, we should teach children in the same way that we teach children to read and write and do basic mathematics. We should teach children the basics of critical thinking. I've been waving this flag for years and years and years. We need to teach children the basics of critical thinking, and it doesn't guarantee that, you know, it's not going to get rid of religion. It's going to just leave people in a position where they have an ability to reason more effectively, and they're more likely to end up with functional epistemology and less likely to end up believing bullshit. It's not an inoculation. It's just a leg up. You know, it just helps. There are plenty of smart people in the world who still believe nonsense, but it starts with education, and it starts with getting to children, and it starts with getting rid of things like faith schools, which is an absolutely abhorrent, idiotic idea. They're just, you know, indoctrination mills, as far as I'm concerned. So get rid of faith schools, get rid of all of that. Make it understood that a child's mind is to be treated as a precious thing, and we you know, what you say to a child in the first 10 years of their life kind of sets them up for the rest of their life. So as part of making children literate, you make them come up with a word which means the same kind of thing as literate, but with respect to just thinking well. I'm not sure if such a word exists, but it ought to. And that would be my vote for where we start. But anyway, friend.
So,
sorry, Sean. Do you want to add?
I just want to add. So if you have some sort of bad outcome within a given country or region or what have you, like let's say they have a problem with disease, or they have low education, or they have a lot of poverty or what have you, I will take real world human solutions to that, such as like removing corruption from the government, or programs, you know, like in the US, we have a big problem with our healthcare and people not having access to it. I will take instituting universal healthcare as an example. But the point is real world solutions, like you have problem X in country Y. How do we solve that? I'll take real world solutions over send missionaries in to preach to people and get them to believe in a God any day of the week, twice on Sunday. The real world solutions are always going to be the answer.
Okay. If I may ask, I actually want to get your perspective as well too, because I would say I'm kind of in the middle of both the boats. Like, I obviously grew up in the Christian community since I was a kid, literally from zero. So it's like it's very difficult to kind of unpack all of these things for like the past 2 years. And it's like I see how it could be good and bad, or good or bad, but how do you like expect people that don't have the same kind of like persistence as like you to try to find information and are not as strong in holding the truth, to realize that, oh, my whole life hasn't really been the truth, and I just have to sit with it and accept it. Like a lot of people are kind of stubborn in that fact. So
of course, well,
like
we accept that. We accept that. It's very, very difficult if you've grown up in a faith culture.
How did it work for you though?
Well, everyone has their own story, but you know, lots of people will say that it starts with learning. It starts with a willingness to gain information and learn and broaden your world beyond just a narrow version of reality that you may have been given. That's often the starting point. So just, you know, again, it's about trying to promote learning, trying to promote thinking about stuff. Look, if people aren't interested, if people want to stay in that narrow view of the world and dogmatism and stuff, well, then they're going to. This is not something you can enforce on people. They're just values that you can put out there and try to offer. And those who are interested in seeking and learning and broadening their view will, and those who are not interested in that will be disinclined to do so, and they probably won't do it, and that's fine. You just make information available, and it's platforms like this. You know, there's many platforms like this. I think the voices of ex-believers are really important, because those are I can't speak into that world because I've never been one, but Sean and many others like Sean, who know what it's like to believe and think all of that stuff is true, and then think about it more and come to realize that it's not warranted by the evidence. That's what we do.
That evidence, the evidence-based like thinking is the most thing that's like really helped me so far the past 2 years because I've
Good.
tried a lot to speak to God, man. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie, is I
his
don't know,
his
bro.
messages
I
go
really don't
straight
know
to
what to say.
voicemail. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, man. But I guess, bro, I would like to like imagine like a place where like, oh, we don't need faith and everything, but we could just like normally go through our days. But I don't know, man. That's what I would say. Like,
All
I
right.
thought it was a good thing to not have it around, but at the same time, in the moral sense, like it has like some good like teachings on what to do and how to treat certain scenarios that you just wouldn't ever get in like your normal everyday like class or like
I'm not
normal everyday
convinced.
interaction.
I'm not convinced.
Really?
I think those teachings are to be found in many other places, and there were people who elucidated those things centuries before Jesus ever mentioned, and things like forgiveness and the golden rule and stuff that they have been expressed long time before the Bible came along. And there's some pretty horrific morals in the Bible. I think we do well to
Horrific things
distance
being
ourselves
done.
from them. So, buddy, we're going to move it along and get on to the
All
next
right.
call. But thank you so much, EK, for coming to talk to us.
Yeah, thanks for the insight. I
Sure.
appreciate
Keep
it.
well. Good luck.
Yeah. All right.
Take care.
Yeah, you
Take care.
too, bud. Yeah.
Thanks.
Later, Sean. Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty, we're going to get Elijah in next, bringing Elijah up right now. Hey, Elijah, how are you?
All is well. How about you?
Yeah, good, thank you. I do have an Elijah on my system that we spoke to before, so I'm not sure if it was you. Forgive me for not remembering, but have we spoken before? Not you. Okay.
I'm not the Elijah you're speaking of.
Okay, it's different. These are not the droids I'm looking for. Fair enough. Well, welcome in. Our question for today is why should anyone believe in a God?
Well, first off, in the comments, Chris T is the one who invited me up.
Great.
And to answer your question, I think that there are many reasons that we should believe in God because he is the creator. That being the most obvious of that question. He created this existence that we are experiencing.
How do we know that?
How do we know that? Because we are alive.
Okay. We are alive, therefore God exists. Please draw the logical dots to that. In other words, because that in itself is its own claim.
Sure. So, can you make anything come alive, Sean?
Can I what?
Can you yourself create life?
Oh dear.
No, I can't. I also can't create a black hole. However, we can watch black holes form in the universe. Me not being able to create something doesn't mean that some all-powerful thinking agent created it.
So, Sean, how can you be sure what you're saying is accurate and true?
Because I watch things form in nature that I cannot create. But
so, Sean,
I still watch them happen in nature.
So, Sean, tell us how you're alive right now and living, sir.
My mother and my father had an intimate relationship, and biology took over and created me.
And who created your mother and father, Sean?
So this is going all the way. All right. So let me give you a principle here. This is going all the way back to how did the first simple life forms happen on Earth? I personally, I'm not a biologist. I don't know how it happened. And even if biologists don't know how it happened, what you're doing is you're saying, we don't know how this thing happened, therefore God. That is a category of the argument from incredulity fallacy known as God of the gaps. For example, at one point, we did not know what causes lightning and thunder. And spoiler alert, it was not Thor. We just didn't know. So you can ask me, how did this happen? How did that happen? And eventually we will get to, I don't know, but that's never a good reason to believe in a God. So when scientists come up with an explanation, we hold them to a certain standard. It's got to be able to make novel predictions. It's got to be testable, verifiable. We hold them to all these standards, and then their findings need to be peer reviewed by the scientific community. We have all these standards before we accept a scientific explanation for a thing, if you are going to claim God did it, I hold you to the same standard, and so should you.
So, Sean, by your own mouth, if you do not know,
Right.
wouldn't you say it was unwise to teach others that you do know? Your
No,
opinions.
I
Can I
agree.
finish,
I
sir?
agree.
'Cause I patiently
Yes.
waited for you.
Sure, go ahead.
So I would think that it would be extremely unwise of me to teach to another things I do not know
Agreed.
and call my own thoughts and imaginations the truth.
We all agree
However,
with you.
that is
Exactly.
not the case.
We all agree with you
God.
on this. We all agree with you on
Yeah,
this.
Can I
we
just
agree.
finish? I'm just asking to finish because I patiently heard him out. So I would say it is incredibly unwise to teach others things you do not know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know you wanted to finish, and we will let you finish, and we would love you to have your time to
what
speak.
it sounds like, sir.
But there's no point you arguing against a position we don't hold. That's just a waste of time. It's a waste of everyone's time. It's a waste of your own time, as well as a waste of. No, I am going to let you speak, but you appear to be arguing against it.
Me.
But I'm arguing.
Now you're speaking.
I'm speaking because you're wasting time right now.
Interrupted me.
Yes, I'm interrupting you because you're wasting time arguing against a position that neither Sean nor I hold. So would you like to rather argue against a position that we do hold? And if you don't know what it is, maybe ask us rather than tell us. Would that be all right?
I'm listening to what he said. And did he not say that he does not know where the first humans came from?
Right. That's exactly right.
So then you just told a lie. I'm speaking on his position.
No, you're not speaking on my position. You're actually, I argued the same thing you argued. I argued, if you don't know the cause, stay at I don't know. Don't make a claim that you don't know
the cause.
For example,
you've interrupted.
For example, God did it. That is what I'm arguing against.
That. If you'd let me finish.
Then do it.
You'd have to be silent and not interrupt me.
We don't have to be silent.
But you're interrupting and you're not going to allow me.
Figure out who you are and where you are for a moment. Just orient yourself in the room and get a grip.
Are you going to drop me now?
No, we're not going to drop you. We're going to ask you to make your point. But before you do...
Then let me make the point and stop interrupting me.
Calm down. Okay, for a moment, just calm down and take a breath. Just chill, okay? What I was trying to say is that you are arguing against a position we don't hold because you were saying it's unwise to tell people things you don't know. And that is a misunderstanding on your part. So rather than allow you to just launch into a whole attack on a position that neither Sean nor I actually hold, which would be a complete waste of time, I wanted to clarify for you that our position isn't a claim to knowledge. We're not telling people and teaching people this is true, this is true, this is true. We're asking questions. And we're saying and we're suggesting that the claims that the religious make, and the claims you're about to make, are not made on the basis of justifiable evidence. You're about to make an argument for us now, which I guarantee will be fallacious, and I guarantee we'll be able to tell you why. So before you do, I just wanted to point out that we're not saying we know how it is and then corrupting people's minds with a dogmatic position. We're just pointing out that all the arguments we hear are rubbish. So now would you like to make your rubbish argument and we'll address it afterwards?
Yes, so let's first establish that you are a liar, sir. Because
lovely. Don't worry about
I can prove that. Are you going to let me talk, or you want to talk more? I'll be silent.
Yeah, you will be silent.
Talk about the evidence, not John.
Don't worry about whether I'm a liar. I could be a liar. I could be a bank robber. I could be a terrible, terrible person. None of that has got anything at all to do with whether your claims about your special imaginary friend are true. So please justify those. Go ahead, please. Carry on.
With the name of Jesus Christ, Mr. John Cohen, that is how we know what is true.
Oh,
what
fantastic.
do you have to say about that?
Oh, it's devastating. I give up. I'm going to be a believer now. Amazing.
I know you give up.
With the name of Muhammad, that's how we know Islam is true.
Well, there's no power in the name of Islam, Mr.
Well, there's no power in the name of Jesus, Mr. Elijah.
You've got to have a better argument than that, surely.
Hold on. So, Sean, you're saying in Jesus Christ's name, there's no power in that name?
Abracadabra. Is that it?
Clarify.
Your argument is Your argument is abracadabra. Is that? Do I understand this correctly? All of that time wasted.
You would know my argument.
All of those discussions about epistemology and how we know what's true and evidence and all of that stuff, and what you come up with finally after a few minutes of working towards it is abracadabra. Is Jesus Christ is a magic word. That's your argument. That's what you've come in to share with us. Really? Is that it?
I haven't been able to speak. You're still talking. Let me know when I have the floor.
You have the floor now. Don't waste your time.
So, in Jesus Christ's name, are you telling the truth, John?
About what, my friend?
About everything you're saying.
Yes.
I didn't ask you, Sean. I asked John.
As far as I know, I haven't said anything that I know to be untrue. Is there a particular? Is there a particular thing I've said?
In Jesus Christ's name, are you speaking the truth?
Yes, in Jesus Christ's name, I'm speaking the truth. Yes.
Okay, and so is the truth that you're saying is we should not believe in God? Is that true, John?
I haven't made that claim. I've asked the question why we should.
So you're not saying that we shouldn't believe in God. You're just questioning it.
If you're asking me, I don't think there's any evidence to warrant the claim.
So in Jesus Christ's name, you don't believe there's any evidence to believe in God?
In Jesus Christ's name, I don't believe there's any evidence to believe in God. Well done.
Okay, so that's what you're saying, and I hope you remember it. Because if you're alive by God, you just asked for death, didn't you?
Yes, I said, God,
Pascal's
please may I have death.
Because
that's what I said.
You don't know how you're living, do you, sir?
Everyone heard me say, dear God, please may I have some death. Everyone heard. That was very clear, wasn't it?
Well, are you not complaining, saying there's no reason to believe in God? And if God is the life in you, aren't you asking for death?
I don't think
you don't know how you're alive right now, sir.
I don't think I made any complaints.
We're saying there's no evidence. We're saying there's no evidence for God. The way to refute
you're
that
alive
is not
and living right now.
The way to refute that is to provide evidence for God. And you said you're alive. Draw the logical dots from you're alive, therefore God exists, because it's like me saying leprechauns exist because most pancakes are round.
Sean,
it's a non sequitur. It does not follow.
What you're not able to see.
You're not.
That some of us can clearly see. Let me just help you, okay? So
I wasn't done speaking. I wasn't done speaking. I wasn't done speaking.
If you don't know how you're alive, and we're telling you it's God, and you can't prove it's not God, why would you fight that, sir?
That is an argument from ignorance fallacy. You're saying P is true because P cannot be proven false. If I cannot disprove God, that does not in any way indicate that God actually exists. That's not how logic works. We're looking for logical reasons to believe in God, and you keep saying things like, you're alive. It's a non sequitur. A non sequitur is what is like premises that do not lead to a conclusion. So, for example, leprechauns exist because most pancakes are round. Like one does not follow from the other. I'm alive does not automatically follow that God exists.
Okay.
Then you take this back. Hold on. I want to show where we got to where we are, because you brought that up before, and then you asked, well, how did the first life happen? And I said, even if I don't know, it should stay at I don't know until you have evidence for an explanation. And then you accused us of doing the same, of claiming a truth because we don't know. You are the one doing that, my friend. We all agree, including you saying if you don't have an explanation for a thing, you should not claim one. So please demonstrate that God created life, or however you want to go about showing that God exists.
And by the way, you can't disprove you can't disprove that you're alive because you can. You can't disprove
way more talking than I am.
You can't also, just when you give us your explanation, bear in mind you also can't disprove that you're alive because of Tinkerbell. So just bear that in mind as well.
Okay. So Sean, in response to your question, in Jesus Christ's name, are you part serpent?
Am I part serpent? Are you serious?
Oh my God. Very serious. Are you drunk?
Yes,
seriously,
no,
serious question. Are you inebriated right now?
John, let him answer. John,
are you
Elijah,
John, seriously.
Please let him answer.
Are
John,
you sober?
Can he answer? We don't need you.
Elijah, are you sober right now? Because you're coming across as not functioning normally. People in the chat are asking if you're okay. So seriously, we try to discourage people drinking and calling into the show. Are you actually sober right now?
Sean, in Jesus Christ's name, are you part serpent?
Apparently not.
No, I'm not part serpent.
So
No, I'm
let's
sorry. In
establish.
Jesus'
Can I
name.
talk for longer
in-
than 5 seconds? Because
No,
I
I
think
want-
your audience is tired of you speaking and not letting me speak.
Oh.
At some
In
point, you have to
Jesus'
let me
name,
speak,
I am not
or it's
part
going to show
serpent.
everyone that you're defeated. Can I speak, please? Because I think that would be fair. I'm waiting.
Yes.
I just want to. I want to include the important part. In Jesus' name, I am not part certain. Or excuse me, part serpent.
Okay.
All right,
That
go for it.
you yourself, without the audience or anyone else, inwardly know you are a liar. So let's establish that beyond
the
any
contents
other
of my
words.
mind.
Hold on, Sean. Hear what I'm saying. Beyond anyone else's words, you and I both know you're a liar. So that right there tells you yourself that you are not speaking in truth with God or anything you're speaking.
Right.
So that's between
Elijah,
you and God.
in the name of Puff, are you half chocolate cookie dough ice cream?
Is that how you're going to save him, Sean or John? Just keep.
No, I'm just asking you a question. Ask you a serious question. In the name of Puff, in the name of Puff, in the name of Puff. No, I asked you a serious question. I'm very cornered right now. In the name of Puff, are you half?
What about
chocolate,
Harry Potter?
Are you half chocolate cookie dough ice cream right now?
Right. Your patterns are known, John.
In the name of Puff.
Why do you start talking about strange things?
You see how evasive he is? He doesn't want the audience to know that he really is half chocolate cookie dough ice cream.
It's called being defeated. He's talking about chocolate chip cookie dough.
Yeah, I'm
we're
very
supposed to be talking about God,
right
and John is talking about chocolate chip cookie dough.
See, this is how he distracts from the fact that
when you've lost, you start acting strange.
He's chocolate
you
cookie dough
ice
cream.
cream, or are we talking about God?
We're talking about you being half chocolate cookie dough ice cream. In the name of Puff, I asked you.
Defeated,
you didn't deny it. You didn't deny it.
Chris.
Notice
T in the comments.
Notice that he didn't deny it.
I told you this was going to happen.
Everyone, he's crashing out hard right now.
John's talking about chocolate.
This is going on the crash out list.
Now. Aren't we supposed to be talking about God?
We're talking about statements of a certain level of sense, and the reason I introduced that is to illustrate that your claim that we're all half serpents is equally ridiculous. So shall we stop?
So let's establish, John, inwardly that you're a liar.
Let's just listen for a moment and not crash out too
You're
hard.
mentally ill, sir.
Of course. What we're going to do is before you go, we're going to give you one opportunity to actually present some evidence for the preposterous claims that you hold. Now, I don't think you should be stigmatizing mentally ill people either.
John.
That doesn't make you come across well at all. So, are you going to present some evidence
Luke 10:19, for us? John.
Of course, yeah. Are you going to present some evidence for why the magical being that you believe in is true, or are you just going to continue calling us preaching mindlessly? This is so going on the crash out list. I love this.
Jesus.
Should we let him crash out just a little bit longer? Let's let him crash out just a few more seconds. Yeah, go ahead.
23. Yeah, Jesus directly addresses serpents, does he not? In Matthew 23:33, he does.
And why would we care about that?
Also, because you're a liar, sir, and that's what I'm trying to expose.
Right.
You care about that because he's a liar. So hold on a second. So your whole argument is no good then. Does that make sense? Because
it doesn't make any sense at all. I've honestly heard hamsters making more sense than you're making.
John,
why
are you lying? Let's just be direct.
No, I have. I've literally heard when the hamsters go, it means they're hungry,
lying,
and that makes much more sense than any of the babble.
It makes you mentally ill beyond anybody else, without an audience. When you're by yourself alone and you look in the mirror, understand this makes you a liar.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I say don't do religion because you could end up like these people, it's people like this that I'm talking about. This is what it does to you. This is it starts off with Sunday school classes, and it ends up with on the internet marginalizing mental illness and then calling people with a different view snakes and serpents and liars. It's absolutely shocking. I mean, what we've seen here today is a complete collapse. It's a complete collapse of dialectics. It's a complete collapse of critical thinking. I mean, there was never any to collapse in the first place, of course. But what it does do, which is fantastic, is it's a valuable addition. It's a valuable addition to my crash out list. I compile a list
Mental
of
health.
the people who come here and have a complete breakdown
I
in
can
front of the
prove it.
audience.
I can prove it.
And I quite like building
I
the
can
list.
prove it with your science.
They come in, they don't know how to make an argument.
He doesn't want me to do it.
Every sensible question you ask them, they just reply with a non sequitur. And they are just a particular kind of entertainment, which is fun. Sometimes we have discussions. Sometimes we have discussions with people
John, are there
who,
two bloodlines?
like Blake, who I posted the video of the other day.
John, are there two bloodlines?
And they're rewarding, interesting discussions. Then other times
John,
we
is
have
there a
discussions with
positive
people who just aren't capable of
and a
having the
negative
discussions, and they are a different kind of fun. That's a different kind of value. Adds a different kind of value to the channel. And what we do is we call this playing with
I
our
can
food.
prove what I'm saying.
Of course you can. We just play
So
with them a
let me
little
do it.
bit, and then we move on to someone who's actually capable
With your science,
of having an actual
I can
discussion. Of course you can.
I can prove
So, Elijah, please feel free to call us back anytime because you are
Don't
fantastic
run, don't
value.
run. He's running.
I'm not running
He's
at all.
running,
No,
you
no.
guys.
Elijah, what we're going to do
my
is
goodness.
we're
Don't
going to
run,
give
John.
we'll
Let
give
me
you
have the floor for 10 seconds.
we're going to give you a chance to make your proof. Go for it.
Right. Are there two bloodlines?
Oops. Okay. There we are. Another valuable addition to the crash
That
out
was
list.
wild.
It was great, wasn't it? Are you a serpent, Sean? Admit it, you are. I'm a serpent.
No, in the name of Jesus. Are
Oh, in
you
the name
part
of Jesus.
serpent?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Which part? It's this little bit
I
over
didn't
there.
want to. Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't want to go there. I thought it in my mind, but I'm like,
Oh,
not
dear,
on
oh,
John's show.
Oh my God. Boys and girls, please don't end up like Elijah. It would be such a tragedy. That person began his life as a psychologically normal person, and unfortunately his beliefs have just shaped him into a world of magical thinking and conspiracies, scientific ignorance, and complete garbage. It's such a shame. Such a shame. Okay, we are going to get, it looks like Felix in next, and then we have the Peter Langton after that. Hopefully this will be a more sensible conversation because we prefer those, basically.
That's a tough act for him to follow.
It's a pretty tough act to follow. Hey, Felix, how are you?
Yes, hello, good. How are you, sir?
I'm very good indeed, but I think I may recognize your voice, my friend.
No, we've never spoken before, John.
We haven't. Okay, well, in that case, if we haven't spoken before and my instincts of recognizing your voice are wrong, in that
I think
case,
I know who it is too.
I think I know who it is also. Welcome in, Felix. What would you like to say?
Yes, I would like to present evidence that establishes the truth of the proposition that God exists, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, so we're going to be presenting a deductive argument today.
Yeah, it's exactly who we thought it was. No, you
Yeah.
don't get to
What's
call
going
up
on,
here
Paul?
again. Yeah, of course it is. Unfortunately, you've tried it too many times, my friend, and your voice is recognizable, so you won't be wasting the time of us or our audience anymore. Run along, little boy. Run along. Have a look for anyone who wonders who that was. In my library of videos, there's one called something like "This Would Make His Mother Proud." Something like that, and it's about him. You'll see what he's about. Okay, bye-bye, little child. Let's get the Peter Langton in next.
What is
Hey,
up?
Peter. How are you?
Good. How are you, man?
Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. Welcome up. I take it your friends call you the for short.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. There we are. Well, I'll just get your name up on the board, and then what would you like to say?
First off, I want to ask a couple of clarifying questions. Just want to see what your view is on the universe. Do you believe that there are parts within the universe? There are things that are uniquely different from each other.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that these parts themselves have actuality in the sense that they are real and they are being or existent?
Do I believe that the things that are in the universe that are different from each other have actuality and they are real? Yes, I believe they are real and they have actuality, because if I didn't, I wouldn't have answered yes to the first question.
Okay. Do you believe that those parts in the universe have potency, or they have the ability to be otherwise?
Some do and some don't. A hydrogen atom doesn't particularly have the ability to be otherwise. It just is a hydrogen atom.
Okay. But could it have? It has the possibility to not exist.
You're asking if it's contingent.
Yes.
Has the possibility to not exist. I don't know.
Well, hydrogen atoms, in the early universe, hydrogen atoms formed. Chase, if you're around, actually, I'll send him I'll send him an invite. But
I don't think this is
John.
I don't think this is an argument which is going to get into science. I think this is an argument which is going to get into philosophy. We're heading for a contingency argument of some sort, aren't we?
It is a argument from sufficient cause from Thomas Aquinas, part 1, question 2, article 3.
Okay. We can shortcut and just say everything in the universe could be considered to be contingent apart from the things that aren't, and you can label the things that aren't to be a personal friend of yours, but I see no reason to think that if there is anything which is necessarily true, that we can attribute agency to it, a mind to it, anything like that. It just might be that there exists some kind of terminus to the chain of contingency where something is just because. You call that a god, I just call it something else. I don't see any reason to. You
believe there is a terminus?
Well, I don't know if there is or not. The universe could be an infinite chain of contingent things, all contingent on other things, and there's no reason why that can't be the case. So the insistence that it must be terminated would be something that would need to be demonstrated rather than just assumed. But even if we allowed it, you're still a million miles away from that terminus is a conscious agent or a mind or even a being rather than just a brute fact of nature.
Well, okay, so there's a couple of things that you said there. So I'd like to rephrase what my actual argument is.
Sure.
So I'm going to start with premise 1. Premise 1 is that things in the universe have actuality and potency, right? All things have actuality and potency.
That just means shit changes, right?
Yes, the universe Yes, the universe has the potential to be otherwise, and the universe is actual, meaning it is the way that it is now, and it has the potential to be otherwise.
Can I?
Okay, hold on.
Minor correction as well. When you say the universe has the potential to be otherwise, be careful not to get confused between things in the universe have the potential to be otherwise and the universe itself.
Well, the universe itself has the potential to be otherwise because of the idea of parts. So anything with parts has potency, right? We know this because we can look at something like a phone, right? The phone in my hand right now has actuality, but it has the potential.
The universe itself, and I don't know the answer to this. I'm not a physicist, and physicists may not have the answer to this, but the universe itself might not be a thing unto itself. It might be more sensible to look at the universe as the set of all things that exist. And so that would be... That wouldn't be, so you couldn't attribute the universe itself as a singular entity. Like parts of a car, we can look at the car as an entity. The universe itself may just be the set of all things that exist. But furthermore, if you're looking at properties of some things that exist within the universe, that doesn't necessarily apply to the whole. Even if you can look at the universe as a whole singular entity onto itself, that would be a composition fallacy.
I'm not implying a existence monalism. If that's what you're, I might not be understanding.
So for the purpose of the audience, if you can avoid it, let's try to avoid philosophical jargon. So that way people can. I like to break things down into understandable, like potency and actuality or whatever is just saying shit changes sometimes, and then it's trivially true if you talk about potentiality. That's just basically saying it was possible for it to change. Like let's use normative language. So premise 1, I said, are you saying shit changes? And you said yes. Are you okay with shit changes as premise 1?
I think that's a very gross oversimplification of premise 1. Premise 1 is that the universe is okay. I'll simplify it in my words.
Okay.
The universe is real in the sense that it is actual. I think actual is a very understandable word.
Okay. The universe is real.
The universe is real, and it has the potential to be otherwise.
I don't hold to that.
You don't believe that the universe has the potential to be otherwise than it is. You don't think that. What
do you mean by otherwise? So the universe is in a constant. If you take the universe as the set of all things, What do you mean by otherwise? What's an example of the universe being otherwise?
So the universe now has changed from the state that the universe was in 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago,
shit
would not crash.
Shit within the universe changes. So the universe is constantly changing.
Yes.
Okay, can we
a chain, you could call it, of change.
Sure. Like all the parts within the universe have like change over time. Are you okay with that? With that as the premise?
There is change. There exists change within the universe, and it has the potential to change.
Okay. There exists change within the universe, and it's trivially true that it has the potential to change. Otherwise, there wouldn't be change. So, are we okay with there exists change within the universe?
Yes.
Okay, cool. What's premise 2? There exists change within the universe. Premise 1, 2.
Premise 2 is that anything with actuality and potency, so anything that is real and has the potential to change, requires an actualizer to take it from a state of potency to a state of actualization.
So basically, when shit changes, it needed to be possible to change and something to cause it to change.
It needed something to cause it to change.
Would that apply to a radioisotope, for example? Some of whose atoms just spontaneously decay with nothing specifically causing them to do that, but just a statistical likelihood that any given atom in an isotope will decay at a point of time.
I am not familiar specifically with advanced sciences, but
this
I
is
would
basic.
say
It's not advanced. It's basic.
Okay, so philosophically, yes, because there must have been something that put those isotopes there to begin with.
What?
Right?
Why?
Because where did those isotopes come from?
Well, that's to assume a whole load of things. It doesn't matter where they came from. I'm saying you've made the claim that for something to change, there must be something that causes, activates or actuates or instantiates the change. I'm saying there are things in nature that we've observed for which that doesn't appear to be the case. And I gave you a specific example. Where they come from is a completely different topic.
But where they come, so that the existence of the isotope itself is what causes itself to decay, right? So the existence of the isotope is what causes it to decay. So
No. I'm saying any given specific atom within the isotope may or may not decay at point T1. It may or may not. And there isn't a specific thing that causes it to decay. It's just that we understand that at its foundational basis, reality is statistical and probabilistic. And so when you have a bunch of these things together, you don't know which one is going to decay. Which one of these atoms, is it going to be atom 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 million or 7 billion?
The idea that we don't know which one does not automatically mean that what causes it to, we're arguing what causes it to decay, not which one.
So I spoke with a physicist about this, and I don't fully understand it myself, but my understanding from him is that they established that there isn't a cause of radiometric decay. Now, from my standpoint, philosophically, I want to know because I asked him this question, how can you determine non-causality, like there's no cause, versus there's some sort of unknown causality? He explained it through, I even forget how he explained it, I'll be quite honest with you. So I'm not quite ready to say, because things get really weird at the quantum level. It seems to be intuitive that everything that changes has a cause of it to change, but that is something that physicists, and I'd heard it before, that's why I brought it up to him, some things at like the quantum level just happen, and I don't have an explanation for that.
So you could say that the things that happen at the quantum level are only contingent on the existence of that substance that's happening.
Well, for a thing to change, that thing has to exist. That's trivially true.
It's the
cause of the change.
Yeah, you made a claim,
Go ahead,
and
John.
you made a universal claim, and I'm just pointing out that the universal claim doesn't hold true in all instances. So just to be aware that the claim you've made doesn't always hold true.
I would disagree, because the examples that you have brought up, I would say those. The things that seem to only happen as a result of randomness only happen, again, it doesn't matter how random it is, they only happen because they exist to begin with. So they are still contingent. It's just they're contingent on the existence or the actualization.
That would be the case for everything. Everything only happens because it exists. That's you don't get to spread a net over everything that exists and say its very existence explains all its properties and behavior. That's cheating. I can't let you cheat. You made a very specific claim.
Well, no,
you said that when things change, they change because something actualized their change. Something resolved that potential into actualization. And I'm saying there exist in nature, as far as we can see, things for which that doesn't appear to be the case.
So the actualization of potential is dependent on two things: the actualizer, and that the thing that is actually changing is actual in itself.
There isn't an actualizer in this case, and the only actualizer you are appealing to is its very existence. Everything has existence. In that case, everything has an actualizer. It doesn't make sense. This argument doesn't work.
But something cannot act upon its own potency. Something cannot act upon its very potential. That's why things that don't exist will not ever exist, because
with radiometric decay, since I take him at his word. Again, I'm just the messenger here. Radiometric decay, there according to him, there isn't a cause. What is if the radiometric decay, if the isotopes are not acting upon their own potency, what is? And if you're saying something is acting upon its potency, then you're not. Then you are not. Anyway, if it's acting on its own potency, if it's not acting on its own potency, what is? And if you say something else is acting on its potency, then you are not accepting that it's happening without a cause.
I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not educated enough to talk about this topic because I really don't. I truly don't understand the claims you guys are making. So
I agree.
I could very well be wrong.
That's true with myself too, by the way. None of us here, when we're talking about physics, none of us here are actually qualified.
Okay.
I'm just, and I'll be upfront about that. I'm just going by, what I was told, because I try to talk to subject matter experts because these questions about science come up, and I want to make sure.
That's why these arguments haven't kept up with our knowledge. It's why it's a dated argument. It hasn't modified itself in light of stuff that we now know.
Okay. Honestly, I'm just going to have to concede on this one because I'm not really sure how to defend that position.
That's gracious of you, and I would warmly invite you to just go and read up on
I definitely will. Yeah,
look into it. It's actually really fascinating, and it's so counterintuitive. It leaves you feeling a bit uncomfortable, and yet it does apparently accurately describe how nature at a fundamental level works. So I applaud your intellectual honesty.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to follow you. I'm going to read up on this, and maybe in a week or two, if I see you live again, I'll come back up here and we can have another conversation.
We're on 3 times a week. Be pleasure to speak to you again. All right.
Okay.
Keep well.
Thank you very much. You have a great day, man.
Thanks, Peter. All the best. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, well, props to him for intellectual honesty. We don't see that around here very often. Certainly a contrast to the lunatic we had on before.
And I kept referring to radioactive decay as radiometric decay, so that's a blunder on my part.
You got it. You're fine. You got it now. Right, we're going to bring in Sam over on the YouTube side. Sam, how are you?
Oh, hello. Hi, John.
Hey, Sam. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Great.
John, I don't know if I qualify as opposition. I am an atheist, but I do believe that certain people in certain situations would benefit from believing in God.
Yeah, we grant that. Consider that that's granted. The question is not, are there any people who could ever find it comforting or helpful? The question is, why should anyone believe it's actually true?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot and try. So basically, people who are in very extreme circumstances, who have no hope, who are not capable of getting out of a certain situation, in certain people, not everyone, can find it or can benefit from believing in God because it would give them strength and so on. I can give you an example.
No, we
Like if
understand the
someone is in
examples.
prison.
No, we
Okay.
get it. People in terrible situations who might benefit from a feeling of hope may derive some gain thinking about that. I get it, and there are people who certainly find comfort near the end of their lives or in situations of high stress. I get it. That's a utility argument. We can grant that. The question is, maybe it's my fault for badly framing the question. I just wanted to change things up a bit. We have a fairly small pool of topics that we recycle, so I felt like just changing it up a little bit. What I really mean is, why would anyone conclude that belief in God is rational, not just useful? Not just that it might make me feel nice, like I'm having a terrible time, I'm in prison, I need some hope, life is going badly, and it makes me have nice touchy feels to think about, some sort of father figure in the sky who's looking out for me. I grant that for some people, that's really, really helpful. And particularly religious affiliation is massively helpful for many people. Millions of people have their lives turned around by it. I get it. That's obviously true. We're really just asking about, is there a rational basis for thinking it's actually true, not just that it's comforting for people? That's really what the question is meant to tease out.
I do not. Well, in that case, I guess maybe we go to the next caller, because I do not think there should be a rational reason. I actually reflect on something you keep saying is, do you have a choice to believe? Because it happened to me once, where I was wrongfully put in prison for 2 days, and I'm not a believer. And while I was in prison, I had nothing but four walls around me, and I just felt helpless. But I couldn't believe that there's a creator who will get me out of this situation, and it felt worse. So I kind of relate to whenever you say that we can't choose to believe. But anyway, John, thank you so much. Love the show.
Thank you, Sam. Thanks for coming up. Keep well. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, we're going to bring in Ride of Freedom Events next. I'm sure their mother calls them Ride for short. Hi, Ride of Freedom. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you, Jonathan? Yes. Is it Jonathan?
It's John. Welcome in.
John.
Welcome in. I've just put Ride of Freedom on the screen, and this is Sean as well. Welcome up.
Hi, Sean. God bless you both. I am a total believer.
You're a what? Sorry.
Believer. I am a total believer.
A total believer. A total believer. That's amazing. That's even better than a sort of partial believer or a bit of a believer. Yes. Excellent. And which God do you totally believe in?
The God of Jesus Christ, Jesus who is God in the flesh.
Ooh, that one. Okay, so
that one.
Right, the one who's planning on burning me alive at the end of my life for having a different opinion. That one.
There's context to that. So you make it sound really bad if you say it
It's not great, is it? Funnily enough, I do know the context. Funnily enough, but before we get into that, what do you think the strongest evidence is for that leads you to be a total believer? Like what would persuade me, right? I mean, you might say you've had amazing personal experiences and God gives you a back rub every day and all of that. That's wonderful, but that could never persuade me. So what would be a reason or an argument or some evidence that you would present to a couple of open-minded people? Sean and I are both open-minded. We haven't decided this is where we are and we'll never change. We're open-minded. We want to know the truth. So what would be a really powerful argument or bit of evidence that you think would justify us believing that the God is real?
I think it's the promise that God made. When you seek him, you will find him. When you ask, you shall receive.
Do you think that's a promise? Do you think that's a promise he keeps habitually?
I think it's those who have a heart for him, because I never had a heart for God. I couldn't believe I was an atheist, if you like, living my worldly life, living my life as I was very comfortably. I was in the world, living a worldly life. I was Nala in The Lion King, in the West End musical The Lion King. I played the leading lady Nala. And I had a very troubled childhood. I don't know if I'm allowed to be open on here, am I? But obviously in line with the safe language. for TikTok.
Yeah. I mean, we don't need to get too autobiographical. We're sort of talking about the sort of the principles, really. So I want to go back to, before we get too far from it, if you will, the claim you made that if you're open-hearted and you seek him, you will find him. I'm going to say something to you that you may not have heard before about this, and I don't say it to be mean at all, but that's potentially a really nasty thing to say, because there are many, many, many hundreds of thousands of people who, with an open heart, seeked God and really needed to find God. And they'd heard, "Seek and you shall find." They'd heard, "He's knocking at the door. You just need to open it." All of that kind of stuff. When you open your heart, he'll be there waiting. And they got absolutely nothing. Zero.
Yeah,
Some of those, well, you were. Okay, well, obviously it worked out differently for you, because eventually he found you, or you found him, or something. But there are people, possibly some of whom are listening to us right now, and certainly some of whom are going to listen to us later when this is watched later on, who would find it very offensive to hear someone say, if you don't find God, it's because your heart wasn't open. Can you see what I'm saying?
I think those, first of all, those weren't my words, but my intention with what I said earlier on is actually to really understand who God is by looking deeper into the Word. Now, I as I said, I wasn't a believer. I didn't believe in that a faith, a religion, or whatever you want to call it. But when I did have an encounter, I seeked more into what I had. So the Bible explains about the signs, the miracles, and the wonders. We have to pay attention to those, because when he does call us individually, he does. We would all have instances and experiences throughout our lives where he does try to connect.
Radio. Sorry,
Yeah.
this is sounding, and I know you're not intending it to be. I know you're used to sharing your personal experience and your personal journey, but it's sounding sort of preachy. We want to just stick on the point, because you claimed, "Seek and ye shall find," right? That if you seek with an open heart, you will find God. Now that may have happened. Hold on. No, because you're going off topic. What you claimed.
I'm not really. If I landed my point, I think you'd understand. But it's just because you stopped me too soon, I think.
Okay,
possibly.
so you're going to address the fact that many of us did search with an open heart and not find, which contradicts what you claimed. You're going to address that,
and looked further into the scripture. All of those things, all of those conditions were met. People who sought with an open heart and looked further into scripture and got absolutely nothing as well.
Before I went to come up on your live, you said one thing in particular. You asked a question. I came up to answer the question, and I could only answer that with my personal experience. So as I'm trying to give it, I'm being stopped. I'm just saying this respectfully.
Respectfully back, your personal experience, I also qualified at the beginning of the conversation, your personal experience is never going to be a reason why I should believe in a God. Because if that was the case, then I can listen to a person who's got personal experience of Ganesh and Shiva and conclude that God must therefore exist. Those gods must therefore also exist. So I asked you specifically, aside from your own personal experience, which could never be convincing to anyone else, what would be a justification for thinking that a God exists? And you said, it says it in the... Yeah.
He asks us to have a personal relationship with him. So in a way, that's kind of contradictory, because if you do know the word, you do understand what it means. It does say God is seeking for a personal relationship with each individual person. So
can I have a personal relationship with God if I don't believe God exists?
Well, it's a heart matter, isn't it? That's
no,
what the Bible.
Please answer the question. Please answer the question.
I am answering the question. You keep stopping me. It's insane. Oh my goodness. No. Okay, so can you allow me to finish, please?
We can allow you to finish, but with certain conditions, because we're just trying to look. Our job is not to shut people down and not let them speak. We want to platform you and give you a chance to speak. And I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say, but I'm trying to also keep it within certain bounds, because you'll appreciate we have this conversation a lot, and it gets really dull when people start telling their testimony. It really, really dull, because testimonies are a little bit like arseholes. Like everyone's got one, and no one is too interested in the details of anyone else's, right? So we're more interested in the sort of philosophical point and the actual evidence of stuff that should be compelling to someone who doesn't have direct access to your experience. So go ahead.
So what I'm trying to say to you is this. I can only tell you from my own experience by saying what I experienced and then you understanding why it was such a miracle, what took place and made me a believer. So if I'm not given an opportunity, okay, can I, because I really do listen to you. And part of healthy dialogue and communication is that we really listen and validate what people say, regardless if we have a different belief, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's just that your personal experience, do you have anything besides your personal experience?
Okay. Gentlemen, you have a wonderful day. God bless you. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
I'm going to take that to be a no. I mean,
yeah,
that's not us. That's not us shutting down.
You said it in the beginning.
Yeah, I said it right at the beginning. Look, we really want to know what you have to say. She's a total believer. Great. Give us the evidence for why you're a total believer. If the only thing you have is your personal evidence, then here's what I'm going to say. You have to be consistent. If your personal evidence counts as evidence for your God, then you must also claim and accept that the personal evidence of someone who saw the Hindu gods is evidence of those gods, and the personal evidence of someone who says they're in touch with Aboriginal ancestor gods is evidence of those gods, and the personal evidence, the personal experience of people who have been abducted by aliens is evidence of the people who've been abducted by aliens. You can't have it both ways. You can't, in one breath, claim that your personal experience counts as evidence and then write off the personal experiences of the millions of people around the world who hold views that you don't think are true. You can't have it both ways. So we were not trying to shut you down. If you're still listening, it's a shame. It's a shame that you bailed on the conversation. I wanted to help you to think about this in a way that might enable you to reframe your own personal experience and examine your interpretation of your experience in a slightly more sophisticated way, than rather than just going, well, I had this experience and it says this here in a book that I like, and I can link these two things together, therefore Jesus is real. That's not a very sophisticated application of reason, to be fair. Okay, with that said, we will move on, and we're going to get Wonder 1 up, and then we've got TT 120 after that. And if you're in the queue beyond that, I see you, and we will get you in, I promise. So bringing in Wonder 1 right now. Hopefully. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. The TikTok transporter. There we go. Hi, Wonder 1. How are you?
I'm good. Hello.
Hello.
My God, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. My English not.
That's okay. What would you like to say? Bad English we can allow for. Bad connection, a little harder to work with. So are you still there? All right. I'm going to take that to be a no, because we can't hear you. So if you want to come back up again, request up again once you've got a better signal, and we'll bring you back in. So with that said, we're going to do TT 120 coming in next, and then we've got Garanga after that, or Garanja. Look who's back in the queue, Sean. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. TT 120, welcome in. How are you?
Hi, I'm not too bad. How are you, gents?
Excellent, excellent. Why should anyone believe in God?
I think that they should. And when I say God, I don't mean as in Christian God or any particular faith, but the ability to believe in a higher power, I think, is something that everybody should believe.
Why is that?
Simply because, for starters, humanity as a species, we don't fully understand the context of the universe that we live in. And from a scientific point of view, you could argue that superdisposition, so the ability for an atom to work in two states at the same time.
I don't think that's called superdisposition. I think you mean
superposition.
Superposition, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Forgive me.
So that's just you're just pointing at an interesting and fascinating thing. Wave particle duality in quantum mechanics means that when you investigate things from the point of view of assuming they're a particle, you see evidence that they are. And when you look for wave properties, which is like the property for things to interfere constructively and destructively, you see that they are. And it's very fascinating. And it's an amazing thing. For anyone interested in this, a book I recommend as a kind of introduction, which really helped me understand this better, is I think it's called either In Search or The Search. I think it's In Search of Schrodinger's Cat by John Gribben. Gribin, I think, Bin. I could have that wrong. In Search of Schrodinger's Cat by John Gribben is a brilliant introduction to particle wave duality and quantum mechanics. It's absolutely brilliant, very accessible, written for simple beginners like me. And that's why I recommend it. But what's that got to do with thinking a God exists? You're just pointing out interesting things in science.
Well, sorry. Okay. So the point I was trying to make was more along the lines of we as humanity still don't understand the universe in which we live in. So to argue that there isn't a higher power out there, to me, seems illogical.
We're not arguing that there is no higher power. We are saying we don't have good evidence that there is a higher power. And would you agree that, hey, we don't understand this thing is a bad argument for therefore some higher power exists? Would you agree that that's a bad argument?
Honestly don't know.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question. Was there a time we did not understand what causes lightning and thunder?
Well, of course.
Yeah. And some people said, oh, and there must be a god causing this, the god of thunder, Thor. Would you agree that that was an irrational conclusion?
As a human being in my level of understanding, I would argue, yes, it was an irrational, but again, it boils down to understanding, doesn't it? So somebody who doesn't understand how thunder and lightning come about could put it into the belief of, oh, it's a god, it's a higher power.
Yeah, so that's not a rational reason to believe it was Thor, a god, a higher power, anything. So basically, everything that we the starting point for every explanation for a thing is always, I don't know. You start there and you stay there. And then when evidence comes about, sufficient evidence, I should say, for an explanation, then you accept that explanation. And it doesn't matter if it's like a natural explanation, a supernatural one, a thinking agent, a non-agent, doesn't matter what that explanation is. You stay at, I don't know, and then until there's sufficient evidence for an explanation. So let's say, again, I'll screw up quantum mechanics all day long because I'm not a physicist. But let's say particles being in a superposition, we don't understand why that is. So the starting point is, I don't know. And then you stay there until there's evidence for an explanation. So if you're going to give here's my explanation, it's God, there needs to be sufficient evidence for that explanation before we are reasonable to accept it. Would you agree with that?
I suppose, but you could also argue, could you not just argue from the opposite position? Like in the sense of, I don't know. I don't know, therefore God doesn't exist. I don't know.
No, we're not. I said in the beginning, we're not claiming God doesn't exist. We are only saying we do not have sufficient reason to believe a God exists. Do you understand?
Yeah, but we also don't have sufficient for the opposite, do we?
Right. So do you understand the difference between I do not believe X and I believe X is false?
I believe so.
Yeah. So basically, like, we're not saying so if you say God exists, or in your case, let's just say use the words you used, a higher power exists. You can accept that claim as true, or you can accept that claim as false, or you can accept neither. I am neither claiming I am neither asserting that your claim is true, nor am I asserting your claim is false. I'm just saying you have not provided sufficient evidence to believe your claim. That's it.
Correct. Or is it not? Could you not argue from the point of view that, how can I put it? Whilst I believe it is neither true nor false, I don't have the ability to even comprehend it.
You could.
I mean,
yeah.
That would still be a subset of non-belief, though. If you don't have the ability to even comprehend something, then by definition you don't believe it. Therefore, you're a non-believer. So, with respect to a God, you're therefore an atheist, right? If you don't even understand what it is that you're thinking about, well, what would it mean to believe in it? What are you believing in? You're believing in something you can't even conceptualize. That's meaningless, right?
No, not necessarily.
You're not saying that you just lack detailed understanding of all aspects of it. You said you lack the ability to even comprehend it. Well, if you lack the ability to comprehend something, what does it mean to believe in it? What are you believing in?
Well, I can say that I believe in a higher power, but I accept that it can't be either proven or disproven or fully understood by the human mind.
Yeah, but that's different to lack the ability to comprehend it. Lack the ability to comprehend it means you don't even know what the thing means. You're just talking about there may be some aspects to its operation that you're unfamiliar with or that you don't understand. That's fine. But it's still the case that if you know what it is and you think it exists, then you're a believer. If you don't know what it is or you don't think it exists, you're not a believer. And you can be in a position of not claiming knowledge in either of those states. So you can say, I don't know. This is what Sean was trying to show you. I don't know, but right now, there's no evidence that leads me to think this thing exists. If it does exist, I couldn't possibly understand exactly how it works. But with all of that said, the time to believe it is when there's evidence there. That's a reasonable position, isn't it?
And again, I agree fundamentally with what you're saying, but it's also a reasonable position to say that you can believe in something, just not knowing whether it exists or not.
You can, but then the question would be why, right? Why do you believe in the thing? And you should be willing to give a reason for what justifies the belief. You should be able to say the thing that makes me convinced that this belief is likely to be true, that this belief is likely to be correct, is. And then say what the thing is. And if you can't do that, then you've discovered that you are holding an irrational belief. You're holding a belief, they call it, without epistemic warrant, without epistemic justification. There's nothing there that makes that belief rational. It could be true, by the way. Something can be true and also it can be unjustified for you to hold the belief. I'll give you an example of that right now, right? So I right now believe my car is parked outside my house.
Yeah.
And I'm justified in thinking that because I parked it there and I have the keys with me, right? So that's a fairly strong, rational basis for me to, I remember parking my car there and I have the keys here, so very unlikely that anyone's driven it off. So I'm justified in saying, I believe the car is outside my house. Now, it might be the case, hang on, let me finish this. It might be the case that while we've been doing this, someone's come along and lifted my car onto the bed of a truck and driven off with it, and my car isn't outside my house. In which case, I would be holding a belief justifiably that just happens to be false.
Yeah. Well, that's just another way of describing Schrodinger's cat, is it not?
No, it's nothing to do with Schrodinger's cat at all.
No?
No. It couldn't possibly be further from Schrodinger's cat than that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, sorry. And again, forgive me then, but my understanding is you're using an example where you have a belief in something, but it can't be proven at that given time.
No, it can be proven. I could just walk over to the window and look outside, and then the belief will be proven. Schrodinger's cat is a completely different thing. It's a completely different thing.
But at the point that you made the statement, without looking out the window, you don't know that to be true.
Yeah. But it's a justified belief. The reason I gave it as an example is even though it couldn't be proven in that moment, it's a justified belief that happens to be false. So I was using that as an example to show you that a justified belief doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. It just means that you're justified in holding it. When it comes to a God, the reason I gave that example is there might be a God, there might not be a God. But what you can't do is provide a reason why the belief in a God is justified. That's the thing that you're not going to be able to do.
Why is it justified?
Yeah.
But isn't to a degree, yes, I understand, but is there not an element of subjectivity to justification, if that makes sense?
There's an element of subjectivity to your perception of whether a thing is justified or not. And this our whole thing is like, you might be convinced that it is justified, in which case you're going to believe it whether you want to or not. But I would then argue with you and say, well, give us the justification and let's have a look. And if you're a rational agent, you would do that, and we would examine your justification. And if I was a rational agent, if your justification is compelling to me, I would have no choice but to start believing in the God. And if my refutation of your justification was reasonable, and if you're a rational agent, then you would go, oh, I see what you mean. It seemed like a good idea, but I see it's fallacious, which is what our friend who called in earlier did. He started making an Aquinas argument about causation and contingency and all of that. We showed that the premises of the argument don't universally hold. And to his credit, he said, I see what you mean. I'm going to go and look at this some more. And he went off to examine it further. I mean, that's what intellectual honesty looks like, right? So you don't have right now anything that justifies a belief in a God existing. All you have that I'm hearing from you is you saying, but isn't it symmetrical? Because what justification do you have for saying a God doesn't exist? And we're saying that's not a claim we're making. A God possibly does, possibly doesn't, but the time to believe it is when there's evidence for it. And so far, there ain't any.
But what's the basis of the non-evidence? What would be your definitive evidence of a God existing?
I don't know.
Or not?
So, I don't know. I don't have to list it beforehand.
So what's your definitive basis for a God not existing?
I'm not making the claim.
We covered this.
Yeah, let's not go around in circles again. We're not making the claim that a God doesn't exist. We're just saying there's been no evidence provided for it. Think about it like this. Swap out the word God and put in the word fairies at the bottom of your garden. Right? What's your evidence that there aren't fairies at the bottom of your garden? You could say, well, I've looked, I can't see them. But there might be invisible fairies, right? It's a silly argument. The time to believe there are fairies at the bottom of your garden is when there's some evidence for them. And if I said, well, what type of evidence would you need? You don't even need to specify it.
Fair point. But isn't that where belief comes into it?
It is where belief comes.
And belief in itself is...
The question is whether a belief is justified. In other words, justified with evidence. We recognize people are going to believe the world is a sphere, people are going to believe it's flat, et cetera, et cetera. The conversation here is whether the belief is justified.
But then that's what, and fair play to you, and he's saying that the justification should be based on evidence.
Yep.
So when you ask the question, where is there evidence that God does not exist or a higher power does not exist, where's the evidence for that?
We would redirect you to the same question again and say that's not our claim. We're not making the claim a higher power does not exist. If we were making that claim, we would have to evidence it. And I can't give you evidence that a higher power doesn't exist, which is why it's not a position I hold. Anyway, I think we're going round and round this, TT, and now you're teacupped as well. So I'm going to say thank you so much for calling in. Sean, interestingly, appears to not be there as well. I wonder if it's a connection thing.
I got a phone call.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. Well, I'm going to say, TT, thanks for calling in. We'll say goodbye to TT. Yeah, I think he was trying to get his head around it. We are going to get, it looks like Garanja in next. Poor old Elijah's back. Elijah's in the TikTok queue again, wants to come up and reveal what terrible liars and serpents and all of that we are. Elijah, if you're listening, I mean this with all sincerity, possibly consider getting some help. for this stuff because you're not well, my friend. Okay, so before we get Garanja in, I have some super chats to read because I've been very remiss and not read any, which is terrible behavior on my part. 653 to midnight said, instead of what's the best argument, reframe it as what arguments should atheists be most prepared to counter. This was from the beginning when I asked Sean that question. In my opinion, morality, fine-tuning, design, personal revelation. Yeah, I think that's a really good reframing of the question. I'll try to bear that in mind, because when you say what's the best argument, it's almost as if you're conceding that some of them are good. They're all terribly bad. But I think that's a helpful framing. Thank you for that. And Jason Bond said, fuck yes, the John and Sean show. Thank you, Jason. Great to have you with us. Thank you so much. And Danielle, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for your good work, John and Sean. And thanks to the community for being awesome. I completely agree. This is an incredible community of amazing people. Very humbling to be part of it. And the Blackwing Angel says, if hell exists, I hope to not be there with Elijah. This is a fate worse than death. I agree. I mean, if heaven is going to be populated by crazy people like that, then let's all gather together. We'll go down to hell. We'll make the best of it we can. We'll put out some camping chairs. We'll do some barbecues. It will be fine. And we'll have each other. And we won't need to put up with that kind of craziness. He's still in the queue. Bless him. Evil Banana Win says, Elijah's strategy, rock, paper, Jesus. Devastating. I know. It was very, very bad, wasn't it? Very, very bad. That was some of the worst apologetics I've ever heard in my entire life. Elijah, do better. And Requisen said also while Elijah was on, good morning, John and Sean. Hope it's a good one. It's a fantastic one. I'm having a wonderful time. And Fliberty Giblets, great always to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Do you guys not remember Elijah? This is what he does. He called Sean a serpent before. I do remember a guy who came in called me a serpent before and said I had snake eyes, and I went, shh, and all of that. But I don't think it was him. I could be wrong. I don't remember speaking to Elijah before, but hey, sometimes the crazy all starts looking the same. And we'll just do a couple more and then get Garanja in. The Blackwing Angel said, I'm not high enough for this. Cheers, Rips Bowl. Oh, I know. Elijah, you've stimulated the chat so wonderfully today. I must thank you for it. And last one for now requires and said, cookie dough ice cream is real and God isn't. Yep. I think my claim was more likely to be true than his. I still think he is half cookie dough ice cream and just not telling us. And I say that in the name of Puff the Magic Dragon. Okay, we're going to get in Garanja right now. I hope I'm saying that right. I strongly suspect I'm not. Hi, how are you?
Hi there, how are you doing?
Good. Thank you for waiting. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
No, thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Sure.
Actually, reading the super chats was mad fun. It was so funny.
Yeah, it's all good.
But in terms of why should anyone believe in God?
Yeah.
I think it's due to there being a God. So then the next question would then come, okay, so what is the evidence, I guess, for God, right?
Yeah, because your reason for why anyone should believe in a God presupposes that it's true. That's circular reasoning. So you need to say, I could say to you, what is your reason for saying there is a God? That's just a reframing of the question. You can't say, well, I think essentially what you've said is, I think there's a God because there's a God. That's not a great piece of arguing. So let me bounce that back to you and say, why do you say there is a God? Why do you think that's true, and which one?
So I'm actually a Hare Krishna monk.
Okay.
And we believe that Krishna is there as much as Jesus is also there, as much as Allah is also there. And all the other names of God is just different names of the same person.
Can you resolve the tension that arises from the fact that these different theological traditions make contradictory claims? So, if Allah is the true God, then you would think that his messenger would be delivering truthful information. And if his messenger says Jesus is not divine, he was just a prophet, and then the Christians and Jesus is real, then it can't be true. that Jesus was not divine and just a prophet. So they are making contradictory claims. They can't all be true. How do you resolve that?
So there is a place for understanding time, place, circumstance. So what I believe is something called Sanatan Dharma. Sanatan means eternal, Dharma means duty. Giving you the understanding that we think we're this body, but actually we're the soul present within this body, and we reincarnate according to karma. Karma means basically the reactions of whatever you have done in the previous life. And talking about how Jesus Christ was there around 2,000 years ago, he was sent for that particular place, that particular time, given with, and so he spoke in that particular way. And same thing with Prophet Muhammad. Now we also believe something called Evam Parampara Praptam, which is there in the Bhagavad Gita. And this means that the transcendental knowledge is passed down in disciplic succession, so that it's not it's an unbroken chain of wisdom passed down. So
all right. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. What is the evidence that these gods exist?
It's only one God, actually. But
okay, what's the evidence that your God exists?
I also don't really feel that that was a satisfactory response to the question I asked, which is how do you resolve the contradictions between the things they say? Because even if you appeal to the God somehow has some kind of time shape-shifting thing, and he comes as Jesus one moment, and then he comes as Prophet Muhammad the next moment, and that's all fine, but you can't get away from the fact he's just dropped down. He had a fairly bad signal anyway. I think we'll just finish this response. You can't. That doesn't get you out of the fact that these subsequent incarnations of God make contradictory claims. So it would be a pretty disgusting God who tells you when he visits the first time that you're going to go to hell if you don't believe in him, and then the same God comes back a few hundred years later and tells you you're going to go to hell if you do. I think that would be pretty disgusting. So if that is the nature of the divine, certainly count me out, and I think that would be pretty unpleasant. Okay, we are going to get Peter in next in the TikTok queue. And we'll just do 3 super chats and then get Peter in. First is from Kathleen, who said, I agree with Sean that correlation isn't causation, but geez, the most religious people tend to have the lowest emotional intelligence. Oof. Yeah, I mean, I'm always careful about making these kind of causal links, as you say, and even some correlations don't always hold true. Yeah, I mean, I think also we have to understand that it's a particular self-selecting subset of religious people who are inclined to call in to a show like this. So there are some very fine religious people who have high emotional intelligence. They just look at the world in a particular way that I think is irrational. But point taken, Kathleen. Certainly as a sampling of what we get here, your point is well made. And Carissa has unbelievably, I kid you not, sent out 50 Unconvinced memberships. That is completely bonkers. Thank you so much, Carissa. That is unbelievably supportive and generous. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. That's quite the gesture. In terms of the memberships, the stream tools, I'm hoping, will be up and running by or around the weekend, something like that. So we're just a few days away from everything back in place. We're going to have the bingo back, caller rating back, kill switch fully operational. All of that stuff is going to be fine within the next week or so. We've got some testing happening on Wednesday night, and a huge thanks to my friend, you know who you are, who's been helping me with this. Unbelievable. So the support from the community here is incredible, and Carissa, that's absolutely off the scale. Thank you very, very much. Right, let us get in Peter next. Bring in Peter right now. There we are. Hey, Peter, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Very well indeed. Very well indeed.
Thanks. Good.
So,
good. Thanks for having me on that.
Of course, yeah. Why should anyone believe in God?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would sort of want to ask you first of all, like, where do you guys stand on how everything came into existence?
Well, I don't think it has been established that everything came into existence. I think we know that things change form. So even something like your body, right? You could say your body came into existence, but your body is just a collection of molecules made of atoms, all of which existed before your body existed, that have just been reconfigured. All of the atoms in you existed before you. They've just been reconfigured into a collection of stuff which we call you, right? And that's the same for most things. So I don't think it's been established that everything did come into existence. That's an assumption that some people make. We can be open-minded about it and say maybe everything's always existed and there are just principles in nature that cause things to change form, right?
Right. So do you believe in the theory of evolution, or what do you hold?
Yeah, evolution is just a principle in biology which explains how genes change over time in population. It's not a thing you believe in or not. It just is a fact of biology. But that's got nothing to do with where everything came from.
Right. So like in terms of like micro evolutions, or are you talking full blown from one species to another?
Well, people who say I believe in microevolution but not macroevolution, that's the equivalent of saying I think I can walk half a mile down the road, but I think you can walk half a mile down the road, but you can't walk a full mile down the road. It's silly. If you have enough, nobody really takes the term microevolution seriously. Basically, if you want a technical definition, microevolution could be said to mean changes within a species, and macroevolution could be changes between species, so speciation events, where a species changes enough that members of that species can no longer mate with their ancestors from before, or creatures of that species. It's all just biology, and it's all just changes of genes over time. So it sounds to me like you're angling towards how did all of this life come about, and if not by a magical god, then how? Is that your position?
No, I'm sort of you're kind of along the right lines, and it's like so. There's a couple of another question that I have. So it's what was I going to say? So when it comes to those processes, right, where one species becomes another species, do you believe those changes to be just like they're uncoordinated?
Yes.
They're just
we understand exactly how they happen. This is not like fringe bong rip, cutting edge science. This is the stuff of children's science textbooks. This has been established science for well over 100 years.
Yeah, I've never studied it, to be honest with you. So
you should, because it's fascinating and it's beautiful. It's like just a few assumptions explain so much, and those assumptions are now borne out by billions of pieces of evidence.
Yeah, and so they're freak incidences, is what I'm trying to say.
They're not freak incidences. It's just
sort of conception.
They're not freak incidences. They're just changes. Because if you think about a population of any given life form, like people or a particular species of monkey or rat or whatever it is, there's variation in there, aren't there? Look around you at people. Some are tall, some are short, some have got blue eyes, some have got blonde hair, some have got whatever it might be, right? And these differences between us are explained by our genes. We're not all identical because we have different genes. And when two people mate, their genes combine, and the offspring have genetics which is a recombination of the genes of the parents, but there are differences and variations. And sometimes the changes in the genes work out to be useful, and sometimes they're not useful. And that's it. It's as simple as that.
And so you see it as an unguided process.
It is an unguided process. There's no need to infer guidance. In the same way, if I said to you, do you see the fact that raindrops fall from clouds down to the ground as an unguided process? You'd say, well, obviously, yeah, we understand. Like the moisture in the atmosphere condenses and gravity acts on those drops, and they fall down towards the center of the earth because that's the gravity acts on them. It would be silly to call that guided, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So I'm sort of where I'm going with it is that it's like you don't believe that the mind that you have has been given to you, like that you're nothing more than the result of an unguided process.
Yeah.
Do you see, so how is it then that you can trust any single thought that comes into your head? If you had a computer and it was to just it just appeared as a result of a complete freak incident, and you started giving it commands.
Be careful with your analogy, because nothing just appeared as a result of a freak incident. The fact that we have minds, the fact that we have minds is a result of the fact that we have brains. And the fact that we have brains is the result of the fact that we've had 4 billion years to evolve them. It's not a freak incident. This has happened over millions of generations, unguided, millions of generations. Yeah.
And so it just formed that way, and that was just it. See, this
I think
the flaw with.
I think something that might help you, because you're sort of incredulous that it's unguided. There is there's part of the process of biological evolution is what's called natural selection. And so when you look at the human body and you're like, all these things, and we have an immune system and the heart pumps blood and all these things seem to be for the purpose, with air quotes, of keeping us alive. And it's like, I can understand where you're coming from if you don't understand evolution. You are looking at this like, how could that just sort of happen by chance? Well, there is and I might regret using this term, guidance process, but what it is completely, it's not a thinking agent, it's mindless, and it's logical. We have
logic is like something from the mind.
Are you okay? Don't pivot, please. Don't pivot, please. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Okay.
All right.
It's logical. I know you want to jump to, how do you explain logic? Let's stay in a linear direction here. All right. So part of the process of biological evolution is what's called natural selection. We have inherited traits. So if two people who are really tall have a child, their child is more likely to also be very tall.
I've heard of natural selection.
Let me. Why are you? Please let me finish and don't talk over me. All right. So inheritable traits that are helpful to survival are more likely to become prevalent and passed on from generation to generation, because members of the population who have those traits that are conducive to survival are more likely to live long enough to pass those traits on. And so that trait that is conducive to survival is more likely to spread and become, and the population as a whole. Like if a member of a species moves to a new location where being taller helps survival, the population will become taller, because those who are taller will live long enough to reproduce and pass those genes on. Those who are not tall enough to survive will be weeded out, and they will quickly die before they live long enough to reproduce. That's a very simplified explanation for natural selection. Now, going to our minds are a survival trait. Our ability to perceive reality as it is. There's a tiger coming. This food, the last time I ate it, made me sick. This food made me feel good and was healthy, et cetera, et cetera. There's a cliff over there, and if I fall off the cliff, it's bad. Those are perceptions of reality. Being able to perceive reality is a survival trait, and it works through natural selection. So it's purely logical that that we have minds that are able to perceive reality.
Right. In terms of survivability, which every animal has that. But when do you ever see like two orangutans sitting down having a rational conversation? Like, I know they can communicate in ways among themselves. That is 100%.
Got you. I got you. So orangutans are highly intelligent, by the way.
Yes.
They can't. Our minds are more advanced than theirs, but that's like saying, for example, when do you see cheetahs can run 70 miles per hour, and being able to run fast, I think everyone can agree, is a survival trait. And your question is like me asking, when do you see a tiger run 70 miles per hour?
Or a person.
Or a person. Yeah. So when you have a survival trait, like being able to run fast, being physically strong, being intelligent, etc. Those are all survival traits. Somebody's going to have more of it or be the best at that survival trait. Someone has to be the top, the highest in that particular trait. But orangutans, in their environment, they don't have to have minds as advanced as ours, but they do have to be very intelligent, and they are.
Right.
But Peter, all of this is basically just you saying there are aspects of biology that you don't understand, right? First of all, I would warmly encourage you to just get acquainted with this stuff. Like it's actually not complicated. And there, I don't mean this in any kind of demeaning or patronizing way at all. Get a book on like evolution for beginners or something. It's simple. It's not difficult to understand, and it will make you 100 times more knowledgeable about this than you are. It will answer a lot of your questions. If you want a really good read, something like Climbing Mount Improbable is a really good book on it. There are a few. If you want a book written by a Christian, The Mind of God by Francis Collins is very good. There are books that explain the science in a way that you'll get it, and it will be gratifying to you to become better acquainted with this stuff. But even if let's just say we said we don't know. Let's imagine we don't understand. We didn't understand any of this stuff. Let's imagine we didn't understand how genetics works. We didn't understand any of this stuff. And so you ask the question, where do we come from? And we could just say, we don't know. Us not knowing would never be evidence for a God did it, would it?
Well, I think that, it stands, to me, right, it makes more sense that there's a God who is outside of space and time, who is able to, because if he's all powerful, he can do what he wants, then to just say it was an unguided process.
Yeah.
It just took
except okay. Well, then a little bit of knowledge will be necessary, because your assertion that it's a problem, that it's an unguided process, is only potent because you don't understand how an unguided process could exactly lead to all of this stuff. Once you understand it, it's not a mystery anymore. But I would be very careful about calling your God outside of space and time, because something which is outside of space and time is not located anywhere. It exists in 0 locations. It exists for 0 seconds of time, for 0 time, and even worse, it can't do anything. If your God exists outside of time, it can't have a thought, it can't plan an action, it can't do an action, it can't decide to create a universe, it can't create a universe, because all of those actions necessitate change, and change needs time. With no time, there's no change. And once you have change, you are in time. That's literally what time means. It's things changing. So a God outside of space and time doesn't exist, my friend.
You see, this is where I would disagree, because he's immaterial. He's outside of time. He's
outside of time. So it exists for 0 seconds and can't change in any way. Okay, he sounds amazing. What?
That's
Sorry?
what eternal is.
No, eternal doesn't mean that. Eternal just means not bounded in time. It means that there was never a point where something didn't exist. That's not the same as being outside of space and time. No, it isn't. But I'll give you an example of why not. So there are models in cosmology of an eternal universe, meaning that the universe never didn't exist. So it's eternal. No matter how far back in the past you go, you never reach a moment where the universe didn't exist. And no matter how far into the future you go, you will never reach a moment where the universe won't exist. That's what eternal means. But if you notice, time is still operational throughout that whole thing. It's not outside of time. The moment you say your God is outside of time, you have made him less than incompetent. You've made him irrelevant. He can't do anything. He can't even have a single thought. We don't know whether the universe has always existed or not.
Right, okay. I just wanted to understand if that was what your view was on that. Yeah,
my suspicion is it probably has. I find it unlikely, and there's no evidence to suggest that there was ever a point that the universe didn't exist. So there's no reason to think that was the case.
So with the fine-tuning of the universe, how do you think that it's, do you know what I mean? Is it not all just too pinpoint accurate to say, oh yeah, this unguided process worked out pretty well, guys? you know, like, isn't that something that?
So by fine tuning, do you mean the universal constants, gravity, the strong and weak, nuclear force, etc., are arranged in such a way that is conducive to life, and there's only a very small range that those things could happen that way? Is that
Yes.
Okay, great. So there's multiple problems with that, and I'll run through them. And the first two, I'm just going to grant you, okay? Because the first two, even if those weren't an issue, it would still be a problem, and I'll explain why. So the first thing is, this isn't really a strong argument against it per se, but it's just an interesting thing to think about. If there's an all-powerful God, the universal constants would be completely arbitrary. And by arbitrary, I mean unnecessary. If God is all-powerful, life could exist without the universal constants. We could literally just magically exist, right? But let's grant that and say, well, God is an artiste. He wanted to create the universal constants to like show his work, how wonderful he is. All right, so physicists right now do not know if the universal constants could be any other way. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. If the universal constants must be what they are, then the statistical odds they would be conducive to life are 100%. So because they are conducive to life now and they couldn't be any other way, then it just must be conducive to life. But let me grant that. Let me just say, okay, let's just suppose the universal constants could be any other way, and the chances are infinitesimally small they would be what they are now. What you're doing is the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. We already exist, and we realize it post hoc now that the universe was already created. And that's where the arrow landed. And you're drawing a circle around it and drawing a target and saying, we must have been the reason that the universal constants are what they are because we're here. So I'm going to draw a target around it and say that was the goal, because your goal is to hit the target. You haven't established that the target existed prior to the universal constants landing on what they did. Now, if you establish there was a goal ahead of time to create the to create life, and then the universal constants ended up on life. Okay, cool. Now the arrow hit the target, but you're drawing the target around the arrow.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Peter?
Yeah, no, I do. I see what you're saying, but it's not. It's just not possible for all those things to come together.
Well, they have,
Do you not agree
but they
that
have
that
come
is,
together.
like,
Peter, they have come together.
astronomical, the
But
odds
Peter,
of that
but
happening?
hang on, you have no idea what the odds are. We know that they have come together because that's how reality is, right? You can't say it's impossible for those things to come together because those things are together. Therefore, it must be possible. If it were impossible, they wouldn't have come together. So all you could say, the most you could say, is it's unlikely that the universe would be configured exactly the way it is. But this is where the argument completely crumbles and falls apart. Because if you're going to make an argument that something's unlikely, you can only do so if you know what the chances actually are. And you have no idea what they are. And I have no idea what they are. And no one has any idea what they are, because we don't know how many different ways a universe can be made. It could be the case that it's just a brute fact of nature that universes have this property that ours has. It could be
It's
just a brute
interesting
fact.
that you just said how a universe could be made.
I mean constructed. I mean composed. That I'm not suggesting that it has been made. I'm saying that it could just be a brute fact of nature that universes have these constants and these properties, just as a brute fact. Because you don't have a problem with brute facts, because if you're postulating a God, then you would presumably think it's just a brute fact that God exists. You're not desperately searching for how could this God with just the right properties to create a universe like ours have been formed. Then by that logic, if you're going to apply it consistently, you then have to dream up another God who designed this God, because otherwise the chances of this God having just the right properties to make our universe couldn't have just come together. So then you get another God, and then you have to apply the same logic to that God. Then you get an infinite regression of gods all needing, right? Right, of course. But you don't believe in an infinite number of gods all being needed to explain other gods. You're postulating your God as just a brute fact. God just is. God just has his nature, has his ability, has his inclination to create universes and enjoy foreskins, and that's just what he does. It just is that way. Well, okay, but if you get to do that for your God, then you must be consistent in your reasoning, and you must be open to the possibility that it could also just be a brute fact, that the universe just is how it is. And in most places in the universe, life has not formed. The universe is devastatingly different, difficult for life to form in. And of course, we're going to find ourselves in the one spot. Well, there may be others, but in one of the very, very, very few spots where the conditions are right for life. It's obviously true, right?
Well, it's not just the fact that, they have order in the universe and like that you have a mind that can think. It's not just those things. You also have the Bible, you know what I mean? I believe the Bible to be true.
Totally true?
Yeah.
No mistakes and contradictions?
Infallible. Yeah.
Infallible. Do rock badgers chew the cud?
Do rock badgers chew the curd?
Cud.
What is that? What's the curd? It's my accent. It's my accent.
Yeah, no. Chew the cud. Do rock badgers?
Oh, is that like the
chew cud?
I don't know. Is the answer?
Well, the Bible says in Leviticus that rock badgers chew cud. Rock badgers don't chew cud. It's just factually not true, right? So there's one instant mistake. I mean, there are hundreds more, and there are multiple places in the Bible where it says something in one place, and then elsewhere in the Bible where it gives a parallel account of the same action, of the same events, it says something completely different. So they can't both be true, right? So your claim that the Bible is completely true is demonstrably false.
Right, but
we have other examples.
Do you mean like in the terms of the Gospels and the different?
There's the Gospels. There's all sorts of. There's the claim that the Bible's full of contradictions where it says one thing and then it says another thing somewhere else, and both of those things can't be true.
So the thing is that whenever it comes to the Gospels, like you've got these are written down by different guys, right? So.
Not just in the Gospels. Not just in the Gospels.
They all just said the exact same
Not
thing.
just in the Gospels.
Right, so where else?
So, for example, Ezekiel 18 says that the person who sins shall die, a child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer for the iniquity of a child, and that the righteousness of the righteous shall be their own, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be their own. That means that sin is not inherited. But elsewhere in the Bible, as you know, you have the idea that sin is inherited. Because in Exodus it says, you shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am jealous, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the third and fourth generation. So there's a direct contradiction. In one verse, he's saying it doesn't happen. In another verse, he's saying it does happen. And there are many others. There are instances where the number of chariots for horses stalls for horses is 40,000 in one account and 4,000 in another account. And there are all sorts of other contradictions throughout the Bible. It can barely get its story straight. It's got so many mistakes, contradictions, anachronisms, references to things that we now know are factually untrue throughout the Bible.
Well, it's what I find a lot of the time is whenever it comes to those things, it seem like contradictions or they seem like they're untrue. Like whenever you actually start to research into it and you dig a bit deeper, like then you find something, you go, oh, all right, okay, so I never knew that, and it actually just confirms.
No, that's not true. What happens is when people research deeper into these contradictions, they normally involve looking up an apologetic. And the apologetic creates a permission structure for them to pretend that the question has been resolved. And it hasn't. It's just a cope. It's just an excuse. It normally involves pretzeling yourself into ludicrous shapes to pretend that words don't actually mean what they mean, and reinterpreting language in a way that would, embarrass the worst of us. These contradictions can't be resolved. For example, the one I gave you in Leviticus, saying that a rock badger chews the cud. That can't be resolved.
Have you looked at the Hebrew word for that?
Yeah.
What is it like? Because I've never looked at it myself.
Yeah, I have. I can't remember now what the Hebrew was, but it means chew the cud. Rock badgers don't chew the cud. It's just a mistake because the author of that document obviously thought they did, because it might look a little like they do, but they don't. And made the same claim for rabbits, by the way. And rabbits also don't.
It might look a little like they do.
It might look a little like they do, but the Bible doesn't say it looks a little like they do. The Bible says they do. It's in the dietary laws, right? It's in the dietary laws, and it's saying because it's talking about because they chew the cud, but they don't. So it's just a mistake. It's just a mistake.
I actually need to check it out myself.
Yeah.
I have a bit of a sore leg at the minute. Sorry, lads.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Look, Peter, we've been on it for a while, so we'll draw this to a close, and we're going to get our next guest in. But thanks for coming up to talk to us. Okay.
Thanks,
Cheers. All right, that was a little bit of a greatest hits. All the arguments from personal incredulity you've loved over the years, all in 25 minutes. We are going to get Miss Casey in next. And then we have, after that, over on the YouTube side, we've got, it looks like I can't say your name, but it looks like Drag or something like that. We will get you in next. If you're waiting on the Video Ninja, we see you and we'll get you in after this next call. So let's bring in Miss Casey right now. Coming in right now, hopefully on TikTok, we hope. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. You can do it. We need some sort of music to play while TikTok's trying to decide whether to actually add a caller or not. This one feels like it's not going to work, doesn't it? When it goes on for this long, it probably means the call's not going to resolve and it's not going to come in. We'll give it another few seconds, and if that fails, then we'll head over to the YouTube side. This feels like it's not happening. So, Miss Casey, if you're still listening, we would love to talk to you, but that one's not working. So join the queue again and we'll get you in again. So as said, we are going to bring in our guest on YouTube. Not sure how to say your name because your name is not clearly written. So what would we call you?
The YouTube side.
You also have please turn off the stream on YouTube, please. How you doing? Can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So first of all, we can hear you. What's your name?
Let me get the sound back on. Sorry.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay. So what's your name so we can put it on the board? I think he's listening on the live stream.
Okay.
This isn't going to work. If you're listening to the YouTube stream, you're hearing us about 20 seconds behind.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
I can't hear you.
Let me see if I can reset his audio on his device. Can I? Your headphones? No, I can just refresh it like that. All right. Well, why don't you tell us what you'd like to say?
Can you hear us? I don't think he can hear you.
There we go. I got you now. I got a little bit of you.
Okay.
All right. So you can hear us in real time. Okay. Good to go.
And you can hear me okay then, obviously.
Yeah. What's your name so we can put it on the board, please?
It's
Sorry?
Anderson on not Drag.
I still didn't hear you. It's a bad connection. So tell us your name again.
David.
There we go. David is great. Okay, David. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Right. Welcome up. I can put you on the screen so we can see you as well. There we are. There's David, everyone.
Oh, no.
Welcome in. What would you like to say, David?
Well, I got into the middle of your debate here. So what is your question we're discussing. If
We're
I might
asking.
address that
We're
more
asking.
directly.
Yeah, we're asking why should anyone believe in God?
For personal strength.
Yeah, that's not really
You're
what we.
asking if a person. First off, you're asking if a person should believe in God as if somebody else should make a choice whether they do.
No, we're not. We're
Well,
not saying that. We're not saying that at all. We're just asking what reasons would justify thinking it's true.
In other words, what evidence should convince a rational person that God exists?
That you're alive to begin with. Where did you come from? When you say God, there's an implication that you're talking about specific characteristics of a God. But something would have had to create us to begin with. You see a baby being born, and that you
Can I
don't say,
address
"Oh,
that?
there's no God."
Can I address that? Because we've been discussing
Certainly.
we've been discussing that same line of thought all day. It's very common today for some reason. So I exist, and I exist because my parents had sex and biology took over, and then they exist because they're parents. And then if we take it back to what you're really asking, are you asking, when you say we, how the original life started? So if that's the question, we would say abiogenesis, and then we can get a scientist up here to discuss abiogenesis. But let me grant, for example, so we don't get into like a science debate between two non-scientists. Let's say we don't know how the first life forms, the first single-celled organisms happened, what caused those things.
Right.
Is I don't know a rational reason to say, therefore God, or should we just leave it at I don't know until evidence comes about that God is the explanation?
Well, what law would we be breaking if we chose to believe?
Well,
what harm are we causing anybody by choosing to believe?
That's a separate question. What I'm discussing is what is rational. So, for example, at one point we did not know what causes lightning and thunder, and some people said, "Oh, Thor did it," without justification, without evidence of Thor, etc. So they got the answer wrong. Shouldn't we, if we care that we believe true things, if that's the goal, to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible, would you agree that the way to do that is to only believe things when there is sufficient evidence to believe them?
No.
Okay.
No.
So what is a reliable?
Evidence is interpretive. Evidence is interpretive.
Okay. So if you were on trial for a crime you did not commit, would you want your innocence or guilt to be based on actual evidence, or what else would you prefer the jury look at besides evidence?
Well, let's talk about circumstantial evidence. You see me talking on the phone.
That's a type of evidence. Yeah, that's fine. If you think that's good evidence, then we can discuss that. However,
no, you didn't let me. You're not letting me finish.
Yeah,
the evidence would be
evidence is evidence. Go ahead.
We're in court, right? And somebody has said that they saw me on the phone talking to somebody. However they found out, I don't know. That ended up being killed that night, and now I'm in jail. Now I'm on trial for the death of this person because I'm supposedly the last person.
Right.
Okay, so some people would interpret the witness's view before they would, in a favorable way.
You're jumping around because I asked you if we want to believe as many true things and as few false things.
You asked me if I was on trial.
No. Well, before that, I asked you. I'm trying to get you to where we are now so we can follow linearly.
Pick a question, any question.
I asked you. My question to you was,
if we want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible, would you agree that the best way to do that is to have evidence-based beliefs?
You're supposing that you know truth and you know false.
Please stop talking over me. All right.
Well, we seem to be doing a lot of that.
Okay, so I asked you, would, if we want to believe as many true things and few false things as possible, would you agree that forming our beliefs based on sufficient evidence is the best way to do that? And you said no. And so then I asked you, if you were put on trial for a crime you did not commit, would you want them to look at your guilt or assess whether you are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence, or would it be based on some other criteria besides evidence? And your response was, circumstantial evidence is a type of evidence. Well, is that acknowledging you would want your guilt or non-guilt to be established based on the evidence?
No, that's showing the fault in the evidence.
Okay,
that's
great.
What
Would you want guilt to be required to be established based on the evidence? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, good. You're innocent. You're accused of something. You want evidence to be required to establish your guilt. Why not something else? Is it because evidence would be the most reasonable thing to assess your guilt?
Well, not to be overly complicated, but there would be gradations of evidence.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Got you.
So we're on evidence. So
we're on concrete evidence. I would want it concrete, not anything else. Something that could be.
Types of evidence is a separate conversation. So in the same way.
Okay. All right. I get it. You guys have.
Okay. So types of evidence is a separate conversation. No one can hear you right now. You're muted. So I agree with you. So God is being accused in a court of existing.
Actually, I didn't mute him. His connection broke, and now his camera's dropped out as well. It's just a connection issue. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if where he's gone. He's still theoretically connected. Albeit,
I mean, I see his name. It's the DRA9 thing. Right?
Yeah, but it's just dropped down. It was a connection thing, sadly.
He wasn't tracking.
No, he wasn't tracking. And you know what I wanted to do, if there'd been a pause there, was to share this, which came in from Bethos, who said, "David, where did God come from? If you can't explain that, we don't need to explain where life came from, because life is less extraordinary than a God." And this sums it all up, doesn't it? This demand for explanations, and then the thing that you accept as your explanation requires far more of an explanation, and that's never asked for. And then if you ask why, then the bullshit starts. Oh, he's outside of time and space, and all the copes and all the nonsense, all of these asinine special pleadings, which are designed to insulate the idea of a God from exactly the same kind of questions that all the believers are insisting must be applied to everything else. But this fantastically unlikely, implausible claim of a magical being is immune to all the same questions. It's so ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's so ridiculous. Bethos expressed it really, really clearly there and accurately. Okay, we are going to get in our next guest. So we have Clayton waiting over on the YouTube side, but before that, we're going to bring in Relatable YN. We have spoken to Relatable before. Hey, Relatable, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you guys doing?
Good, thank you. Very well indeed. Why should anyone believe in God?
Why should anyone believe in God? I was gonna come up with like a whole argument and everything, but I can't lie. The last guy kind of like fried my brain, so it needs a couple of minutes to recharge.
It wasn't great, but yeah. What have you got?
Just because you don't lose anything from believing in God. I guess I'll approach it from this angle. You don't lose anything.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you possibly do, depending on which God you believe in and what theological commitments come bundled with that God. If come bundled with that God comes an obligation to be, homophobic and to tell people that they're going to burn in hell for not having the same views as you and things like that, then you do lose something. You lose a degree of humanity. And also, if you're holding unjustified beliefs, you are losing something. You're losing critical thinking. You're losing engaging with the world with reason. Now, you might say, well, engaging with in the world with reason isn't something worth having, but that would be a different discussion, and I would probably want to push back on that. But all of that is to kind of miss the point of the question. And this prompt for me today was a bit of an experiment. I'm not sure if I'm going to run it again, because most people are coming in and responding to something that we're not actually really asking. We're not asking the question, why might it be helpful for you to believe in God? We're asking, what are the reasons that justify the belief? What facts about reality can we look at that would lead a person to the conclusion a God exists? That's really the question we're asking, not what do you lose by believing. I don't lose anything by believing that there's a magic flying pig in orbit around the Earth, but it doesn't mean that it's justified to believe it.
No, totally. I get what you're saying. So this question is less of a personal question, more of a broader question, right? It's not applying it specifically to you. It's applying it to atheists as a whole.
It's just saying, what reasons are there that would justify the claim a God exists?
My main reason is just like I follow the PSR, so the principle of sufficient reasoning. And I just think, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to call you an idiot, but I'm sure you know what that is, right?
Yeah.
And I think the principle of sufficient reasoning, in me, will always lead to God in the end. I can't think
it's
of anything
principle of
greater
sufficient
and
reason, not reasoning. It's principle of sufficient reason.
That's a new one that's running around that's been really popular. Like what about God satisfies PSR, principle of sufficient reason?
I just think that when I'm looking back, I think it has to go to God. I can't think of anything greater due to the definition of what God is. It would kind of be nonsensical to say that there's a cause for the cause.
Right. So I think in the same aspect. So because what I asked you is what is the answer that set for the existence of God that satisfied PSR, and you just said what is it again? How did you word it?
That God is the answer because he would have to be the original causation by definition of what God is.
You're just saying he's the answer because he would have to be the original causation, but it could just be, so God would exist as just a brute fact of reality, and it could just be that the universe exists as a brute fact of reality. If a brute fact is an unsatisfactory explanation, then it would be an unsatisfactory explanation for your God.
Well, when we're specifically talking about the universe, there are other factors that we would have.
You cut out.
Sorry, my fault. Sorry, I got a phone call. No, but when we're specifically talking about God, the universe, there are other factors we need to consider, right? Because granting by definition of God, right, which is what I'm working with, not like a personal belief. God, it's a thing that a lot of people say, but a lot of people don't really understand. God is something that exists above the concept of the universe itself, for it to even be a point of discussion.
To me, it's just calling upon magic, and I don't consider magic as satisfying a sufficient reason for something. It's just invoking magic. If God it could just be that the universe has always existed in some form. What problem do you have with that?
As in that the universe is infinite?
Yeah. So, I mean, one of two things. It could be infinite. It could be infinite into the past, or there was some kind of cause. And if there was a cause, you would have to demonstrate that that cause is necessarily a thinking agent. But the first problem hasn't been addressed. How do you know that the universe didn't always exist in some form?
Yeah. So the issue I have with the infinite past is I always use this example because I think it makes the most sense, right? Let's imagine you're a sniper sat on a hill, and your job is to take out somebody who's sat in the field in front of you, right? In order to take this shot, you first need to communicate with your general who is in your earpiece. Your general says, yep, you've got the green light, take the shot. But your general is communicating to another general in his earpiece, and that general says it's a green light to take the shot. That general has another general, right? So the chain to you is general to general to general to you. But then, if we were to say there are infinite generals prior to the general that tells you to take the shot, it would never reach you, right? Because these generals would constantly be talking to each other. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, and that plays on intuition. It's basically the argument that if you start infinity into the past, you will meet the present. That's all that's attempting to demonstrate. But like that's not an issue, because we're not starting at infinity into the past. There isn't a start. And so in the same way, let's say the universe is infinite in size. First, a quick question. Do you have a logical problem with the universe being infinite in size and it goes in any direction for infinity? Like you can keep traveling in any direction. Is there a logical problem with that?
A logical problem? No, I'm not like an expert on all of this.
No, I got you. And to me, it wouldn't make sense for there to even be an end unless space is curved. You curve back on yourself. Because you travel any direction, any barrier that's in your way is part of the universe. What's beyond the barrier is also part of the universe. I feel like it has to be eternal, but that's a separate discussion. But if the universe is infinite in size, we merely exist at a particular XYZ coordinate within the infinite size universe. In the same way, if the universe is eternal into the past, it didn't start infinity into the past. There's no start. We merely exist at a given point on the timeline, or our existence exists on a timeline of eternity going into the past. That's all.
So my question to you then is, how does, I'm probably going to misspeak this, I want to say consciousness, but it's probably not the correct
term. So this is a new conversation.
How does consciousness reach this term in, well, no, this is still on the topic. So how did we originally reach this point in time?
There wasn't an originally a smuggling in, there was a beginning.
And also, who is this we? Hang on, who is this we? There isn't a we. We are where we are. There isn't any one person or individual or thing that carries the obligation of traversing every moment of time that's ever existed. There isn't a we that reaches this point in time. It's a bit like saying the set of all numbers is infinite in both directions, both into the negative and into the positive. So how could we ever get to zero? Well, we don't get to anything. The set just exists. It's unbounded, because whatever number you get to, you can always increase it. And there isn't a we that got to this point in time. This is just the point in time where we are. And you can traverse any two. You can traverse any 2 points in time with a finite distance between them, measured in seconds or minutes or years or however you want to measure it.
Is the numbers example not a bit non-analogous though? Because when you're counting, you can go back. If it's not like when I say 1, 2, 3, I'm now stuck at 3. I can never go back to 2, right? With time, I'm stuck in the present moment. I can't go back to the moment where I just said 1, 2, 3. That's impossible. But when I'm counting, I can go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
In that respect, the numbers example is different, but it's still analogous. We're talking about an unbounded set. We're talking about something that you don't need to account for all the numbers in order to be able to get to zero from maximum from minus infinity, because you can never start there, because if you start anywhere, then by definition it's not an infinite set. And it's exactly the same with moments of time. And again, look, there are people whose full-time job it is to construct mathematical models of time and of the universe and of these different ways of thinking about things. They're much smarter than I am. They're much more knowledgeable than I am, and they're probably better qualified to speak on this than any of us are. But there are mathematically valid models of an eternal universe. So I'm not saying the universe is eternal. I'm saying it might be. We don't know if it is or not. The philosophical arguments against it, like the sniper thing, don't work, because they all presume needing to start from a first command across the chain of all the generals to get to now. But we have no such requirement demonstrated, which is why that example is actually not analogous itself. So we are where we are. We're right here, and we can't build an argument for a deity on the assumption that there was a point that nothing existed and then it did, and we need someone to blame for it. That's silly. It's asinine.
Well, I mean, on the topic of sorry, just no, you're not shotgunning me. It's just I'm very slow when it comes to tracking in these types of conversations. I'm pretty shit at debating. I'm better at just like conversation. But unless it's not a major point you want to stick on the point of like things like the numbers, right? We can use that example. The issue is we're talking about an infinity in reality here. Yes, it's all well and true that you can get to infinity with numbers, but you can't. That's not something that's actualized in reality. Do you know what I mean? So that's like a theoretical infinity or an imaginary infinity, if you would. Whereas
Yeah,
we're talking about. Oh,
sorry, go ahead. Yeah, no, if you get more.
We're talking about the universe, which is a physical thing around us.
So do you think we're going to run out of moments then? Let's be in the universe. Are we going to run out of moments? Are we going to reach a point in the future where it's like, oh, you've run out of moments now because any more than that's going to be an actualized infinity? Nonsense. You presumably think that there's no principle of nature which is going to suddenly kick in when we reach the maximum allowed number of moments and stop time going on. So you have no problem with the universe being unbounded into the future, do you?
I have no problem with the universe being unbounded because the universe is a concrete thing, yeah.
Right.
Whereas numbers are not.
So no problem with it being unbounded into the future, but you're not being symmetrical. You're insisting on it being bounded into the past. Can you see an inconsistency there?
An inconsistency? Sorry, you're going to have to explain.
Yeah, your position's not consistent.
So because I'm saying that it's boundless in the future, it can't be boundless in the past?
I'm saying you have no problem with it being boundless in the future. Therefore, it could extend on infinitely into the future. There's your real life infinity right there.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't think that there's some principle of nature which is going to limit the universe in the future, why are you insisting that there's one that limits it in the past?
You also already expressed that you don't have a logical problem with the idea that the universe is infinite in size. So apparently you're open to infinity being actual in reality, but you're just not open to it if it somehow is an alternative to God having created the universe. So you're okay. You're okay with, so like if the universe is infinite in size, I could say, oh, that's not logically possible because if you start infinity in whatever azimuth, you can never walk or travel and reach the current coordinates now. You're okay with conceptually, we just exist within the infinite space. We exist at a given XYZ coordinate. But somehow you have a problem with that same principle applying to an infinite timeline into the past. We merely exist within a given a given range on the timeline, but the same principle applies.
Mm-hmm. So to address like the two major points, I'll first go on the why I believe we can have an infinite future and not an infinite past. The simplest way I can put it is because I'm existing in the current moment, right? If there was an infinite number of events that were to happen before me existing, I don't want to sound like a broken record, right? No, I understand, but I'm looking at it from a different angle. That's why I'm saying I don't want to sound like a broken record, so I'm going to sort of change it up a little bit. If there was an infinite number of things that happened before me, I cannot conceptualize that. However, an infinite number of things happening in the future, though I cannot conceptualize it, I can accept it as a possibility because the current moment has been reached. So what happens after the current moment, I believe, is something that can also be reached. Prior to this moment in time, I don't believe that there can be infinite prior moments.
That's just you reiterating the same thing you believe as a reason for believing it. We know that you think this, but you saying that you find it hard to conceptualize isn't a reason for thinking it's true.
Or not true. Yeah. So the facts of reality are not contingent on your or my ability to conceptualize it.
Of course, but when you're asking for my opinion within a specific like debating space, my answer is built upon my belief, right?
I can't conceptualize particles being in a superposition, but they are.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, there are many things I couldn't conceptualize, but I don't know. I think we've been on this for a while.
I think we maybe we tie this one up for now, relatable, because I think there's what will be boring is if we spend an infinite number of moments talking about this, the audience will become infinitely bored. I think we've sort of we've touched on this one. I think there's probably not too much more to say about it.
Right, of course. Well, I mean, I'll just give like a closing statement if that's all right. Not really about the argument, kind of outside of the argument. I see you guys live very often, and you guys are two extremely intelligent guys. Like when I hear you guys talking, I'm like, mind blown, right? These guys are crazy. But And I genuinely respect what you do for like the debating space. I think what you guys do is pretty nice. You approach your debates in a very respectful way compared to a lot of people on this platform. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak and display my views. I appreciate your views as well. I think your views are extremely logical, and it's something I'll definitely be looking into, because what you guys say is what you know, I would hope it's what you believe, right? It's not just for like the clip. So I would obviously be interested in exploring your guys' opinions. As
Thank you.
I would hope, the most I can do is hope that you explore and accept my opinions, or anyone who comes up who's probably way more intelligent than mine.
We're always open to exploring opinions and hearing them and thinking about them. We love it when people come in and give us stuff to think about. Those are my favorite calls. So yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for coming up.
No problem.
Good to see you again.
Have a great rest of your life, guys.
Keep well. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Right, we are going to get over on the YouTube side. We've got Clayton coming in next, who seems to have wandered away from the camera, but hopefully is not too far off. Clayton, come back. We want to talk to you. We'll get Clayton in next, and then we've got H4H on TikTok, followed by Real and Abda as well. We'll get everyone in time. If you're in the queue, I promise we'll get to you. Just be patient. I promise. Clayton, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your mic is on. We can do this so we can see you as well. There we are. Let me get your name up on the board as well. Clayton. There we go. Right, we're all set. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Why should anyone believe in God?
Oh, first off, I want to say I can't believe I'm on your show. I love watching you. I'm absolutely correct about everything that you're saying. So, real quick, why should anyone believe in God? I'll give you a quick. I grew up in South Carolina. I grew up in a holiness church, place where people, the Holy Ghost, and jumped around and screamed, and after church, turned back into the evil people.
I just have to stop you for a moment, Clayton. I'm so sorry. It's a terrible connection and we're losing your audio. So what I'm going to do, just to see if it helps, if I switch your camera off for a moment, it might, where do we switch the camera off? It might help with the audio if we do this. Just see if it does, because we're losing a lot of what you're saying.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. And I also had you on my iPhone too, and I turned that off. I hope that helps. Can you hear me better now?
We can hear you. The echo cancellation is making all sorts of weird noises. If I switch that off, it might help as well. Let's try again.
All right.
There we go.
1 2 1 2.
Okay,
Right.
We are good. I just wanted to clarify though, before we get too deep in it, did you say you agree with us?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Well, then I would respectfully, after going through all of that stuff to get the sound right, I thank you so much for your agreement. But it says above my head, debate stream, opposition only, and that's really what people are here to hear. So,
I'm answering the question of why we should believe in God. I believe what you're talking about, the man God in the Bible, but I don't believe you when you say there is no God. So that's why I want to answer the question.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
well, in that case, it does sound like there's something we have to talk about. So we're not saying there is no God. We're just saying that there's no evidence to compel us to believe there is.
Okay, then, well, you can get somebody else on, because I can tell you don't want to talk to me, and I think I understand why. But
No,
you can get somebody else on.
We'd love to talk to you if you think there's a reason to. If there's a reason to believe in a God, that's the purpose of the conversation.
Yes, there is a reason to believe in a God. There
Okay.
is a reason, and for me, that reason is, again, I just turned 57 years old, so I'm talking from experience when I say this, and I'm not saying that I'm right about it, but from what I gathered about this, all of this is sacred and it's not for everyone to get. You have to learn how to think and sit by yourself and question alone with what you're calling God, and you'll figure out, because everybody's not ready for the information. But to answer the question, it's to find our way back to whatever started all of this. And no, nobody really doesn't know. And yes, they've lied to us, but the truth is in us, and we have to know ourselves and get quiet, and we are magical. I've done magical things.
Okay, so you said take it back to the beginning. Are you saying the beginning of existence is what you are saying is God is the cause of the beginning of existence?
something is responsible for all of this, and that's what I'm calling God. Get the picture of this man in our image out of your system.
Don't worry about what's in my mind. We address whatever people believe. There's people who believe in the Christian God, whatever God, we think, sort of like esoteric, deistic type gods. So please don't make assumptions about what we are picturing. We ask you what you believe, and no, it's okay. We address what you believe. So so you're claiming that God is the start of all of this, and from our standpoint,
I never said that.
Okay. I don't want to misrepresent you. So God is. So what is your evidence that your God exists?
I'm here, and I see the sun, moon, and stars, everything around me. It's amazing. Something created that. So that's my reason for saying there's a God.
Okay, so you're here because of the biological process of your parents, and I'm not being obstinate here. And then you'll say, well, what caused their parents? And so if we go all the way back, we're going to say biological evolution is what caused human beings to exist, but that was with pre-existing life. And then if we go back, you're going to ask, what was the start of life? How far
Don't
back?
assume what I'm going to ask, my brother.
Okay, great.
Then I want to assume like me. Okay,
then I want to assume.
That's good.
So I was caused by biological processes after my parents had sex.
That's what you're saying to me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. My father and my mother had sex, and then the sperm met the egg, and then biological processes took over, and I was born.
Beautiful.
Okay. So how does that? So that's the cause, not God. My parents having sex.
Right. I agree.
Okay. So then where's God in all this?
What God are you talking about? The one that I feel that I know?
Yours.
It's responsible for what making the parent.
Okay. No, my parents' parents were responsible for making them.
Yeah.
Clayton, can you see the problem with this?
No, I
don't. You're looking at processes that are well understood in nature, like sexual reproduction, and saying, God made this happen. Something made this happen. Someone or something made this happen, right? Right. And we grant that you're not pinning it to a particular God. We grant all of that. It's still a valid question to ask, why would you think that? And the secondary question would say, if you're demanding all of these explanations for what made things happen, what made this God happen?
That's beautiful. I don't know. All I know is that I am here and it is absolutely amazing and something is responsible. So I'm looking for it. So to think that this is just an accident, I feel like that's like ridiculous. I feel like whatever this is, it has nothing else to do with us. And we're supposed to find our way back. I don't feel like I'm this body. And when I die, maybe I'm just going to be no more. But I feel something more. There's something more to this. And like I said, I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm hoping that we can build in a conversation, because I know how to stand corrected, especially in conversations like this, because I love answers. And I know that we have been lied to on a major level, and I won't get into the lies. So I like building. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm saying that there is a God.
Well, we like building too. But if you're going to say there is a God, I would agree to you. I would agree with you. We can't disprove the God that you currently have in your head, right? You've got an idea of a God, and I can't prove to you that doesn't exist. But I could give you 1,000 things that are in my head that you can't prove don't exist. That wouldn't be a reason to believe in them, right? So we're interested in applying reason to thinking about reality. That's what we do, right? We apply reason to thinking about reality. And one of the worst ways to fail at doing this is to just say, well, we should take as true that which we can't disprove. Right? That's a terrible way to approach reality, because if we did that, we would all be obligated to believe in Santa, and we'd obviously believe in the Tooth Fairy, and believe in Bigfoot, and believe in all sorts of things, right? There's a whole load of things that can't be disproven. But the reason we don't believe them is not because we've proved them false, it's because there's no evidence that they're true. And so when you say there is a God, you can't disprove it, Yes, I can't disprove it, but your claim is empty until you can provide some actual evidence other than I'm here and it's amazing. Because you could be here and be amazing, and that could all be the result of natural processes, some of which we currently understand and some of which we may not yet understand.
I feel you. I respect that. I feel you. I'm just gonna keep searching. I'm looking for something, and I know You know what? I don't want to give too much more information. I just want to leave with this: something amazing is happening, and everyone needs to know this self because you're not really you. You're a part of what you grew up around. You like the food you like, or whatever you believe in because of the things around you. But we're so much more, and that's the beauty of all of this. Is that self-discovery. And you talking about being magical. We only use what, 3 or 5% of our brains?
All of
And
it.
they're making
All of our
artificial
brains. All of our. There's very little in your brain you can do without.
Yeah. Hold on. They're making artificial intelligence instead of helping us sharpen our intelligence. You know how we sharpen our intelligence? By learning the truth and not
By
being taught lies
thinking.
in school.
By thinking.
Living on a sphere made of water. Because you believe that.
Somebody just
mostly of water.
Somebody just suggested that I ask you what. Hang on. Somebody just suggested that I ask you what shape the world is, and before I had a chance to do that, you said you live on a sphere full of water. Is it your contention, Clayton, that we don't live on an oblate spheroid?
Okay, and I like to get. Like I have $1,000 that I'll cash app anyone because I don't like to do all the jumping around this conversation.
We don't need your money. We need a straight answer. So
Quick.
Is it your
public?
Is it your
I'm going to answer. Just don't cut.
Just a moment. I just want a straight answer because it's going to determine what happens. It's going to determine what happens next. So is it your contention that we don't live on a broadly spherical planet?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well. I was going to say thank you for calling in. We don't have discussions about that kind of thing here in exactly the same way that we don't have discussions about whether babies come from storks or human beings. Some people think that the storks bring them, and I'm not going to waste the time of our audience on discussions about that. I'm not going to waste the time of the audience on discussions about the obvious fact that we know what shape our planet is. So, Clayton, thank you for calling in. You seem like a nice fellow, albeit head full of some strange ideas. I genuinely wish you well. Okay, we'll move on from that back to some reality-based conversations. We are going to get H for H in next. You guys in the chat called it before I got there. We're going to get H for H in next. Just going to do a couple of super chats before we do. So G3 Rain said, as a mentally ill serpent, I find this guy offensive. In Jesus Christ's name, of course. This was when we were speaking to the wonderful Elijah, who did come back and spend quite a lot of time in the queue, hoping to come back in again. And Zotrax, thank you so much. So this super chat is for your patience. That's very kind. I appreciate that very much. And the very hungry singularity, thank you for this. In the name of Sagan, I accept I share DNA with snakes. We do share DNA. That's right. I could have answered him actually truthfully, right? Maybe we are. Partly in some way. Love that. And then, of course, the very wonderful Gordon Loves Science. Always a joy to have you around, Gordon, has very kindly sent out 5 gifted memberships. That's super kind. And last one for now, 46 Strings says, but sir, we've already deployed Aquinas' ideas 20,000 times before. Exactly. So that's the very last thing they'll be expecting us to do again. Brilliant. Absolutely love that. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, 46. That's brilliant. Okay, we are going to bring in H4H. Coming in on TikTok right now. There we are. Hey, H4H. Hello.
Hello. What are you saying?
How are you?
Not bad, thank you. How are you? Can you hear me properly? Sometimes people have problems with my audio.
Yeah, you're a little muffled, if I'm honest, but we'll make do as best we can. Why should anyone think it's true that a God exists?
Why should anyone think it's true that God exists? The reason I requested was because you was having a conversation 2 chats ago, not with Clayton, but the one before that, and you were talking about infinite time and infinite space. Yeah, so I think one of the things that speaker, whatever he was called, failed to touch on, which is why theists talk about this argument in terms of going back in time and using the whole sniper analogy, it's not so much to do with time going infinitely back, although that is an effect of it, but it's more to do with contingency going back. So I want to know your thoughts on contingency being a property of all things that we see around us. And if things are truly contingent and you accept that, then how can you accept that there's not a uncaused cause?
Well, contingency isn't a property of things in quite this way. We're just saying that some things are caused by other things. And there's no principle in nature that we can appeal to that's going to stop that chain happening, right? There's nothing you can appeal to that we can know or understand or have any knowledge of that places a limit on how many things can be caused by other things. And in the same way, as I said to him, that no one has a problem imagining a future unbounded, a future of an infinite number of things causing other things or being contingent on other things. We have no reason to think that is bounded in the past.
Yeah, there's no problem with thinking of an infinite. Well, I do have a problem with an infinite number of things in the future, which we can touch on maybe, but it's hard for me to kind of speak it into words. But if you think of anything in the future, you understand that is contingent from today. However, thinking of an infinite amount of things going back, it's very hard, I would say impossible to conceptualize an infinite chain of contingency, because today's whatever's around today that is contingent, by definition wouldn't exist, wouldn't be.
My lack of ability, I can conceptualize it with no problem, but I can't imagine it, like, because we're limited in our minds are limited to our experiential things, and we don't experience with our finite lives, we don't experience infinity. But the lack of ability to imagine or conceptualize or anything like that is completely irrelevant as to whether something is an actual fact in reality.
Yeah,
So,
I think we're touching on a bit of a category error there. So, for example, when I say I can't conceptualize something going infinitely back in contingency, and you're saying that no, you can conceptualize it, but whatever. And that I would say is similar to saying I can conceptualize 1 + 1 = 3 in my imagination. I can physically see it on a piece of paper, 1 + 1 = 3, but it's not true. Because logic doesn't allow that to be true.
No, my point is your lack of I agree you can conceptualize something that's false, you can conceptualize something that's true, but my point is your lack of ability to conceptualize something has no bearing on whether that thing is actually true.
That's like that is literally with the same example. If I said to you, I can't conceptualize 1 + 1 = 3, therefore it can't be true, and then you just coming back to me saying just because you can't conceptualize it doesn't mean it's not true. That's what I feel. That's what I feel.
Correct. It may be true, it may be false, but your ability to conceptualize something is independent from whether that thing is actually true.
When we say something is logically possible or logically impossible, I was added up here. When you say something is logically possible or logically impossible, it's saying that in a conceptual model, there is no contradiction observed.
To be honest, I don't know who you're talking. Are you talking to me or Sean?
I am talking to you, H4H.
Okay, are you with me or you're against me? I'm not sure. I'm not understanding what you're trying to say.
I'm not with or against anybody. I'm just clearing up the distinction you must make.
Okay. Well, you sound really cool, by the way, so you can say it again.
I was saying that logical possibilities and logical impossibilities are only if there is a contradiction or a lack of contradiction between the two. Like, for example, the reason why I can't logically conceptualize of a circle with 3 sides is because, by definition, a conceptual model cannot conceptualize or cannot allow for a 1-sided shape and a 3-sided shape.
I agree. In the same way, what I'm saying is I can't logically conceptualize an infinite past of contingencies.
There is no logical contradiction involved within an infinite regress.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is logical? You have to be able to identify and show that it violates a law of logic. You being unable to conceptualize something is independent as to whether it actually violates any of the laws of logic. If it does violate a law of logic, you have to show that. For example, let's say it violates the law of non-contradiction. You have to show P and not P. For example, a square circle would have 4 sides and not have 4 sides. That's a contradiction, so a square circle cannot exist.
Okay.
You have to show the logical impossibility, not just say like I cannot conceptualize it.
Okay. So, for example, if Sean, if I smacked you in the face, and as a result you smacked me in the face, and as a result I smacked you in the face, and as a result you smacked me in the face, and then 1 year goes by like this, for example, and I say to you after you smack me in the face, Sean, why do you smack me in the face? And you said, because I smacked you in the because you smacked me in the face. And then the whole chain of the whys keeps going back. There'd have to be a first smack.
There's no logical. What law of logic are you saying that violates?
I'm not too familiar with laws of logic in that kind of sense, in all honesty.
It doesn't.
Just to clarify, the first law of logic is the law of non-contradiction. The second one is the law of exclude middle. The third one is, I believe, the law of... What's the third one again? I can't believe.
Identity.
Identity, yes. Law of identity. Thank you, John.
But the reason why Sean asked you this is for you to understand there's a difference between you saying you personally find it hard to imagine something and then the statement, this thing cannot happen because it's a contradiction. And they are completely different objections, right? So when we say, can a square circle exist? We don't say no because I personally find it hard to imagine how it could. We say no because it violates that law of non-contradiction. Okay. The law of non-contradiction would, and the reason it violates it is because you could say this object has 4 sides, and then you would also have to say this object doesn't have 4 sides, and that violates an actual principle in logic, right? That's different to saying this idea of an unbounded past doesn't make much intuitive sense to me. That's all you're saying. You're just saying that you find it hard to imagine it. Yeah. There are lots of things about fundamental science that are hard to imagine. It's very, very hard to understand how it can be the case that 2 events can happen at the same time, but not happen at the same time if you view them with motion. If you're passing them moving, you look at those 2 events and they don't happen at the same time. That's very counterintuitive, and yet it is how reality works. Very counterintuitive to think that things can behave like waves and particles, because particles can't interfere with themselves, but waves can interfere with themselves. And it seems like a contradiction, and yet it does describe reality. So at its fundamental, reality is a bit counterintuitive, and we should not consider that. We have an entitlement for reality to bend to what we personally find psychologically gratifying.
I think those examples are a bit different to what's necessary. So, for example, if you want to go with this line of logical rules, you and I, we exist today. And the first thing that we need to establish is this existence that we have, is it contingent upon something else?
We've addressed all of this already. We agreed.
I don't think so.
There's a long chain of contingencies. Your claim is that the chain must be terminated, and we're saying, can you demonstrate that? And you're saying, I find it hard to imagine how it couldn't be.
No, I'm not saying that because we have to look at the definition of the term contingent, and because if you first agree with the term,
I think he's trying to point out a metaphysical impossibility.
Let me just finish, Mr. One. So what I'm trying to say is if we agree on the definition of contingency, i.e. something that can't be without depending on the existence of something else before it, then it becomes a logical contradiction. If you say that there is not an uncaused cause.
If you're going to claim a logical contradiction, you have to show P and not P. The shape has 4 sides and does not have 4 sides.
So let me just kind of formulate the argument that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, make the 2 statements that are the two statements about reality, which would be implied by an infinite past, that are contradicting each other?
Just to be clear, I hope we stay on topic, because the topic is, why should anyone believe in God? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so by definition of God, I mean the uncaused cause, the first cause. That's why we're talking about the
So that's a claim number
contingency.
one. You need to demonstrate that the first cause has to be uncaused by necessity. Could you demonstrate that either logically or metaphysically?
And by the way, even if you got to a first uncaused cause, you've got all your work to do ahead of you to prove that that's a God or a mind or anything conscious, and not just some previously unknown principle in physics or reality or science that we just don't understand yet.
You can get there step by step.
People have been trying for centuries. You won't be able to on a TikTok call, my friend.
Bismillah, go ahead.
So yeah, if I'm trying to formulate it, I'm gonna have a poor attempt at formulating it in a way that kind of fits the rule of non-contradiction that you just stipulated.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm trying to go ahead. It's hard. It's hard to formulate something that you've not tried to formulate before.
No problem. Bismillah, if you do Bismillah, if I can help you.
Bismillah always helps. So if we agree that the term contingent means that it cannot exist without depending on something before it, can we agree with that first?
Sure.
I mean,
agree with the definition of contingent.
I've heard different definitions. What matters is what you mean when you say contingent
Okay,
for the
that's
purpose
what I
of this
mean.
conversation.
That's what
This
I mean.
definition isn't even a violation of the formula.
So if I'm gonna so first kind of axiom is that I exist. All right. Second axiom is the fact that I exist and my existence is contingent upon things before it. What I am contingent upon is also contingent. If everything before me is contingent on things before it, then I could never exist. But I do exist. That's the contradiction. Either if we say that everything before it is also contingent.
Your premise is asserted without being demonstrated. You cannot show that if everything is contingent on other things that you couldn't exist. That's the thing you're trying to prove. You don't get to use that as a premise in your argument to prove it.
That's by the definition. That's what I mean. It's by the definition.
But you're assuming something that you haven't proved yet, and the thing that you're assuming is the thing you're trying to prove, which is that without this long list of contingent things, you might not exist.
Could you show the be or not be in that statement? Go ahead.
That's as good as I can get it right now, man. I tried pretty hard to get that.
I mean, I'll give you something. There are many theories using your line of reasoning that do not get to a logical impossibility imposed by an infinite regress. Like, for example, there are theories that involve the universe being a brute fact, being that the universe is the way it is simply because it's metaphysically and logically necessary for a functioning system to be configured in such a way. I believe there was a cosmologist who wrote a paper on stellar composition, saying that with different configurations of physical laws, you can get universes and theoretical worlds to be stabilized.
I don't know how that relates to what I've just said. Sorry.
It does relate, because you don't have to assert that everything depends on one unifying principle. You can just state that the system within itself in the specific scenario works just as well as other theoretical models.
Have you ever seen anything that exists that doesn't depend on something else?
The universe.
Sorry?
The universe itself doesn't depend on anything.
And it could be, again, none of us on this panel are qualified to say, but it could be that quantum fields that exist within space necessarily exist and have always existed. We just don't know.
Actually. That is actually correct.
And we could also all argue in the negative, answer in the negative there, and say, no, we've never seen a thing that exists without depending on something else. That wouldn't be any evidence for the claim that everything does. That would be a black swan fallacy. It's possible that none of us have come across that. It's like meetings, if I said to you, have you ever seen a Chinese person with green hair, and you hadn't, well, that wouldn't mean that there aren't any. It would just mean that you haven't seen any. And your inability to produce one on the spot wouldn't be evidence that none exist. So none of that really works M for H. Anyway, my friend, we're going to move it on because these kind of conversations do get a little dull, and we just had exactly the same conversation with the other guy. So, for the sake of the mental health of everyone listening, we'll move it along from here. But thanks for calling in.
Just to be clear, by the way, I am not EMS. For anybody who is confused.
This is definitely not EMS.
Yeah,
we have now established.
Confirmed that.
Yeah, we have it established.
100% not EMS.
A few requests to have the M's and not M's in the same conversation at some point. Maybe we can make that happen. I'll hit M's up and see.
I don't think that would be a wise idea.
Right. Okay, like matter and antimatter or something. Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah. And I've seen it. I've had a conversation with both of them simultaneously. 100% they are not the same person. And it's important that you know that, because Ems is his own man. He doesn't want to be not associated with, but he doesn't want to be misidentified as somebody else. And so, yeah, please respect that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good stuff. All right, Mikhail, great to see you. Thanks for coming up, buddy.
Thank you very much.
All the best. Keep well. Keep well. All right. We are going to get E in next. I'm going to do 4 super chats and then we'll get E in. So Rublow said when we were speaking to Sam earlier, when theists focus solely on winning debates, it shows their beliefs are already broken and all that's left is a last word flex. Oh, good. Yeah, good point. Well made. Well made. It's not about winning. We're not here to win. We're here to just have conversations and push back on ideas and explore them together and figure out what's worth taking seriously. And Buzz, great to see, buddy. That just as religion may have utility in that it's comforting, it also causes otherwise good people to do horrific shit. So isn't it just a wash? I think that's a sort of anti-utility argument that absolutely can be made. And it causes a lot of people to suffer a lot as well. You know, it's fine to talk about people who feel comforted by their religious thoughts. We also have to talk about the people who feel religious anxiety and fear and nervousness and worries and shame and all of that stuff. That all comes with it too. So, yep, the utility argument kind of cuts both ways. Tim says, if the Holy Roman Pope and the knowingly human Nope touch, do they annihilate like matter and antimatter? I'm dying to find out. If I gave the Pope a high five, we might both just go pop out of existence. I'm going to email him and see if we can set it up and make it happen. It'd be cool. And then lastly, Tim said, we have knowing Nope John, Cardi Noel and Sean. So I claim Tim the nerve of this bish op. You can have that. You can have the nerve of this bish op. I love that. Okay, we are going to get E in next, as promised. Coming in right now. Hopefully. Come on, TikTok. Come on, TikTok. There we go. Hey, E, how are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Hello.
All right. I was hoping
we can't really hear you now. We could hear you when you said, can you hear me? And then you became immediately inaudible.
Is this okay?
It's all right, but there's a lot of background noise. Are you in a sort of factory or something?
Sorry, there's a train passing by, so it's gone now.
Okay. Train.
So
yeah.
I was hoping that you will entertain a deist kind of view. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you can present your evidence for it, for sure, of course.
Yeah, so my kind of evidence, and I want to discuss, is that, you know, we live in a reality, obviously, and we can make statements that are, you know, true or false, and we also can imagine a different world, right? Like, we can imagine a world where Superman exists. And to distinguish that, like, Superman can also make statements that are true or false in his world, right? And so I think you can go deeper into realities, right? And each of these realities, like Superman's reality, is real from his perspective, but it's obviously not real from our perspective, right? We're imagining that world. And so to separate them, you know, let's call our reality R1 and Superman's reality something like R2, right? And we can go deeper, like Superman can imagine its own reality, so we get R3 and so on, right? And so you observe that we have all of these, like, we have a lot of worlds, and all of them are sustained and created by minds. And then we unwind back to our world, and now we have to say, Okay, but ours is different.
I have to stop you on a
don't see
premise.
evidence for that.
I have to stop you on a premise. We have no reason to believe that any world is sustained or created by a mind. So what you gave is a scenario where I can imagine Superman existing, but it may be nomologically, that means like given the laws of physics and nature, what have you, for Superman to exist. So being able to imagine something doesn't mean it's possible to exist. And also in these scenarios where, let's say hypothetically Superman exists and is imagining things in his own reality, that doesn't mean that the reality is being sustained or caused by Superman thinking about it, nor me thinking about it. There's no reason to believe our reality is contingent on our minds existing.
And it gets even worse because it's a mistake to call these different layers that you're alluding to realities. That's just a sort of wordplay. They're not realities. They're stories. They're made up stories that definitionally don't exist.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I want to kind of explore, because they don't exist in R1, and I agree with you. But, when Superman talks to Lois Lane and, he says, hey, do I exist? Surely the answer is yes, you exist, and you're real.
The problem is
in R2...
In a story. In a story that we've already established that
S1.
Yeah, we've already established that R2 doesn't exist. So anything downstream of R2 doesn't exist. So yes, people in a story can talk to other people in a story who are talking about the stories they're reading, and the people in their stories read stories, and it's stories all the way down. All of that entire realm of layers of what you were calling reality are just stories, and stories don't exist.
Yeah, so we have R1, and instead of R2, we have R1, and in the Superman story, we have S1, and then the story within the story is S2. So we have reality one, that's what we know exists, right? And then what you're referring to is R2. I'm calling S1 just story one, and then if you keep carrying it down, then you'll have a never-ending string of story one, story two, story three, etc.
Right. So my question is, if this conversation was happening between Superman and Lois Lane or whatever, what's the distinction? What would they say different to distinguish it from the conversation we're having?
I mean, in the story, whatever you want them to say, because it's just a story. Or maybe I'm not understanding your question, if you can expand on it.
Well, I feel like that's begging the question a little bit, because you're saying that our world is not a story in God's mind.
No, I didn't say anything about God's mind. I don't believe God exists. So
I
again,
understand that, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying our world, we accept that our world exists. If we all accept on that is actual reality, this is actual reality. Now, if you posit a hypothetical where Superman and Lois Lane exist, until it's shown otherwise, that's just a story. I have no reason to believe that's anything more than a story.
But Superman can also say, "I observe my reality.
He can, but in order for Superman to do that, that would be a dialogue written in a made-up story. So again, what you're doing is you're assuming a parallel, and you're assuming a kind of a level playing field of claims to reality between what we can observe around us, and the things that might be described in a created story, right? Everything that Superman says is dependent on the author, who's writing that story, and we can see the author writing it or be the author ourselves.
Well, we can, but Superman cannot.
But Superman doesn't exist. Superman is just a made-up story. So you're trying to. This argument doesn't work because you're trying to give attributes to made-up characters and made-up stories and made-up worlds that we have here, and you're just suggesting, well, how do we know our own world isn't a made-up world? Well, we don't know for sure, but we do know that we have our own awareness. That's it. That's all we know, is we have our own awareness. And we also know that if I say once upon a time there was a bear called Fred, I haven't spoken into existence the independent reality of a bear called Fred who now exists in some way. I'm just making up a story. I'm just making shit up in my own head. And for you to say that the fact that we can make shit up in our own head and that we can decide to make those characters make shit up in their own heads counts as evidence that we might be made up in the heads of someone else doesn't follow. It doesn't follow. It's not a good argument.
Right. Okay, I'm happy to accept that it's not a good argument. I just want to be clear that when you say it's all made up, you're making that statement from the perspective of our reality, right? And fair enough, like that it is made up.
What
in
other
our
perspective
reality.
could I make it from? What other perspective could I make it from?
From the perspective of Superman, like what?
From the perspective of the character, from the perspective of Fred the Bear that I've just made up.
Yes.
Obviously.
What can Fred the Bear say that will distinguish it from me saying
whatever I want? He's going to say whatever I want him to say. He doesn't have an independent mind. He doesn't have an independent mind to have any thoughts. He thinks whatever I write down on the page. So he might think I'm a bear, or he might think I'm not a bear, or he might think this is all made up, or he might ask questions, or he might not ask questions. He doesn't have any independent agency at all, other than what he doesn't have any. All he has is me writing things down in a made-up story, and that's why this doesn't work.
Right. Well, okay. I'm happy to drop down. I just want to make a point that again, it's a made-up story from our reality, not from Fred's reality, right?
But that doesn't.
And it's begging the question to say that our reality is the real reality.
It's not begging the question.
It's not begging the question. It's not begging the question. So we accept that we live in an actual reality, and I thought John framed it well. That just because we can make up a story doesn't mean we are also a story that is made up. That is something that would have to be demonstrated to be the case.
Right. I was just saying that it's a reasonable parallel to draw, but if you disagree with that, that's fine.
It's not at all. But thanks for coming in anyway. I appreciate a bit of an original bit of thinking at least. We'll give you that. It's not the same old tired argument we're always here. So thank you for giving us something new. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you so much. You're great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, there we are. Props for an original argument. I mean, we don't hear much. You know, it's better than where do you get your morality from, isn't it? I mean, I'll take that. Okay, we do have Abdur Rahman who wants to come in. Has been in the queue for a little bit, but longer than that has been Daniel Ben Daniel over on the YouTube side. So hopefully we'll see if this works. Daniel, are you there? Let's see. Audio doesn't seem to have completely connected. So we'll give that one a try again. But it seems like it may not be. Daniel, are you there? Seems like not. So we will not waste time on that. You can come back again, Daniel, if you want to come back up. You could just refresh your connection. Hang on, are you back now? Hang on, let's see. There you go. Daniel, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You nearly missed the chance, but you're in now. How are you doing?
Good. I've been waiting for a while. How are you?
Yeah, we are well as well. I'm going to switch your camera off to maximize the bandwidth so we have better quality audio. What would you like to say, Daniel?
No comic book reference, sorry. I was a man of science. I am a man of science, however you want to look at it. And I just wanted to say what brought my belief in a creator versus a creation was the science.
What aspect of science specifically?
Well, as an engineer, and I was a founding member of LOIS, League of Independent Scientists, we were working in the graphene area, right? And we're studying particles and all that until I realized that a lot of these theories and stuff that were coming out were basically based on a creator theory. And I was just curious what you thought of the modern sciences of today, the quantum entanglements and what was referred to as the spookies by
I think all of that stuff is very counterintuitive and strange and odd, but I don't think any of it justifies the belief in any kind of creator minds at all. None of it does, as far as I can see.
Okay. So why, like, a lot of this quantum entanglement and everything's based off a simple test. Did you take it back? The double slit theory, right? And from there, we developed this religion of quantum entanglement.
Did you say religion of quantum entanglement?
Yes.
So Chase, correct me if I'm wrong, but the double slit experiment doesn't have anything to do with quantum entanglement, but also scientists just test things and make observations and record their observations. That's not a religion. That's just observing reality.
And develop models to explain them, which have predictive power. There's no religion there.
So the whole premise of here, I'm going to have my coffee pot whistle. I got to turn it down. So this whole premise of you can look at a particle in one direction and observe it, and then you go to the other side and you observe it, right? But it's vanished on the other side above observation. Would you agree? That's the basics of the quantum entanglement.
Neither of us are physicists, so I don't know how. I don't want to say the wrong thing as to how they go about like looking at and observing quantum entanglement. But like, what's the ultimate? Like, are you getting to? We can't explain this thing, therefore God.
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, everyone has a God. Everyone has a belief. Okay. And technically, if you think about what a belief is, you're believing in something that you cannot prove.
I believe
right?
cars exist. Are cars my God?
Well, they're under your God. That's your reality. Yes.
Okay. So you have sort of an idiosyncratic definition of God. When we say God, we're talking about a thinking agent with supernatural powers that's ordinarily like the object of worship. Like if we start defining God in these idiosyncratic ways, like if you call Diet Coke God, then I guess I believe in God by your definition. But we're trying to keep things away from the woo and like onto normative definitions of what a God is.
Yeah, but that God definition you're using is of a religion that's spawned,
and I don't believe,
and that's just the way they oral articulated their observations. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't believe in your typical religions.
No, that's fine. But when you're answering the prompt, should anyone believe in a God? What's important is what John means when he says God, because words are used to communicate a concept. So if you have this thing like anything that explains something or anything you believe exists, I'm just going to call that God. You're not answering the prompt. You're equivocating. And it's fine if you like. I'm not going to.
I'm sorry. I thought we were here to talk science.
Well, we're here. We're here to answer the.
How God come to be,
we're here to answer the prompt. Why should anyone believe in a God? And so
that's why that's why I was bringing up science.
Right. No, I got you. But you're using a definition of God that John does not mean when he says God. So if
John?
You have.
Me.
John is the host, the one that you can actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm new. Hello.
That's okay.
No, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so John means the normative definition of God, like the God of the Bible or Thor or Vishnu, some thinking agent who does things, what have you, that has supernatural power that are sometimes the object of worship, etc. Right? So please only, if you don't believe that that type of a God exists, then it's probably the wrong call. But if you do believe that type of a God exists by what John means, let's address that. Not just if you believe in cars, then you believe in God like this. Because to us, that's sort of like not part of the conversation.
Right. That's why I think the definition is skewed, God. Okay. Well, if you want to refer to that as creator, then I could explain to John how your God is either in man or a creation being.
Okay, so you believe in a. I want to clarify. You believe a thinking agent created the universe. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe consciousness is what we are calling God.
No.
Without consciousness,
But do you
there's
see
no
what you're?
witness to any
But Daniel, do you see
affirmation.
what you're doing? You're searching for a definition that you can attach to a word, rather than using a word, to describe a concept. So I'm not really interested in. We've got a word for consciousness. We've got a word for consciousness already. The word for consciousness that we have is consciousness. We don't need to say, I think that God is consciousness. That just muddies the water. It adds no information at all. It adds no understanding. And in fact, it adds a layer of misunderstanding, because the moment you use a word like God, it's got a load of theological baggage. It's got a load of associated concepts that normally get dragged into the room with the word. So I'm not really interested in pointing at things that we can all agree exist, like cars and consciousness, and going, well, let's choose to call that God, and then decide, whether we think that exists. There's a total waste of time.
Okay, so you don't want to talk of science and anything.
If you think there's a thing, if you think there's a thing in science, if you think there's a thing in science which justifies the claim that some kind of mind created everything, then go, here's the evidence for that, and we'll have a conversation about it.
Okay, but anyway, I agree with you on this God premise. That is exactly what the scriptures in the Hebrew nature define. You don't make gods, right? That's exactly what it's telling you.
So what's the evidence then
I'm replacing the word with creation. Okay, that's all.
You're replacing the word with creation. So what's the evidence that the world or the universe or reality is created rather than just exists?
What's the word?
No, what's the evidence? You're saying you're replacing the word with creation. Okay, what's the evidence that we have a creation?
Okay, would you agree that we don't know how everything was formed? Either way, whether you have a belief or a non-belief.
We don't even know that everything was formed, but not let alone how. We don't even know that everything was formed.
Okay, well, that's fair. That's fair. So I don't know how you want me to prove that premise. I thought we were going to have a discussion on God, a belief in God, which is a system. Just like science is a system, you have your own personal belief.
Yeah.
So,
Daniel,
I'm
not sure we're going to have a profitable conversation here. Partly because the quality of the audio is fairly bad, but also because 1 minute God is something about science, the next minute God is how everything was created, the next minute God is a system, next minute God is consciousness. It sounds like you don't really know what you mean when you use the word God.
No, nobody does. They're misusing the word God. That's why I'm here trying to explain it.
They're misusing it, but you don't know what it means either.
God means something you follow, right? So it's a belief system. You either believe in man.
I don't think God necessarily means a belief system or something you follow. No, the religion itself is the belief system and the thing you follow. The God isn't the belief system. The God is the agent that most people claim exists. Most people who are theists claim that there's a conscious agent who is responsible for having made everything that we see around us, for having determined the nature of the reality that we inhabit. And many people think that this conscious agent involves himself in a moment-to-moment basis on the running of the place. So it sounds to me like you don't think that. So that's more the kind of concept that we're really looking to talk about, not trying to find something that we can agree we could potentially attach the word God to. So I'm going to move it on, Daniel, but thanks for coming in to speak to us anyway.
Hey, no problem. Thank you.
All right,
And anytime you want to talk some science, I'd love to.
Sure. Thanks.
See you.
Bye-bye. Okay, there we are. We tried, but I think sometimes the concept is just a little bit too slippery. It's just not there to be found. So there's a time to move on. Okay, we are going to, as promised, get Abdur in next. Let's do that right now. We have spoken to Abdur before. There we are. Welcome back, Abdur. How are you? Abder, are you there? What is it with people coming in and then not being there? Okay. 5 seconds, Abder, and then we're going to move on. If you want to speak to us, this is your moment. And sold to the lady in the corner in the leopard skin coat. We will move on and get in Gaz next. Over on TikTok. Bringing in Gaz right now. Hey, Gaz, how are you? Another one.
What's going on?
I assume everything is working. I mean, it should be. I can hear you, Sean.
No, that's my bad. I didn't mean to request. I was tapping.
Okay. If you didn't need to request, thank you so much for tapping. Appreciate you, man. Cheers.
Yeah.
Okay. An accidental one. So then we are going to get in Biggie D. Is going to be next. After that, we've got Vegan John Wick after that. Biggie D, how are you?
Howdy. How you doing?
Howdy. Okay, good. We have a live one, folks. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
I do have a couple of perspectives on God. There are a couple of ideas on what God are, and I have observed. The first one being is that God is everything. The second one being is that God is omnipotent and controlling everything. I am a perspective of the latter. Or no, not the latter, the former. Sorry.
The former. So this is going to be a little bit more like our conversation with Daniel, because if you think God is everything, then it's pointless. We have a word for everything already. It's just everything. It doesn't add anything. So is there anything that exists that isn't God?
I don't think so. No, I think everything is God.
So
and
my
cat
puked on the carpet earlier. So was that little puddle of cat puke God?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so. I think that would have happened because there are things that God simply doesn't give a fuck about.
No, but not just did it happen because of God. You're saying God is everything. So that means the actual little puddle of cat puke is itself God. Because everything is God, right?
I would like to think that.
Okay. So then there's nothing.
God would also be decomposition. God would also be digestion. All of the systems.
So why do we hang on, slow down. So if God is everything, then surely it's a useless concept, because if there's nothing that isn't God, and if everything is God, there's no extra information added. There's no way to differentiate something that's God from something that isn't God. It means there's no properties that God has that things which aren't God don't have, because there isn't anything which isn't God. It's completely pointless. It adds no understanding, adds no information at all. What's the point?
Well, you see, that's where you're wrong, because every time that something is discovered, a new piece of the world is understood. A new aspect of the universe has been gathered to us as humans.
But how does it gain? How do we gain an understanding by labeling that God? Why don't we just say we've discovered a new piece of reality and we rejoice in the discovery itself? How does it enhance our understanding of anything to go, oh, it's another piece of God. That one's God too. Yep. Was it God?
Well,
yep, it's God.
I'm not an advocate of slapping God on.
But that's what you're doing. You're slapping God on absolutely every concept that exists. I said to you, is everything God? And you said yes. I said, is there anything that isn't God? And you said no. So essentially, you are just attaching the word God to the set of all things that exist as if it adds something. It adds absolutely nothing.
Maybe a direct question. Why not just call it?
Well, okay.
Why not just call it everything?
That wasn't the case of what I was trying to make. You just assigned that to me. What I was trying to make the case of is that God is truly unconscious of all of us. It doesn't really actually matter what we do or propose or act in the face of God. It doesn't actually matter because God is unconscious to us. It doesn't really
remarkable.
Why not just call it everything?
Okay, so you're a singular individual being with billions and billions of cells that exist within your body, correct?
Why not just call it everything?
That's the question I'd like answered
Do
as
you
well.
acknowledge every single cell that is in your body?
I acknowledge
No.
I have
Then why
tons of
would we
cells.
do the same?
Hold
Because
on.
the cells don't
Hold
do the
on.
same.
Why not just call everything everything? Use the label everything to
Well, I do.
illustrate the
I do
concept
that.
of all things. Okay, so but then why additionally call it God? What is that? What's purpose does that serve? You're coming up with a different word. Like if you look in, now you don't have to adhere to lexical definitions, but if you look in the dictionary,
I consider the universe a body. I consider the
it's a
universe
very
a grand body.
Okay, so hold on. Let me finish. Words are used to illustrate concepts, right? So when someone uses the word God, there's a mutually understood concept of what that means amongst like normative usages to facilitate conversation. You can call anything anything. I can call a pencil a duck, but if I do that, people will get really confused when I use the word duck because I'm using a very idiosyncratic definition. What purpose does it serve?
I don't walk around calling a unicorn a duck. I just
No,
walk
but
around
you
calling a
walk
unicorn a
around
unicorn.
calling, but you walk around calling the set of all things, i.e., everything, God, and that's not a normative thing. So why, like, what purpose does that serve?
Well, why would it not be normative to
Think about it like this.
exist?
Think about it like this. What extra
within a body
information?
that is a universe.
Hang on, Biggie. What extra information do we glean? What deeper understanding do we inherit by adding the word God to everything? If you're saying everything
within this universe possibly is unconscious to you, doesn't actually care about you, and that you have to fend for yourself.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with the question I asked you.
Very valuable human thing.
That's got nothing to do with the question I asked you. And so you said everything is God, and I'm asking you, if we were to lose that signifier for everything, what information would we be missing out on?
None. You'd have materials. You'd have physical objects. I don't give a fuck if you care about God or not. Really, what my thought of God is that it is just here. It is just it's not God. It's just the world, and everybody confuses God with the world. We're just here. We exist. We are cells within a much larger system, and we have no control over that, prayer or otherwise. That is what we are.
Yeah. I think this is not likely again to be a productive conversation because your position is pretty incoherent. You have basically defined your God out of existence by just saying God is everything. Well, we agree everything exists. So on that definition, the reason why people should believe in God is because we can all agree that everything that exists actually exists. We would all be in agreement about that.
Yes, thank you very much.
So under that rather ludicrous and useless definition of God, we are all wild theists. Okay, honestly, people, language exists for a reason. The purpose of language is to describe concepts. And when you're going to play that fast and loose with language and use words to just mean absolutely everything, you're kind of breaking language. And, Sean said it with, if you're going to call a duck a pencil, well, you're just messing shit up for absolutely no reason. You're not benefiting in any way. You're not increasing your understanding of everything. We already have a word for everything. It's everything. We don't need to call it God. It adds nothing. It's pointless. It's a complete waste of time. Okay. So I think we are next going to get. We've got Gino in the queue, but we've spoken to Gino before, and Gino, I think, is not here to debate. Am I right about that, Gino? Give me a thumbs up if I'm correct about that. I can see Gino on the camera. I'm pretty sure that Gino is as we would say, a friendly. We will see. I may be wrong. I may be wrong, but I'm remembering. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, well, we'll bring Gino in now. I have a feeling that I'm right, but I could be wrong.
Hi, well, I'm somewhat here to debate. I'm here to sort of I'd like to present a version of the contingency argument because I've had some pretty bad versions of it here today. I've been listening in, and it's been presented pretty.
But Gino, you and I have spoken before, and I know you're not a believer, and so
I'm not personally a believer. I just thought it might be worthwhile to debate a version of the contingency argument, even though I myself don't think that it necessarily leads us all the way to a
bring it back to us on an after hours show, because people are here to hear genuine debates, rather than people who don't really believe them presenting them. Because if you thought it was that persuasive, you'd be a believer. So you obviously don't think it's that persuasive.
I think it's perhaps persuasive enough to get us to some single uncaused cause. I just don't think that cause, if it exists, would be God.
Okay, well, I'd be interested to hear what that is, but bring it back to us on an after hours show when we're not doing
Sounds
debates.
Fantastic.
All right, buddy. Thanks a lot.
Right.
Cheers.
Pleasure to speak to you.
Thanks, Gina. Bye-bye. Okay, so we have Not a Bigot over on the YouTube side. We'll speak to Not a Bigot, and then we'll see what we've got there. Not a Bigot, are you there? Another one. Come on, you can do it. Okay, well, while we wait for Not a Bigot to decide whether they're joining us or not, I'll read some super chats. Aleph Naught here, great to see, friend, said, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff, and with that, we'll go to our very next guest. Thank you so much. That's super kind. I love it when people do that. Not a Bigot seems to be not materializing, so we'll remove that one, and we'll get on with some more of these while we wait for our next guest to come in. Who it looks like is going to be JC over on the TikTok side. Tim said, no, it wasn't Schrodinger, it was Pavlov's to God. I'm not sure what that was when we were speaking to TT before. I can't remember how that fitted into the conversation. I wonder if that loud noise is above me. I think it probably is. And Tim said, stupid phone, Pavlov's God. Pavlov's God. Right, yes, as opposed to dog, of course. And Julie Gray said, all hail Puff the Magic Dragon. Honolulu is the true holy land. Love your show, John and Sean. Thank you so much. May you be reflected in his scales. And we'll do two more and then get JC in. We have Game Shark said, a fun game to play is to ask evolution deniers how we should teach creationism or intelligent design. Ask them to start with chapter 1. Oh, that's brilliant. I've never thought about that before. I mean, I guess I like it. It's really good because if you ask them for the specifics, the specifics are just biblical creationism. We know this whole sort of intelligent design is just rebranded creationism. I guess they'd probably say I wonder what they would say. It's a brilliant idea. I like that. I really do. Yeah, we'll remember that. That's a brilliant suggestion. Okay, we'll just move on and get JC in right now, lest we dilly-dally anymore. Coming in right now. Hey, JC, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Good. Welcome in. Why should anyone believe in God?
I think it helps. I think there are a lot of good messages in a lot of different religious traditions that generally, I know not exclusively, but generally promote being kind to one another, looking at the bigger picture. And I think that it has a wider reach than something like education. So if you want like a lot of people to be a little bit nicer to one another, maybe think about including people, then I think it's easier for something like religion to work as opposed to everyone has to go to school. Yes, we're going to learn like all the differences that we have and that we should work together and we can build really, really great things if we do work together. I think that it would be better, like perhaps in totality, if we could reach everyone through education or through like better means. But we just still haven't done that even in our modern world, whereas religion has reached most people, and mainly
by being spread by violence, by the way.
Oh no, I know. Yeah, well, I'd say that's a lot more like Christianity, but in this valley, their religious tradition, like Jainism or Hinduism, has been much less violent and does really, really speak to like being peaceful. Honestly, nonviolence, I think, is one of their core tenets. So
sure.
Not limiting it to like the Judeo-Christian religion. I think most religions do tend to reach a lot more people than something else that might work, like something like education. But that's why I would say we should believe in God.
But I guess, again, I'm now I am feeling a deep regret today for trying this topic, because it's been it's landed badly for most people. Everyone's just making
needs a rewording.
Yeah, it needs a rewording. It would be like, what's the evidence that would justify the claim that a God exists? That's really the question we're asking. Right. We're not saying how might lives be improved if people start treating each other nicely because they think a religious tradition encourages it. That's obviously true. That's not deep. It's obvious. Obviously, if people following a religion makes them treat other people nicely, then you can point to that as one of the positive effects of that religion. And I've always said many religions have positive effects. They bring together community. They create a shared sense of purpose. There's lots of good things that stem from religion as a practice. That's not what I'm asking about. I'm saying, why would anyone think it's true that a God exists?
So I'd say in our early human history, probably before the scientific revolution, it was probably a way to understand the world. If we look at it with a lot more of our modern ideas, I would personally say God is kind of infinite or everything. So assessing a proof the way I understand it, and my tradition is mathematics. It's I wouldn't even know how to encapsulate the idea to begin to express a proof. So I would look towards ways that we could start to perceive God. Someone would probably believe it if they can meditate a lot and maybe reach some sort of higher state. I don't meditate, so to say that evidence doesn't exist, I think would be disingenuous. It's just that I haven't done the work to understand that evidence in the same way someone who's not a mathematician wouldn't be able to prove Gödel's theorem, which isn't to say it's not true. It's just that I don't look for that evidence.
JC, we're not talking about a mathematical proof that God exists. We're talking about just how we can infer what evidence exists that is sufficient to rationally justify the claim that God exists. That's all we're asking for.
I would say in order to get that type of evidence, you'd probably need to do something like meditate. It's probably not something that's available to the average person, obviously, but
how would that rationally justify a God existing? Let's say someone meditates.
Then you'd be able to perceive whatever it is that you're saying God is. If we're saying God, I would say God is the universe. So the existence of the universe would be the proof. But if we're saying God is some sort of spiritual thing, meditation would be the pathway through which you could start to perceive those things, and then the evidence would be obvious.
So I don't see how. So do you think many atheists meditate?
I don't think I've ever seen evidence on that.
I mean,
but I would say no.
You would say no atheists meditate?
I don't think the majority of atheists meditate.
Do you know that?
I didn't say majority.
Yeah, do you know one of the most one of the most famous atheists in the whole world is known for massively promoting meditation. He's got a whole app around it. He's got a whole culture of media stuff that he's built, a book and apps and podcast series with millions of people listening all around meditation. Do you know this?
I don't know about him. I would just point to the Buddhist and Tibetan traditions that also meditate, and they say that these things are pretty easy to see if you meditate. It's just you don't meditate.
All right. So in the chat we have "You are wrong. I do." I meditate and I'm atheist, etc. There's a whole bunch of atheists in the chat. Atheists meditate all the time, etc. Meditation is great for men.
I mean, we have a history of thousands of years of Buddhist.
Hold on. So I asked you what rational justification is there, and you basically said, and I don't tell me if I misrepresent you, that you can't provide any, but if you meditate, the rational justification will come in the form of your perception. So notwithstanding many atheists, just by looking at the chat even,
meditate and they don't perceive God. But even if you meditate and you put your mind into transitic state, somebody would have an experience that they interpret as God. To me, that is not rational justification to conclude that a God actually exists. That's just personal experience.
Okay, so this is where I think the slight misunderstanding is coming from. I was building up my training as a mathematician to analogize what proof is, which is to say, if I were to ask anyone in this chat, prove to me Gödel's third theorem, prove to me the non-completeness theorem. If you are not a mathematician, you would not know how to prove that. You wouldn't be able to understand the question, and you wouldn't know the type of evidence needed. So the reason I built that up as an analogy was to say, we are making a claim that God does not exist, but there are people who are in this tradition, in a religious tradition, and I'm mainly pointing to Buddhism, Jainism, and the Buddhism that exists in Tibet, who say, and have like thousands of years of saying this, if you meditate in these ways, you will perceive God. And they're not really mincing their words about it.
Can I respond? Can I respond to two points? First of all, as Sean was aiming for here, we're not making the claim God doesn't exist. That's not a claim we're making. We're just saying that there's no evidence that we can see that would justify the claim that God does exist. And as a mathematician, you'll understand the difference between asserting not P and asserting a lack of belief in P. They're completely separate things, right? So the position we hold is much more nuanced than God doesn't exist. That would be a claim for which we would have to accept the burden of proof and demonstrate why we can say that with some assurance. We're not doing that. We're just saying we're unconvinced that a God exists, and so far have seen no evidence that would warrant such a claim. And then I also want to just push back on this idea of proof. Like, again, you're the mathematician here, not me. We understand what a proof is in mathematics, right? You start from first principles and you iterate through with every step being necessarily true to get to where you're aiming for at the end, and that's how you prove the thing you're trying to prove. And there's no if every step is correct, then the conclusion necessarily follows. That's a proof in mathematics. We're not even making the claim. We're not even staking out the territory that it would only be reasonable to believe in a God with a proof. That would be a proof is an extremely high bar of sort of evidentiary requirement. We're just saying some evidence that would justify belief. Like, I don't have a proof that my son loves me. I can't prove it. I cannot prove this thing. And I have no proof that it's true. But I have a generous amount of evidence that he does, because we behave towards each other in a certain way. And he behaves to me every day in a way that counts as evidence that he loves me. And so on the basis of the evidence, I say I'm justified in making the claim. So that's all we're asking for. That's all we're saying. We're not demanding mathematical proof. We're not demanding certainty. We're just saying we don't see any reason to think this thing is true. Millions of people seem to think it is. What would be a good reason to think so?
Reason to think God exists. I mean, I don't. So I'm trying to come up with something. I don't know, maybe like love being a powerful thing in the world. Like that, I feel like if there's any, well, I don't know.
That doesn't logically follow. Like our brains create chemicals that make us experience the emotion of love. Therefore, God is a non sequitur.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that just be an explanation of what's occurring? Like, it's not.
No, neuroscience explains what's occurring.
Yes, it explains what's occurring, but it's not like a causal link. Like, I would say that the cause would be God, but the explanation could be scientific.
No, if you're going to say God is involved in any part of the process, that actually needs to be demonstrated. I'm not a neuroscientist, right? So I can't go into great detail about is it oxytocin, which chemicals are involved, what the triggers are, the physiology and the things that happen. I'm not qualified to go into any great detail. However, if somebody is going to claim X, I don't care what X is a part of the process, that has to be demonstrable before it's reasonable to accept it.
I mean, I'm not saying that you're incorrect, but it's like if you're asking me what's the evidence, and this is more so on the spot because I am not a believer. I'm just letting you guys know, but it would be maybe it's that anything could happen in the universe, for like setting up a situation in which evolution, not strictly speaking in biology, but in terms of the universe that grows and changes and evolves. That was the goal. We have a universe where lots of things are possible, and all the fact that we can do all these different types of things, there are so many different types of people, is the evidence of God, as opposed to a block universe where we can only be like only stars would exist and no other forms of life exist. Maybe that would be the evidence.
So it sounds like when you explicitly said you're not a believer, it sounds like you're just like playing devil's advocate here. So
well, no, I'm not playing devil's advocate. I'm saying like how I answered the question was I do not meditate. I do not try to see who God is or what God is, but there are people who have done that. People in India, people in like Tibet. And they all say that God exists. Like there are yogis alive today who claim to have come back from the dead and met God.
And there's people who say they've had alien encounters and have seen Bigfoot and all kinds of things.
Yes, but I would say yogis are maybe slightly different. It is a 1,000-year-old tradition, if not longer than that. Like aliens abducting people has not been around or as common or as taught to people like yoga is.
They're people who are very practiced at having getting themselves into a state where they can perceive the world in a different way and have very unusual kinds of experiences because they become skilled at using their attention in certain ways, and their interpretation of those experiences is being filtered through a lens of culture and religion and stuff like that. And there's a very big difference between saying we accept that people have these interesting perceptual experiences and saying the interpretation of those experiences should be taken at face value. They're very, very different positions.
I know that they're different, but I think that we're necessarily excluding the subjective part of existence. And
JC, you're giving us, as someone who is a non-believer yourself, that definitionally means every single argument you give us are things that have not convinced you, which means you are sort of playing devil's advocate.
Well, I would like to. Well, that's because, I'm still trying to achieve success in the material world, and I don't have time to meditate. After I retire, I would love to move somewhere and start meditating and see if it's real. But to say definitively that, no, you guys are faking, I know that this has been around for like
we're not saying they're faking. We're not saying they're faking. We're not accusing anybody of faking.
Maybe that was harsh.
We're just saying, and even if you start meditating and have the most life-changing experiences ever, there's no experience you can have while you're meditating which would be a justifiable warrant for thinking a God exists, because all you can say is, while I was meditating, I had these thoughts and impressions and feelings. That's as much as you could ever get to. There's no experience I could have whilst meditating that would justify me making the claim that a God exists, because who knows what kind of amazing transformative experiences you can have in a state of deep meditation. And by the way, speaking of that, I did poll the YouTube audience, and 117 people in the room claim to be atheists who regularly meditate. So that was just a little data point for you there in real time.
And I get what you're saying, but I think that we are still neglecting evidence from other traditions. There are, what are they called? Yogis who claim to, and I haven't looked at the medical research, but I will, and I would love to come back. But there are yogis who claim to have performed healings. And
come back on a Friday, because these are things that have not convinced you. So they
convinced me to have interest, but I still have a life, and I'm not in India. Like, it's not like I could just pull this stuff up. I am a practicing mathematician. That's what I do. We don't meditate, but it's not like I'm making the claim that, okay, I can't see God. There are yogis who claim to see God, who claim to have died and then reformed their bodies. Like, I wouldn't claim that ever. That's
JC, mad respect to you for being a mathematician. My hat is off to you. I've got crazy respect for you for that. But read Flim Flam by James Randi or other such books.
Let me write this down.
I mean, Flim Flam is a classic. It's 40 years old now, but read Why People Believe Weird Things by Michael Shermer. There's so many of these. Or The Demon Haunted World by Carl Sagan will give you a steer on how to think about these claims, because they're prevalent in our culture. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of claims of all sorts of people having done all sorts of things, and there's a way to think about this stuff which is a little more skeptical and a little more scientifically minded, and the world starts to make a lot more sense when you do. But I'll move it along, because we've been doing the sort of devil's advocate thing enough. But thank you for calling in, JC, and big up for being a mathematician.
Thank you guys too.
All right, keep well. Take care. All right. That we are, I mean, it's a basic thing. Skepticism is not cynicism. Skepticism just means learning how to, or the practice of applying critical thinking to claims. And we should all learn to do it. We should all learn to do it. And if we think we know how to do it, we probably don't know how to do it well enough. I'm always trying to learn more and learn to think in a better way and improve my thinking and stop tripping up falling down my own cognitive tunnels where I don't understand things properly, or they go over my head, or things fool me. None of us are as smart as we think. All of us are more credulous than we think, and we should all work on it. So it's a work in progress always until we die. It continues to be that. Okay, loads of super chats. D is in the queue. On TikTok. D, if you just hold still for a minute, I'm going to just get through some of these, because otherwise we're building up a big queue and I don't want to do that. Waggy Crack, always good to see you, my friend. How many more times does natural selection need to be explained to Christians who are either too lazy or too brainwashed to Google it themselves? I know, and it's so easy to become educated about the basics of this. We're all walking around with supercomputers in our pocket, and people are ill-informed about just basics of biology. Crazy. Good point. Joyous Dog, lovely to see you too. Waiting for TikTok to bring people up. How about a drum roll? That is a good idea. I know I need to up my my sound effects library. So yeah, a drum roll would be good. It's that moment when you call a guest in, and you call a guest in, and you're waiting to see whether TikTok is actually going to resolve them in or not. I'm trying to see if I've got one. I've got a little drum here, but I don't think it's a roll. I've got this one. That's more of a sort of joke, isn't it? Rather than a drum roll. I wonder if we'll get an opportunity to use that later. We probably will. And Aleph Naught here said, baby requires a baby maker. I know. Advanced biology happening here, folks. DE will have you in just a moment. Herbie Shine. Great to see you, friend. In the name of Jesus Christ, Elijah is half chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream and half flabby brain thinker. I think ice cream, but this flabby brain caller, not so much. I like ice cream. Sorry. I like ice cream, but flabby brain caller, not so much. Silver sliver hiss sliver. Oh, sorry. I completely messed up reading that, but yeah, I know, right? Elijah was quite the piece of work. Definitely my favourite call of the day so far, and 100% going in the Crash Out Hall of Fame, along with other luminaries such as Captain Skeleton Man and who was the other one? Michael, Apostle Michael. He was just a gem, wasn't he? Okay, let's get DE in next. I love that we have these legends of the channel. D. Well, that was worth waiting for. I'll carry on reading super chats until the next person with an IQ of more than 8 comes in. Mediocre Thought said, new life prompt, is Sean part serpent? Eli Ref. Yeah, I think we should definitely do it. Are you part serpent, Sean?
Yeah, I'm going to plead the fifth on that one.
Well, yes, that's very revealing. Now we know. And Evil Banana Wind said, look at the trees, look at the bees, look at D's. Brilliant stuff. That was when Clayton was on, and whoever spotted that Clayton was a flat earther. Well done, you. I didn't get that. It was only when someone said it in the chat. It's like, wow. Okay, Garbage Man says, hey guys, I have some arguments based on sympathy being incompatible with heaven. Too long. Don't read. Heaven is a dystopia. May work well on empathic guests. Interesting.
I have the real argument. great case to be made that sympathy is not a part of heaven. If you're in heaven and you realize billions of people, including very potentially your own loved ones, are burning alive for all eternity, or are burning alive and we're burning alive, and whatever your hell concept is, if you are eternally happy in heaven, that means your sympathy is non-existent.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because you can't be enjoying heaven whilst thinking about people you know and loved who are being tortured elsewhere by the same God that you're apparently worshipping. Okay, so over on the YouTube side, we've got God's Chosen One, who's feeding me a quite strange video signal of a place that doesn't look like someone at home. So I don't know what's going on with that. Looks like in a public place or something. We'll try this. God's Chosen One, are you there?
There we go. Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Interesting setting you have there. What's going on? How are you?
I'm kind of in a situation now because the security came as I was yelling earlier with you. I now have this guy giving me a problem here. So we're waiting for the police to show up. So just hang in there with us, okay?
Are you okay? Are you safe?
No, I'm not. This guy's giving me a headache. So this is what we're dealing with. He's phoning the cops because I'm sitting here charging my laptop talking to you guys.
Right. So
I'm just kind of sitting here going, dealing with this. I'll have to be with you in a minute.
It sounds like you've got your hands full. If you're in a situation that you're not feeling safe, I would say leave. If it's a situation where you're concerned about your well-being, just leave and call us back another time, okay? I think we're going to move on from that. That would be our advice. Don't stay in a position where you don't feel okay, and call us back when you do. Okay, that is that one. Strange. We just need to restart the caller log because it's... There we go. No. There we go. Off the screen. On the screen. Off the screen. I can't clear my caller log. That's weird. It does this sometimes. Do we have another guest? We don't have another guest at the moment, so I will read some super chats until we do. But I also do have to try and get this name off the screen because it's not going off right now. Let's try it like this. Is that going to work? Like that. There we go. Okay. The next super chat is from Ivy, who I think sent, it was like a little emoji thing, which doesn't come up on my aggregator, but thank you, Ivy, for the supportive message. Appreciate it so much. And Aleph Not here said, the unsmacked smacker. There's no such thing as an infinite re-smack. Ugh. Yeah, that was, of course, when we were speaking to H4H earlier about the long chain of stuff. Risa will get you in just a moment. We'll do 3 more of these and then get Risa in. Bingo! There has to be a first smack, says Buzz. Absolutely. Absolutely horrendous. And Buzz said, guys, don't do smack. Also true. Definitely don't do smack. And Buzz said, H4H, hallelujah for... I can't say that. I'm not going to read that out on the live stream, but you see what it says. And then last one is Buzz said...
smack reference.
To our Muslim friends who aren't idiots, happy holiday. Yesterday was allegedly Muhammad's birthday. Well, happy birthday to him. Okay, let's get Risa in next. Oh, Risa just dropped out. There we go. Some of our guests are a bit like sort of particles in a quantum field. They just pop into existence and they pop out of existence for no reason whatsoever. That's fine. Well, we'll keep on going with some of these lovely messages until our next guest turns up. Oh, Risa is back. There we go. Mediocre Thought said, realised just now that a pretzel is just a circle with extra steps, both in terms of the food and the apologetic arguments. Brilliant. That's it. Pretzels are some of my favourite things. No shortage of them around here. So bringing Risa in right now. Hey, Risa, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Very good indeed. So why should anyone believe in a God?
I just came up to defend myself because I'm not a particle floating through the air or whatever you said. I just accidentally clicked on the request when I was was when I was sending gifts, actually.
Oh, well, that's very kind.
Sorry.
Well, thank you for that. It's a problem with the TikTok app. It's easily done, and thank you for gifting, and thank you for being here in the audience. We massively appreciate all of that, but not as much as we appreciate your very presence. So thanks for being around. We appreciate you.
You're right. Though. The guests are having a hard time finding their way to you today. So,
Thank you.
I completely understand the. Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming up, albeit accidentally, and for clarifying that that's what happened. We appreciate you. Thanks, Rissa. Okay, that is that. And we've got Amy. Amy Waking Wolf is coming in next. Good name.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. How are you?
I'm excellent. I watch so many of these Believe in God podcasts. Yours is one of my favorites.
Oh, thank
you. I always am frustrated because there's a part of the story that never gets told, and I'd really like to share my thoughts on that.
But before you do, Amy, are you here to debate the prompt? Because today is, strictly speaking, a debate stream, and we do have a show just for people sharing their thoughts about other things, but that isn't today. So where are you coming from, just so we know, because we want to keep it focused.
The money aspect. Why should anyone believe in God? Because of why are they not realizing how much money is being brought into the community, and you're paying basically for your own, future heaven, which basically you pay with your life. Why isn't that
Amy,
ever talked about?
We agree with you. There's so much corruption in it, and churches get fat and they don't get taxed, and they've got all these exemptions and special statuses and all of that stuff. But we are really just looking for debates today, Amy. So point well made. Thank you for making it. Okay. Keep well. Thank you so much. Okay, that's it. To echo my good friend Justin, I love you. If you support us and you agree with what we're saying, I'm really, really pleased that you do, and I'm even more pleased that you would take the time to give us your attention and be here watching the streams and be in the lives. I'm touched beyond words and grateful that you do that. But please don't come up when it's a debate stream, because it just kind of messes things up. We are here to have debates, and that's what people are here to watch. So, but yeah, Amy made a good point. So much of religion is about follow the money a lot of the time. Okay, Indentured Cervix said, Ems is conducting a social experiment on skepticism by using a voice changer and having everyone tell us that's not Ems, trust me, bro. It would be an amazing experiment, but for the fact that we have now independently verified that that Mikhail and Ems are in fact different entities. And you said you've been in a conversation with both of them, Sean.
I've been in a conversation with both of them, and I don't like. I'm not going to go into great detail, but the similarities has caused some tension with Ems because I wouldn't want somebody else and somebody else's actions being attributed to me.
Yeah,
people
right.
are thinking they are me. So it's really important. It's funny. I even came up with like Mikhail is Schrodinger's Ems as a sort of a funny Ems, but not Ems or what have you. But when tension is involved and the parties want to be independently identified only as themselves, not somebody else, that's totally understandable. So I backed off of that, and please give them the respect and acknowledgement as two separate people. I have beyond any doubt verified they are two separate people. I've had conversations with them simultaneously, them talking over each other, etc. They are two separate people unequivocally.
Right. And I think that's really important. That was actually it was a perspective on this that I hadn't actually considered until you said it. And maybe I need to give Ems a shout and just connect with him about this, because Ems is an absolute legend in the counter-apologetic space. And he's carved a niche for himself based on his incredible knowledge, dialectic skill, and just, ability in these debate spaces, particularly when it comes to, matters of Islam, to just be a really, 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 really effective communicator. And obviously Mikhail has a similar skill set, But I think it's really important to allow these people to be different people. I think that I totally understand why it might bother Ems. I wouldn't, as you say, I wouldn't want someone else out there with a lot of people thinking they were me. Because they might not represent my views in the right way. So, yeah, so I hear that and I understand it completely. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Okay, Buzz said, I've never seen Ems and not Ems in the same room, but we have just clarified that. So, yep, they are indeed different people. And Buzz said, I'll never let any of you forget that I coined both nope and cardinal. Bow at my wit. You did indeed. You did indeed. So all props go to Buzz for nope and cardinal. It's brilliant. It is brilliant. Absolutely no question about it. And Pollum, lots of numbers, says, I argue that I am an NPC. Why would you want that? Right. It's slightly strange, isn't it? This was when we were speaking to Daniel earlier on. Strange. Buzz Life, in fact, it was the call before, wasn't it? And Buzz said, well, consider my flibberties gibleted. Another weak caller. The flibberties have now been gibleted. And Aleph Not Here said, Daniel's crickets are saying what we're thinking. Yeah, it wasn't a great conversation, that one. It was a bit weird, that conversation. And Buzz said, ask if D's nuts are God. Right, I always forget to say that one. When people say God is everything, I just try to think of the most ludicrous thing, a little pile of cat vomit or something. It's such a silly argument. So silly. I don't know why that seems profound or deep to some people, but apparently it does. I don't think it is. And Buzz said, is God also updog? Perhaps. I guess God would be everything, right?
Do you get that one?
I don't get the reference. No, that one over my head. What's updog?
Yeah, it's a way you kind of get somebody. You use the phrase "up dog," and they're like, "What's up, dog? Not much, homie." You know?
Oh, okay, one of those.
They tried to get you to be like, "What's up, dog?"
Okay,
Anyway.
I thought it was something that was like, "What's up, dog?" I don't really know what it is, but you know, if someone's making the claim that God is everything, then yeah, they would be. They would be up dog as well. Illustrates how ludicrous that is. And Tim Davidson says, so God is the African spider that makes your yoo-hoo so hard the blood congeals and they have to shove a scalp in the tip hole and twist to fix it. Well, thank you for that imagery, Tim. That's what everyone needed during their morning coffee or afternoon brunch or whatever the thing is. But yeah, God would be that too. Definitely would want to be that too. And Tim says, I want to apologize to every male that read or heard my last super chat. Apology accepted. It doesn't mean we feel better, but the apology is accepted. Thank you, Tim. And Jamnik said, thanks to one of my cats, I stepped in God this morning. Oh, I'm really sorry. That happens sometimes when you have cats. You just step in God. It can happen, but you know, you just fetch a bit of God and you clear it up, chuck it in the God and flush it, and then it gets, you know, goes down the drains with all the rest of the God and out to the sewers with all the rest of the God. That's how that one works. And Nick Willett says, what's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. God equals everything. It is just because, said the toddler. What the fuck? Yeah. Right. I know. And Buzz said Dolly Parton died before Jada Pinkett Smith. Sorry to hear that. I saw someone saying that earlier. Dolly Parton was an absolutely massive songwriting talent. People don't realize what a prolific and talented and skilled songwriter she was. She was a really, really good. You know, she was best known for other things, but as a songwriter, very, very, very good indeed. Okay. Buzz is ribbing me for having fallen into the updog. I did. What can I say? I'm just not very intelligent or quick.
The one who screwed that one up mostly is me, because apparently I was reading the chat while you were speaking and I missed that you actually said, what's up, dog? Missed opportunity to whoever sent that chat. I'm sorry I bombed that one.
It was Buzz. Did I actually say it? Or did I say, I don't know what updog is? Did I say, what's up, dog? Well, there you go. There you go. You got me, Buzz.
If he said it and I missed that opportunity, sorry guys, because that was well played on your part.
Yeah, you nicely played. I agree completely. Right, what else have we got? Come on, callers, where are you at? Look, if you're watching on TikTok, and 192 of you are, surely one of you must be thinking, is this the moment to defend my God? Is this going to be the moment? Is the Holy Spirit telling you to do it? Or is the Holy Spirit saying, forget about all of that 1 Peter 3:15 stuff. Don't be willing to give a reason for the trust that lies in you. Why not? Come and tell us. Tell us why your God exists if you think so. And YouTube similarly, like 821 people watching on YouTube. This is your moment to come up and set us straight about this. Let us know why we're missing it. What's the updog that we're missing here? Okay, so Shamrock69 is coming in on TikTok. This might be the moment. This might be the moment that we find out what we've been missing. Hopefully. I need the drum roll. Hey Shamrock, how are you?
Hey, how are you doing today?
Very well indeed. Just going to get your
It's been a little while.
your name up. Yeah, we have spoken before. It has been a little while, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. I jumped on. You were struggling for some people to get on. I gotta let you know the reason I haven't got on. I've been listening for a little while. I'm driving right now, but I'm about to park in like 5 minutes. So, talk to me yet or no?
Call us back in 5 if you're free when you park, and if not, it would have to be another time because we can't speak to you while you're driving, sadly. But yeah, if you're free in 5 minutes, I'll just drop you down right now. Concentrate on driving. If you're free in 5 minutes, then give us a call back. And if not, then give us a call back when you are. We would hate for anything to happen to you or anyone else as a result of that. So we couldn't have that. But thank you for coming up anyway. Appreciate it. Okay, well, while we wait for our next guest, we have a few more of these. So David Pollack said, God obviously created the world for the trilobites, 270 million years of existence, only to be taken out by the Permian-Triassic rapture event. We are the 10% left out of trilobite heaven. Tri-heaven. I love that. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and you think about the time frames involved. Human beings have only been around for a fraction of time. When you consider the age of the Earth and you consider the age of multicellular life, we are a very, very recent development. Millions and millions and millions of years of other life, of other sorts of life. And we've just come along recently, and we think it's all about us. The hubris of that, the narcissism of it is absolutely amazing. Beautifully expressed, David. Thank you. I love that. And Tim said, as a bigger guy, I largitate. That was when we were speaking to JC. Fair. And Fiona said, I can do astral projection. It's fun. If what I see is real, the Warhammer 40k universe is real.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We just want some common sense arguments, not any of that silly stuff. And Tim says, it's only probing if you don't like it. Oh, Tim, thank you. Yikes. And Buzz said, Yogi likes a good pick a nick basket too. Again, while we were speaking to JC. And then Bjorn said, God caused tech fails to prevent embarrassing calls. That is possibly true. Possibly true. We do get quite a lot of that sort of thing. Interventions on connections and stuff. And either it's just the fact that technology doesn't always work well, or it's the Holy Spirit or powers and principalities, something like that, interfering with the communication. And Pollum says, I used to work as a producer for a Twitch YouTube channel for years and have hundreds of audio drops. If you want them, drum rolls and all, I'll email you. That is super, super kind. That's amazing. I'd love a few bits of audio. I mean, it's fairly easy to get hold of that stuff, but if you've got a good collection, that could be really, really helpful as a little battery of sound. That would be incredible, Pollen. My email address is John, Jon, at unconvincedbook.com. And that would be super, super kind. That's an amazing thing. Thank you. That's awesome. And Scaly Music says, Ems is a true legend on every channel, but he still needs a pop protection for his mic. Sometimes it's hard to understand what he says due to the pops. Yeah, but with a voice like that, we would all listen to him read the phone book, wouldn't we? I certainly would. And Buzz says, not much is up, dog. How about you? He said it.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Yes.
That was such a layup. I'm so kicking myself for that, but you know, what can you do?
You could have got me too. You could have skewered me right here.
Yeah.
But Buzz passed it to you and you just dropped it.
And then just right off the rim, like, sorry about this. Sorry, Buzz.
What else have we got? We have got Joyous Dog. John's headgear as Nope is the mic notter as opposed to the mitre. Oh, the mic notter, right? Yeah, I like that. We'll have to get T to put it into one of his brilliant illustrations of all of that stuff. If you've not seen it, it's in the art page on the Discord. All very, very good. And Buzz said, I wasn't trying to get John with the updog joke. I was trying to get the chat. I'll take the gift I was given. Definitely got me. Definitely got me. And what else have we got? Game Shark said, when they say atheism is a religion, ask them for the tenets and requirements. Apparently, I never knew they existed. They can not only can they not name tenets and requirements, it is impossible to name one thing that all atheists think is true. Not one, or all atheists are even obligated or required to think is true. There's none. The only thing that needs to be true for you to be an atheist is to not be convinced that God exists. That's not a statement about anything being true. You could be not convinced that a God exists and also have the belief there are no gods, or you could not be convinced that a God exists and not have the belief that there are no gods. So there's literally nothing. There's literally not a single thing that all people who are atheists have in common, other than not being convinced a God exists. That's it. That's the only one. What else have we got? We have also got, Bethos says, justice for the trilobites. Go trilobites. Love it. And the last one for now, Flip 40, justice for trilobites again. They need a lot of justice, don't they? Yeah, those guys aren't around to speak for themselves. So, as a marginalized community, we need to step up for them. That's what we need to do. Justice for trilobites. Okay. Right. Well, while we wait for our next guest, I've got some other things to share. First of all, just to recap again on the schedule for this week, which is tomorrow night. I'll be doing the hang up on the line with Matt Delhunty. I believe that's 7 p.m. Central Time, but don't quote me on that. It's tomorrow evening. Thursday, I would normally do, and we would normally do the evening stream, the 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. UK time. But I've got such an early start on Friday morning that I can't do that on Thursday. So instead, we will do the Thursday live will just be earlier in the day. So it'll be exactly the same time as today's live was, meaning it will start at 3 p.m. I always get confused about this. 3 p.m. UK time, which is, what time was it for you? 10 p.m. Eastern time in the US. So that will be the case on Thursday. And then the Saturday stream, I will be away on Saturday. I won't be able to stream. I'll be back on Sunday. And my plan is to do the Saturday night stream on Sunday. But I may have to pull out of it if I'm too exhausted, because Sunday's going to be a really super long day. Early start, long day, 3-hour drive back home. Probably not getting back until reasonably late. if I'm just too tired, then I'll have to bail on the Sunday night and we'll figure it out. But that's currently the plan. So that's the shape of the week. All right. So while we're waiting for our next guest to come up, as you know, I like to go through the comments on YouTube underneath the videos and pull out the ones. They're like non-real time chats, aren't they? And some of them are great and they're just funny to look at. So we will get our next guest in MLPSP in a moment, but I just wanted to share this one with you. I found it the other day. It did make me laugh. Where is it? It's over here. It says, atheists will never say they don't believe in Satan. And I read that as a challenge. So, Sean, do you believe in Satan?
No. John, do you believe in Satan?
I do not believe in Satan. I think that Satan is as silly as all the other religious characters that we hear about. So, no, this is not a secret affiliation on our part, doing the dark work of the Lord or Satan or anything like that. We just think it's all very silly. And so you have now heard atheists, two of them right here, live for you, say that they don't believe in Satan, thereby proving that claim false. Okay, let's get in MLPSP. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be said a different way, but we'll find out in a moment. MLPSP. Hi, MLPSP. How are you?
Hi, John. How are you, bro?
Yeah, very good. How do we say your name? If I need to refer to you, do I refer to you as a collection of letters, or is there a thing? You want when we should say Millips?
Call me Jack. Call me Jack. Call me Jack.
Jack. Okay, Jack. Well, okay. Welcome in, Jack. Stroke MLPSP. Why should anyone believe in God?
Well, the first thing is, how do you explain, like, the best argument I can give for God is the cosmological argument, like the universe had a beginning, so like there was the first chain that moved everything, so like yeah.
Okay, so we obviously, you can imagine, we get this a lot, and the response is always going to be the same. So we don't know that the universe had a beginning. That isn't a thing we know. That there's a difference of opinion. The majority of people who are experts in this field don't claim the universe had a beginning. They just claim that the universe changed its form in some very fundamental way. Just short of 14 billion years ago, it started to expand from a very hot, dense state into something more akin to how it is today. But prior to that point where the expansion started, nobody knows. Nobody knows whether before that the universe didn't exist or whether it existed in some other form. Even if we granted, so that's the first thing, we don't know that the universe had a beginning, but even if we granted that it did, why would that be evidence for a God and not just evidence for some principle in science that causes universes to come into being?
I don't know. In my opinion, nothing can come from everything can't come from nothing. Like there must be something intelligent that designed something.
Well, that's a big leap there. That's a big leap. Do you want to come in, Sean? I'm loving the devil.
Sure. Okay, so either the universe had a beginning or it didn't. If the universe did not have a beginning, you don't have something coming from nothing or nothing from nothing. You don't have anything coming about at all. It just always existed. Now let's say the universe had a beginning. Again, we don't know at this point. There's no reason to believe that the cause of the beginning is necessarily a thinking agent. We would still, if we discovered the universe had a beginning, we would still be stuck with, we don't know what the cause is. You are claiming that it had a beginning and that the cause was a thinking agent. Neither of those things have been justified.
Mm-hmm. Well, it makes a lot of sense, but I just heard a lot of Christians use that argument, especially, have you heard about Jesus and whatnot, the debater on TikTok here?
I heard about it, and I didn't see the debate. I heard about it, if he argued the Kalam, he argued something that's been refuted time and time again. It's for those who don't know, and I suspect like 90% of the people in the chat know the Kalam, but for those who don't, premise one, the universe began premise one, everything that begins to exist had a cause. Premise two, the universe began to exist. Conclusion, the universe had a cause. So there are problems with premise one, but that gets too into the weeds. But like premise two, the universe began to exist. That has not been demonstrated. But even if it has, the conclusion is the universe had a cause. You don't have God in the premises, which means you can't have God in the conclusion. All you would have, if you accepted the premises, is that the universe had a cause. That doesn't get you to God, even if we accept premise two, which we don't, because that's unsubstantiated.
And one more question, like, what do you think about the idea of soul? Like, is that all consciousness, and is consciousness in the brain or something else?
You want to take this one, John?
Yeah. So,
because your wife's the neurologist.
Well, she's my wife's a neuropsychologist, which means that she works with people who have had brain injuries and understands how changes to the structure of the brain translate into changes in the experience of people who have that brain. So the idea of a soul is one of the silliest ideas we could possibly be holding on to at this point, given what we know. We know that human consciousness has something to do with the correct operation of a brain, or the operation of a brain, right? Because when your brain is operating, your consciousness emerges and is there. When your brain stops operating correctly, either if you have an injury or if you have certain chemicals in your system, if you have an anesthetic or stuff like that, which stop that operation of your brain, your consciousness vanishes. So we know that there's this very, very profound connection between your awareness and your brain. And it's not just your awareness in your conscious moment, in a conscious moment. It's everything that makes you you. All your memories, your tastes, the things that you're passionate about, the way you evaluate ethical decisions, the way you think about yourself, all of that stuff, the identity that people like to call a soul, is the functioning of a brain. So the idea that a brain would stop functioning and then that stuff would all suddenly magically carry on is completely ludicrous. It's so silly. It really is time that we stopped thinking about souls and realized that we've moved on. You know, this is not the Dark Ages anymore. We understand ourselves a little bit better now. Have we completely solved the problem of consciousness? No. And the problem of consciousness is, how does the operation of this gooey stuff between our ears result in the formation of conscious awareness? We don't really know that. And it's possible that we may never be able to answer it. But even if we can't answer it, we know that without the brain, there is no consciousness, there is no personhood. And the notion that it magically continues without a brain is just silly. So, Jack, thanks for calling in to talk to us. Appreciate your call.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Keep well. Thanks. All right. We are going to get They Call Me Tater Salad in. That's a good name, to be fair. It's a good name. We're going to get them in right now. They Call Me Tater Salad coming in. I need the drum roll now. There we go.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going. So what would you like us to call you?
You can just call me Jay. That's fine.
Jay.
My name is after, there's a comedian, Ron White, here in the U.S. I don't know if he's big, a blue-collar comedy guy. That's his nickname. They used to say, that was his bit back in the day. They called me Tater Salad. That's where I stole his name from.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, I'm going to put Jay on the board. That's fine. The music that's playing in the background, is that something you can either switch off or get away from? And are you driving in a car at the moment?
Sorry.
You're not driving, are you?
Yeah, I'm actually I'm sitting at a red light, or I mean at a parking lot. But yeah, I can turn the music off. Sorry about that. I didn't know you could even hear it. All right, is that better?
Yeah, that's much better, because we can't have copyright material playing on the stream. So
sure.
Sure. And is that your hazard lights going off? Because that's quite noisy too. So if you turn those off, are you going to be unsafe? Are you still safe?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. All right.
All right.
Is that better?
All set. Let's go.
Okay. I was just going to mention something to you, and I know you're doing opposition only, and so I'm going to give you an opposition thing just to consider, but from an interesting point of view, and I just wanted to mention this to you because I'm an ex-Christian myself, and I agree with pretty much everything you were just talking about when it comes to the consciousness and, the likelihood of there being a soul and all those things. But as someone who actually does agree with you, I am no longer a believer. One thing I will say, and the reason I think to just throw out there to say, why should anyone believe in God? I'm not going to say this is necessarily a great answer, but it is something that I've learned in my personal experience. There are some people, including a lot of people that are close to me, I don't think they can function without a God. I don't know what it is about some people's psyche that if they don't believe in a higher power, it's almost like they can't function. Yeah.
It sounds to me like you're driving along and not stationary. Am I right about that?
Okay, I can hang up and let you talk. Yeah, I just pulled out. I've got to go to an appointment, which is perfectly.
Right. So we're not going to speak to you while you drive along, and it's supposed to be a debate stream. So that was not great. So sorry, friend. Please don't do that. Okay, I'm going to move it along. Wild. I didn't even really pay attention to the point he was making because all I was thinking is that's not sounding like pulled over to me. I kind
of called that when he said red light. I mean parking lot.
Yeah. Okay, so Bethel said, did you say schedule? I thought it would be schedule. What was that for? I've lost that. That one's gone over my head. Is this another moment?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. It would be that. It would be schedule. Yes, schedule. Yes, so in my world, we don't say schedule. We say schedule. It is a difference in the British and the American pronunciation.
Really? Get out of here.
Yeah,
okay. I learned something. I know some of your, differences in the lingo, but I didn't know that one.
Yeah. Schedule, not schedule.
Okay.
The CH makes a SCH makes a sh sound. And so we don't pronounce it as a hard C. So that would be that.
Interesting.
Yeah, there we go. We won't get into which one is correct. We just say that is just a difference, isn't it? Okay. So we have we've got Tim over on the YouTube side, but we're going to take Abdur first. Maybe it works this time round. It didn't work when we brought Abdur in earlier. Abdur, are you there?
Yes, I'm here now. Good afternoon.
Now you are. Hi, welcome back.
Thanks. I had to pray earlier, so
no worries.
You for back up.
That's okay. I hope you had a successful prayer and they're all answered. Why should anyone believe in God?
Yes, I'm happy to explain that. So real quick, we've spoken before, and in today in some of your previous conversations, Bismillah, you positioned yourselves as agnostic. Right, where and even Sean said something to the effect of if there is a God, we're open to learning more about that. So
sure.
Just a respectful request. I would love to have a honest, fruitful dialogue with you two, without maybe any particular people who are past Muslims who might harbor some sort of emotional resistance or some emotional resentment toward the religion. I think that would impede us from actually taking.
Okay. Real quick, are you a Muslim yourself?
I am. Yep, I am.
Okay. It's totally up to John. It's his show. But if you're going to start referencing deep levels of Islam and Islamic texts or what have you, John and I are ill-prepared to, not ill, John's somewhat prepared, but I'm wildly ill-prepared to address the validity of your scriptural claims or what have you. So we would need to have an expert up for that. But if you're just generally talking about the logic of a creator God existing or something to that effect, then we can stick to that. And I don't know how you want to handle this request, John.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. That's exactly what I would have said. And the other thing is that to say that if we bring someone in, is that they must have some emotional beef with Islam. It might just be the case that they examined the tenets of the faith and became unconvinced that they're warranted by the evidence, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't follow that anyone who argues against your position has been emotionally scarred by whatever. It could be that they just have thought it through and don't think it stacks up. So you must allow some conceptual space for that too. So right now, we don't have anyone else here. So tell us why anyone should believe in God.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So I believe that people should believe in God, number one, because it's the truth, and dialectically I'm happy to jump into that. The truth being that God exists and he is worthy of worship. And then second of all, because, kind of from a Pascal's wager kind of point of view, you really don't lose much of anything by living your life according to at least the tenets that I espouse. But you would lose quite a lot if you were to reject them and then be incorrect.
Because he's going to set you on fire later. Yeah, we've heard those arguments. Okay, so let me address both of the things you said. So the first thing is we should believe in a God because it's true. That's just saying we should believe in a God because we should believe in a God. Because it's the fact that it's true is the thing that we're asking you to justify in the question. So when I say, why should anyone believe in a God? What I really mean is, what evidence supports the claim that it's true? So you just saying it's true isn't providing evidence. It's just reasserting the thing that we all know you believe already. So that actually has no dialectic value at all to say you should believe it because it's true. What you need to do is provide the justification for the claim that it's true. That's the work you need to do. And then as regards your second point, belief doesn't work like this. You can't believe something because it might be strategically helpful to believe it. That's just not, that is to misunderstand what it means to believe something. I can't say, let's imagine, I'm going to give you a really extreme example of this. If you put a loaded gun in my mouth and said, I'm going to pull the trigger unless you believe in God right now. And you meant it, right? Let's say you meant it and I knew you meant it. In the thought experiment, you're hooked up to an infallible lie detector and I can see that you actually are going to do it, right? That would give me every reason in the world to believe, wouldn't it? Because you're going to blow my head off if I don't.
That I actually am, that will lead you to believe that I, in fact, am going to do that, right?
Right. And you would agree that in a situation like that, I would have every reason in the world to believe at that moment, to believe in God, right? But I still couldn't do it because that's not what belief is. Belief doesn't bend to the will, and belief doesn't bend to what might work out best for you in the future. That's just not how belief works. You can only believe something if you're convinced that it's true or likely true. So if you're not convinced that it's true or likely true, the fact that the God that you're describing is going to set me on fire and burn the flesh off my bones over and over and over again forever in the future, that doesn't make me convinced it's true. That's just a threat. That's all it is. It's just a threat. And then finally, and I will let you respond to all of this, I promise. Finally, the other problem with the Pascal's wager thing is it presumes that the God in question is the only God. Like the only bets available, the only show in town is either no God or your God. But there's a billion other gods that could be believed in. And they make their own threats about what if you don't believe in them too. So if I wanted to, let's say we granted the insane logic of the wager and said that I am able to make myself convinced strategically of something in order to avoid consequences in the future. You tell me I'm going to burn in hell if I don't believe in your God. The guy down the road tells me I'm going to burn in hell if I don't believe in his God. The woman up the street tells me I'm going to burn in hell if I don't believe in her God. And a million other people all tell me that I'm going to burn in hell if I don't believe in all of their gods. If I want to do right by the wager, which God do I believe in?
Great. Okay. Thanks for those 3 points. So, yeah, I realized that the first point was a little bit trivial. I was just kind of answering the question simply. I'm happy to dive into the evidence, and just kind of as an early flag, I'll be kind of presenting something on the lines of the contingency argument. And then number two, okay, I think you're saying, yes, like a threat is not actually sufficient to engender belief, which I would generally agree with, but I'd modify your analogy to say that a better analogy is if I said that, look, if you don't take some action, like let's say like if you don't stand up and come open the door, I'm going to start maybe I'll use a better, more TikTok friendly. If you don't stand up and open the door right now, I'm gonna like tickle you like literally to death or something like that. Okay? Or subhanallah. I don't know what's allowed on this platform.
That's fine. Some bad thing is going to happen, but getting up and opening a door is an action. Believing something isn't an action.
No, okay, got it. But the way, a better analogy is not, if you don't affirm my existence, then I'm going to punish you. A better analogy is that if you don't take certain actions and comport your life in a certain way, then you will be punished. Because that's what, especially the Quran, for example, it addresses, sorry, I got a call. It addresses disbelief in the form of action. So for example, I'll give you a hadith. There was an instance in which the Prophet Muhammad SAW was giving advice to someone to take shahada, they should profess the faith. And they said, like, I really don't believe in it all the way yet. And he was like, well, you should, I encourage you to do it because God will grant you sincerity. Right. So it's not really a all or nothing if you don't believe.
I did the shahada. I think it's called, what you called it, the affirmation that I believe it. Yeah. I don't remember the exact words. I actually did it live on the air because I'm willing to test any hypothesis. And so I don't believe it. I actually took it on the air, like live, and I still don't believe it did not instantiate any sort of belief. And I cannot decide to believe Muhammad, Thor, Shiva, or any god actually exists. So it didn't. Okay, I tested that. It didn't work.
We don't worship Muhammad as God. Quick clarification.
I know that.
Okay.
But it did not. No, it's okay. It did not in any way lead me to end up believing that Allah is real or that Muhammad was a prophet or any of that.
Sure thing. Okay, and so I mean, obviously there's things that go into it. Like you have to like make a sincere attempt, right? Like if you have to make a sincere attempt. So I would love to speak more about that in a bit, but I want to go to the third point. So basically my second point is that it's not just a mere like threat. Like if you don't believe, you're going to hell. That's not the entire picture really. So I said something like Pascal's wager, and then let me remember your third. Okay, the third point, and then the other thing is like, yeah, sure, I can grant that there's multiple belief systems to distinguish with in a Pascal's wager situation. Then you just have to use your intellect and go through them one by one, like, including atheism, right? Which I feel like that's your role as an agnostic right now, is to investigate these things, and we could rule out, okay, it doesn't make sense for a person to be simultaneously divine and all powerful in the case of what Christians say about Jesus, but also not at the same time, X, Y, and Z. But I'm just going to jump into the first point because that covered way too much probably than we can discuss in the 30 minutes you allow, which is why God's existence is the truth and why you should believe in it. So starting off with existence generally, we all exist. And if we investigate the nature of our own existence and the existence of everything that we encounter epistemically, have access to in a comprehensive sense, we realize that it admits of existence and non-existence equally in its essence, right? So what I mean by that is, for example, yourself. Because yourself has not existed in some organization of the universe, and it's equally plausible that you exist and that you don't exist. And this is the same for everything, including the universe.
I don't hold to that. So if we're talking about the reality as it stands right now, mm-hmm. it is not plausible that I don't exist whatsoever, because I'm going back to Descartes. I'm experiencing my own existence. Now, if you're saying it's possible for a world for me not to exist, sure, there was a time I literally didn't exist and now I do exist. Mm-hmm. But I don't consider it, and maybe you just worded it a little sloppily, but it is not equally plausible that I don't exist. It's implausible that I don't exist.
You're right. You're right. And the wording might have been throwing it off. The point is that on a metaphysical level, there's no reason why you must exist in essence, right? Like there's nothing about Sean James that demands that he exists. In any possible world. We just know that you do, or I guess you know that you do most. Okay?
Right.
Okay, yeah. Got it. So if we can agree on those grounds that things that we encounter generally are contingent, the next point, or P2, so to speak, would be that contingent things don't sufficiently explain other contingent things.
They may, a contingent thing may or may not sufficiently explain another contingent thing, and I don't hold that everything in existence is itself contingent. I would say I don't know on that. Some of that involves deep levels of physics, so it could be, for example, the quantum field that is found in space. And I don't even know what that is. I've just heard physicists talking about it. That's just an example of something that may not be contingent. Time itself may not be contingent. I don't know. I know time is relative, and we can get into the weirdness of that too. But
Sure.
I don't hold like as an axiom that literally everything is contingent. I can only say that the things that I can in my day-to-day normal life experientially, like things seem to be contingent. And then, as we talked about earlier, after a conversation I had with a physicist, even though I was mispronouncing it, I called it radiometric decay. It's radioactive decay.
Yes.
Yeah. So that in physics, according to him, it does not have a cause. It's just predictive to a calculable degree, but there's no actual cause. And so, so I don't necessarily hold to these axioms. They're deep level stuff that, like, I try to be agnostic on things until I really have strong evidence for a claim.
Sure. I heard you on that. So a couple things is, I'd say in this case, like you kind of said yourself, you have much more reason to believe that things are in fact contingent, because like you said, the things you interact with and the things that are epistemically accessible to you are in fact cause. And I would say cause is a sign of contingency, but they're not synonymous in and of themselves, first of all. Second of all, if all the super high level physics is kind of out of grasp for you and you don't know, it doesn't really make sense for you to kind of just accept testimony of what could or could not be the case as like a strong reason to remain agnostic on the subject. And then finally, real quick, Sean, finally, the issue with radioactive decay is just because it doesn't have a known cause doesn't mean that it's not contingent. Because again, there's a subtle difference between something being caused and contingent.
Can something be uncaused and contingent?
Yes.
Okay.
In a temporal
What do you mean
sense.
by what do you mean by contingent?
Contingent means that it depends on other than itself for existence. It's not self-existent. It's not a se. It's dependent on other. It's dependent on other than itself to exist.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I can only experience my day-to-day life. I cannot, like, I'm not a physicist. I haven't like studied with instrumentation, all that stuff, things at the quantum level. I don't know about deep level physics. And so I will not, like, if I talk to a physicist and they say, yes, everything is contingent, then sure,
Right.
but I remain agnostic on it. I'm not taking a position that everything isn't contingent. I'm just saying, I don't know because I don't know enough. And like, the deep mysteries of the world, I will not like take a position on it until I have sufficient reason to do so.
I think we all know where this conversation's going. In about 3 to 4 minutes' time, we're going to end up talking about whether an infinite gress exists. You're going to give us your claims for why it doesn't. We're going to say you haven't sufficiently demonstrated that it doesn't, and that's where we're going to be. It doesn't matter. All of this dancing around what we mean by contingent is completely irrelevant, because the argument you're building, and I don't mean to speak for you, but we've done this a few times. The argument you're building is towards demanding that at some point this chain of contingent things must be terminated in something which isn't contingent. First of all, that's not a position you will ever be able to demonstrate. You will only be able to assert it. And secondly, even if you do arrive at this terminus of contingency and we allow it, you're a billion miles away from demonstrating that non-contingent terminator of contingencies is a mind, has any awareness, is a person of any sort, has any intentionality whatsoever, and not just some brute fact of reality. There are a number of other ways of interpreting the possible ways that a chain of contingencies could be terminated that aren't a personal God. So this argument is going to fail.
Okay, got it. So you did presuppose quite a lot there. And I don't think that I necessarily have to, in order to answer the question of why should someone believe in a God, I don't think I have to, deduce for you or present to you 100. I 100% believe in God's existence, and I believe that my argument is philosophically sound. But if we walk with Sean's kind of mode of reasoning, if you admit that inductively, it seems like everything around you,
I didn't.
I know you didn't do that yet. I didn't.
Okay.
Okay, you didn't do that yet.
As long as you weren't saying I did it, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said if we were to hypothetically follow a train of thought that admitted that everything epistemically accessible to you admitted of contingency and must be explained and can't explain itself, that would be very good reason to accept the proposition that you should believe in a God or investigate it seriously. And really quick, John, because really quick, because to be honest, in terms of to be consistent and to be honest with yourself about how you make decisions, you don't know that you'll wake up tomorrow. You can't prove that deductively either, that you'll wake up tomorrow, but you still plan, you still make budgets, you still buy insurance. You don't know deductively. There's almost nothing that you know with 100% certainty, yet you base your life and make decisions and believe certain things. Like you believe, for example, that you'll wake up tomorrow. You don't know that.
You seem to have shifted away from a contingency argument towards arguing for something to do with inductive reasoning. We can address that, but that's a different discussion.
The entire discussion. I actually wasn't going to reference infinite regress. I was going to say that even if I were to grant a infinite causal regress in terms of like a number line, I could still run the contingency argument on the notion of dependence perfectly easily. But you wanted to skip past all of that and kind of presuppose what I'm doing.
But the only thing you've said is when we look around, we see that most things appear to be contingent. We can grant all of that. It doesn't get you anywhere near the set of all things is contingent. That would be a fallacy of composition. You agree with that, right?
I don't think that's necessarily a composition fallacy. I think the composition fallacy says that because the universe is composed of things and those things are contingent. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, sure.
It's a textbook fallacy of composition to say we look around and we see lots of things that are contingent, therefore we can infer that the set of all things must also have that property of being contingent. Fallacies of composition don't come any more than bog standard and textbook than that. That's the one.
And also, even if we look around, I don't see that necessarily everything is contingent. So I see the effects of gravity. I don't know if the equation for which objects with mass come together, if that's contingent or if that's just a brute fact of reality that couldn't be any other way. I don't know if the speed of light could be anything different. There are aspects of even in the limited scope of what I can physically observe in my day-to-day interactions, which is very limited because I cannot observe the quantum world,
right?
But at least not with my own eyes. With special instruments, that's a whole nother thing. I'm not willing to grant, due to the limited field of vision and the fact that I can't tell if certain aspects of even my observable reality are actually contingent. I remain agnostic on that claim.
Got you, Sean. Yeah. I'm happy to actually discuss these things or even something else of what we established at the beginning. But John, I think said earlier when I was first requesting that he finds these conversations boring. I'm not intending to bore you, but you also said that you like to think. So if we're open to challenging these things, then we can talk. Otherwise, I'll just drop because it seems like we're at the very beginning of the discussion. You're I know where this is going to go. Yada yada yada.
It's not that it's boring. It's just that it's so predictable. And it's exactly the same. I think we might have had the exact same conversation.
Didn't I explain that you got it wrong about you predicted I'd say something about infinite regress temporally, and you got it wrong. So,
but whether it's temporal or whether we're saying even if it's not temporal, even if it's just an infinite chain of contingencies, an infinite chain of causes, I'm not saying that it has to be a temporal infinite. It could be a causal infinite, and you're going to express a dislike for that, and you're going to say you don't find that psychologically gratifying. So you prefer to think about something that terminates that chain of contingencies and causes, and then you're going to personify that thing. And both of those moves, insisting it's there and insisting it's a friend of yours, are both fallacious.
Okay, let's take them one at a time then. So on the first point, right, you refuse to accept that the universe, for example, is contingent, and one by one I'll explain this. So like, I guess there's two parts to contingency argument. First of all, establishing the existence of a necessary being. And then number two, for me, is establishing that that necessary being is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself, the author of the Quran. Which one do you want to...
Before you get to being, you don't get to leap from there is something that is the terminus of all contingencies to it's a being. That's a big statement. So let's say, even if we were to grant, and as Sean has...
I just mean necessary existence. I just mean something that exists necessarily rather than contingent.
Something, right?
And existence, necessary existence.
You're not going to be able to do any of this. I mean, you're welcome to try, but Sean's already given you examples of things where we see things around us that may not be contingent.
Let's take those one at a time. So you mentioned gravity, Sean. So gravity, almost by scientific consensus, the gravitational force was the last force to develop after the Big Bang in the early universe. So we know that
I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that that's the scientific consensus.
Let's Google it. Do most scientists believe gravity came into being after the Big Bang?
That's a different question. That's a different question.
Wait, no, it's not. John, give me a moment. Yes, scientists believe gravity came into being. It was non-existent, then it started existing during the first tiny fraction of a second after the Big Bang. Okay, great. Falsified the first example of gravity. Next.
No, and Chase, come on up if you're in here. But no. You said gravity was one of the last of things to come into existence, and even if
four fundamental forces, the last of the four fundamental forces.
Okay. Again, I don't accept like what I learn about physics based on like just a quick Google search, like on the fly like that, and it doesn't mean it necessarily could be any other way. And in fact, I've spoken with physicists on the issue of like the universal constants, which gravity is one of them. They don't know if the universal constants could be any other way.
They don't know if there could be any other way in a universe that actually exists, such as ours. But before you get to that,
you were querying the sequence of events. So you were saying the Big Bang happened and then gravity, and both. By the way, the way that gravity is conceptualized now is not a force; it's a geometry. And so obviously that the universe having a certain geometry would only have that geometry after it had taken some topological form, right? That couldn't have happened before. The universe couldn't have a geometry before the universe had a form. So obviously the consensus is going to be that the geometric properties of the universe arose after the start of the expansion. That's obviously true. But that's not to say that it could have been another way.
So let's establish
it could be a brute fact of reality that the geometry of the universe causes the effects that we see that we call gravity. That would therefore not be contingent. It would just be a fact of reality.
Your objection is heard. So now we need to establish what mode we're talking in. So there's metaphysical modality in terms of necessity and contingency. There's also physical necessity or contingency. So when we talk about like the fine-tuning argument, right, and whether or not the universal constants could be some other way in an existing universe, that's a totally different discussion of whether or not a universe and the constants are necessary or possible on a metaphysical level. Do you understand that?
I'm not sure it does really make sense.
Okay,
you're making a claim that these properties of the universe could have been another way, and you're making that claim without earning it. So
Let me shore
that up.
Let me shore that up. So my claim is not that the universal constants could have been tuned like one decimal higher or lower, and thus been another way, which many scientists accept that could be the case. My point is that ontologically, in their very being, these universal constants may or may not exist. And that is demonstrable if they came into being, if they change, and I'd argue if they exist in a set of other similar things that they interact with on some level. That shows that they are not existent in and of themselves on the level of ontology.
I dispute the usefulness of this even as a concept. This just sounds like word salad to me. This sounds like you're playing Twister right now. That game where you...
Let me ask you for something, because I'll get ready to drop, because it seems like we're not ready for this conversation. Sean, you mentioned that you're open to testing hypotheses. I'd like you to please just look into metaphysical possibility and necessity versus physical possibility and necessity.
Metaphysical possibility is only that you can't rule it out. Metaphysical possibility is a low bar. Something can be metaphysically possible, but actually nomologically impossible.
Right. That's true.
Like it's only saying with the given information we can't rule it out, but that doesn't mean you can rule it in as actually being possible.
We say that it's metaphysically possible, and when we talk about the existence of the existence of God is inherently a metaphysical discussion, because no one holds God to be composed of matter or part of the universe. I shouldn't say no one; some people do, but in this conversation, the God, the definition that we're talking about earlier, you wanted to hold to definitions. That's a metaphysical discussion. So
the problem with metaphysical possibility, I'll give you an example. Let me ask you a question. Is it possible for me to drive 500 miles on one tank of gas in the car that I own?
What modality are you asking that question?
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem with it. Is it actually nomologically possible for me to drive 500 miles on one tank of gas in my car, in the car that I drive?
When you say nomenologically, do you mean physically?
Yeah, physically. Yeah, is it physically possible?
It's not.
Well, it may be. It depends on what type of car I drive. If I drive a hybrid, there are cars that have that sort of range, right? So it may be nomologically possible. It may be nomologically impossible. If I drive a Ford Raptor R, it would be likely impossible. I'd have to verify that, but I mean, that's a big, powerful truck. Mm-hmm. So the point is, it's without sufficient information to say whether it's actually possible. It's metaphysically possible only in that we can't rule it out. There is some type of car that might make it that would make it possible, but it may be in actual reality impossible. So I'm more interested if something is nomologically possible, that means actually physically possible in reality. Sure. Yeah, metaphysically possible only says that with the limited information we have, irrespective of whether it's actually, it may be impossible, but we can't rule it out because we don't have sufficient information to make a call on that. That's all you're saying.
May I respond to that?
Sure. Sure.
I don't necessarily hold to the same definition of metaphysical, nor do I accept, you've kind of established a hierarchy of importance, saying I care about what's actually in reality possible.
Yes.
Real quick, Sean, let me yeah, I got you. So you've associated actuality and fundamental reality to physics, okay? Well, you've kind of put metaphysics to the side and says all that has to do with is what we can't rule out, but that's not the whole picture. Metaphysics, in terms of non-material truths, right? 1 + 1 = 2 is a metaphysical statement, and I would say that that's a stronger truth-bearing statement than, for example, the gravitational constant is x 3 point whatever blah blah blah. Why is that the case? Because 1 + 1 = 2 is true in all worlds where axiomatically we accept those 3 laws of logic that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Whereas physics, empirics, these things change over time. So something that is true in all worlds, in all possible worlds.
They don't. That's why they're called constants. Not everything changes over time.
Can I direct you to a source that explores in physics whether the constants could have changed? This is something that scientists. This is something that scientists consider. So, and scientists embrace the fact that science changes. So I don't know why you would be challenging me on that. Scientists embrace the fact that our empirical understanding of "quote unquote" real reality changes, whereas metaphysical truths are true in all possible worlds. So I reject your hierarchy of truth where you say
our real reality does change, meaning planets form, stars go supernova, I scratch my nose, that's all reality changing. Yeah. But I'll talk to there's physicists that I talk to on here, but I'll talk to them about that again. But tentatively for now, I reject the claim that the universal constants the formula for calculating, gravity, the speed of light, etc., actually are subject to change. They may be. I don't know.
Those are, and by the way, Sean, those are kind of metaphysical entities in the first place, because it has to do with, like, non-material truths. And yet, I'm happy to talk to y'all again later, maybe, because what I want to leave with, Sean and John, it's a little bit, frustrating to you admit towards the beginning of the conversation, like, you're not really versed in science, yet these concepts, yet all of the objections you've raised to my proposition of contingency have had to do with concepts that you admittedly don't really know about. So I don't think you really
not
have
mine.
enough. I don't think
not mine, and not Sean's.
No, by your own admission. So I don't think it's really fair for you to so begrudgingly reject these concepts or even like discuss them without an epistemic comprehension of them.
But the reason why this doesn't work is, as I said to you, even if we granted you this claim of contingency of all things that you seem to be alluding to, even if we granted it to you, that doesn't get you to where you're trying to go. All it gets you is a composition fallacy, to say, I look around me, everything I see is dependent on something else, therefore the totality of all things must be dependent on something else, and he's a friend of mine. That's absolutely asinine. Why would anyone believe such complete twaddle? It's ludicrous argument.
So calm down, John. I'll explain that next time, perhaps.
Next time you can come back. You can come back and explain it next time. But to get tied up in the weeds about all of this stuff, it just shows it's a waste of time. That's why I say I'm impatient for these arguments. It's not that I don't want to get into deep philosophical stuff. I'm happy to, but these arguments are all fallacious in the same way, and it's got a horrible inevitability about it, which is the thing that I said earlier. But anyway, come back another time and we can have another go at it.
All right, peace.
All right, thanks, Abdo. Okay, there we are. Yeah, I like philosophy, but it's not gratifying when you just end up spending 20 minutes talking about whether everything's contingent or not. No one's here for that. It's dull. And even if you got to the point of saying yes, everything was contingent, and I don't think it is necessarily I don't think that's been demonstrated at all. Even if you got to that point, you're a billion light years away from the terminating explanation for all of this contingency is my imaginary
thinking agent.
A thinking agent who's got a special plan just for me. It's absolutely bonkers. Anyway, there we are. Sorry for putting you all through that. There we are. Okay, well, we have got Tim over on the YouTube side. If you're still there, I'll get you in a moment. I'm not sure if Tim will still be alive, but we'll see. We'll read a few messages and then get Tim in. So Bethos said, issue with Satan. I would rather serve Satan than Yahweh. I would still be an arse, but not a horrible sadist. Yeah, right. Absolutely. Let's look at the kill count in the Bible. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good for the boss there. And Bethos said, super chat to celebrate Sean's horns. Your horns went down well. Loving the horns. Are they the ones Tracy sent you? T sent you?
Yeah, these are the ones. These are the ones T sent me.
Awesome. Yeah, they suit you very well, sir. Brilliant. And Bitplanes, thank you for the super chat. When somebody attempts the Kalam, I like to make sure they agree. Restate P1 as everything that begins to exist is a remix of things that already existed. Begins to exist is just a word game. Very, very good point. I did allude to that a little earlier when someone said, where did everything come from? And well, things don't necessarily come from. They're reconfigurations of existing stuff. But yeah, brilliant. That's a very good way of addressing P1 of the Kalam. And Bethos says, thanks, John, for not taking driver calls. Safety first, of course. Yeah, we can't have people driving along in their cars. On the live, I could never live with myself if something happened. And Bethos says, thanks, I will now say schedule to sound sophisticated. And I did get corrected. Somebody pointed out that there are instances where SCH does have a hard curse sound, like school, but I think it's an exception rather than a rule. Okay, let us get in Tim, if Tim is still there. I'm not sure if Tim is there. Tim, are you there?
Hey, checking.
Hey. Yes. Hello. Hi, Tim. How are you?
No, I can't hear you again.
Let
me try to fix myself.
Yeah, you should be able to hear us.
Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
I'm going to have a look. Try and reset your audio, your speaker settings. Yep. Is that better?
I think he has us.
All right.
No. All right. Yeah, I can hear, but from my speakers, so it might interfere sometimes. All right. Hello, guys. Hello, John. Hello, Sean. Sorry, English is my first language, so I'm sure I'll be a bit sloppy. So thanks to previous caller, I don't have much time to spit out my argument or whatever. So I'll be short. I'm an atheist myself and former Muslim, but I can see why at least someone should believe in God. I met many people who came to different religions to solve some really bad problems like drug addictions, some domestic violence, some drunk batteries, lose the money, and so on. There was a time in my life when I tried to find myself in religions, in different religions. I visited different churches, shrines, and so on. And I had really deep conversations with Baptists, Greek Orthodoxes, Krishna guys, Yahweh Witnesses, and I heard their stories. And literally in all occasions, religion was only solution for them. One drug addict guy was in rehabilitation several times, tried medical treatment, nothing helped him until he became a believer.
Tim, I'll just stop you there, friend. We understand the argument. Yep. We do understand this. This is just the argument that for some people, religious affiliation is useful and helpful. We don't disagree with that. That's not really the conversation we're having. So
okay.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up. All right. Cheers. Thanks. All right. I don't think I'm going to be running this topic again. I just wanted to change things up a bit because I don't ever want the channel to get boring. And we've got some really, really good prompts that we rotate through. I love atheism, makes more sense. Everybody loves God is silly and evil and silly. And there's a couple of other ones. And sometimes I try to just change it up a bit, add something new in. I thought to myself earlier, what can I do? Or was it yesterday? I can't remember. It was yesterday. What can I do that would be a little bit different? Let's change it up a little bit. And I came up with, why should anyone believe in God? I didn't realize that so many people were going to call in and just make a utility argument. So, well, obviously I don't believe in a God. Obviously I know it's rubbish, but here's why it might be helpful for people. That's dull. We all get it. We all get it. It's my fault for not thinking through this prompt and realizing that so many people would see it as an invitation to point out the completely obvious, which is that people sometimes benefit from religious affiliation and people benefit from the community that comes with joining a church or the feeling of warm fuzzies that comes from believing that there's someone looking out for you and the hope that comes sometimes to people from thinking about these things. Like, obviously, that's completely obvious that's true. And it's just my fault for thinking people would read this and say, why should anyone believe in God? That obviously means what reasons are there that would justify thinking it's true. So I probably won't run this prompt again. I will retire this one. I'll put it out to pasture after this show. We could even do a midstream change, Upshot's suggesting that.
Yeah, why not? I think it's actually the intended question is actually really good. It's a necessary prompt. It's like the key prompt. What is your best evidence for your God, or however you want to word it?
Yeah.
You just need to word it in a way that it's very clear as to what we're actually looking for.
Yeah, that's right. And this prompt doesn't do that. So I wonder, for the time we have left, which a couple of hours or so, we've still got some stuff to do. I wonder if we should change it for something like we could go for, what do we like? What should we like? Should we we could do, let me see. Let's have a little look and see what else I've got, because I've obviously got a few here. We could go for I mean, it seems a shame to use one of the evergreen, the atheism makes more sense stuff. We'll do a whole show on that on Thursday. We could do
atheism makes more sense is sort of prompting what you're looking for with this prompt.
It is,
right?
Yeah, it is. We could do. How about we get rid of this one? It's all right. That one's now gone. We now are rudderless. We don't have any point to us now. We could do something like God is not real. This is a good one. Let's try this. I'll just get this situated in a better place. Something like that. There we go. God is not real. That's more direct, isn't it? Make a claim rather than ask a question. Let's try that.
That's a positive claim. What's your evidence for that? Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And I would say, I think it's interesting because I think we can actually should really be your God is not real, shouldn't it? Which is what gets you out of it. But I think what we could say is that most people, we could even take it as an experiment in strong atheism, because we could say it would be uncontroversial if somebody said Santa is not real, right? We can't be completely certain that Santa's not real. Then there may be places in the universe where Santa exists. We can't completely rule it out. And I think God, in a way, is a bit like that, isn't it? So, so let's do that. We're going to change it up a little bit for the remainder of the show. Let's try that. Okay, so with that said, we have got some new guests in the queue. Ad has come back for more. Should we get Ad in again? Ad's always good for a laugh. We could try Ad again. And then after that, we've got Oi Dog Ain't Done. Something like that. We'll be in after that. So for now, we will bring in here for a triumphant return to the channel.
What's going on? Good to be back, yo. Good to be back. What's going on, Sean?
Welcome.
How you doing?
Welcome back, Ad. Okay, so we're changing our prompt up, Ad. We were doing a different one before, but now we're basically claiming God, as most people understand it at least, is not real.
Why not? Why is it not real?
Because we presume that things for which there's no evidence aren't real. It's exactly the same reason why we would say the tooth fairy is not real, right? We can't prove that the tooth fairy is not real, but because we have no evidence for the tooth fairy, we assume that the tooth fairy is just a made-up story. And as far as I can see, God is just a made-up story too.
Oh, well, that's just your opinion. I think there's more evidences for the existence of God.
Evidence.
What's the best one?
So give us some evidence.
What are you looking for? Cosmological, ontological?
Whatever you think is the most compelling and the strongest evidence.
I want to flip the question. Is that all right? Can I ask you one question before I answer that God is real?
What would you like to ask?
Is that where'd you get your things from? Like, where'd you get your... Let me put it this way. Where'd you get morality from? I think that's a good question to put in.
So I don't think you get morality from places. I think you have moral intuitions. And morality means your feelings about how we ought to treat each other. That's really what morality means. It's how ought we to treat each other. And when you say, where do you get it from? I'm going to assume what you mean is, what is the origin, or what is it that causes a given person to have a certain set of moral intuitions? And the answer to that is a combination of evolution, genetics, which lead to the evolution leads to our genetics, and environmental factors like the culture you grow up in. So if you grow up in a culture that says that it's wrong for girls to go to school and be educated, then you might come to believe, your morality might come to believe that it's wrong for girls to go to school and be educated, like the Taliban believe over in Afghanistan. It's wrong for women to get an education. So they were throwing acid in the faces of girls
They don't say that.
who were going to school. There was a point where they did. They may have softened their position on that for now. Hooray for them.
Yeah, but they don't say that it's wrong for women to get education. They don't say that.
Or they certainly have done in the past. Or you might feel, if you grow up in a culture that says that it's okay for men to strike their wives for not being sufficiently obedient, then you might get your morality from the culture that gives you that idiotic claim, which is in Surah 432 of the Quran, right? Or you might get your morality from a different type of culture if you grow up in a different culture. So all of us get our morality from the culture we grow up in and our set of human instincts, which are derived from the fact that we have mirror neurons that cause us to feel the pain of others when they feel pain. It's kind of painful to us in a certain type of emotional way. And that we've got very strong instincts for cooperating with each other.
Just because it's painful, it doesn't mean that it's wrong, right?
Correct. But it's an instinct to make you not, to make you shy away from it, to not like it, to be averse to it, right? And so to just try and answer you in a global way, when we talk about things being right and wrong, I don't think those things are facts. I don't think that it's a fact that something is right or wrong, in the same way that the color of a thing is a fact. When we describe something as being right or wrong, what we're really saying is we think it's how someone ought not to act or ought to act. And that isn't a fact. That's not to be treated in the same way as a fact. So did I answer your question?
Well, there was a lot being said. I was obviously listening.
Yeah, I tried to answer it carefully. So did I answer it? Was there anything in my answer? Was there anything in my answer that you have an objection to or disagreement with?
We'll come to that. Let me just give a comment. You know, when it comes to atheism, with respect, it's like delusion, in my opinion, because today you might think something is right, and then tomorrow you can wake up and say, "Oh, this is wrong." Because
that's nothing to do with atheism.
No.
That's nothing to do with atheism.
No, that's how
it's nothing to do with atheism.
It does, actually, because...
It's nothing to do with atheism. There are atheists who are moral realists. There are moral objectivists. There are atheists who believe that moral statements are truths. I know some of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, because if you look at the governments of today that we have, a lot of them, they don't follow Christian or Muslim law, right? A lot of these so-called advanced countries.
Nor
so
should
if you look at them 50 years ago, I'll come to that. So 50 years ago, this LG, what is it called? What is it called? LG, the gay thing. I don't know what it's called. LGBT or something. So that was right? And then in 50 years' time, you guys might come up and say it's moral to have sex with the animals.
So have you
these things that you want us to believe?
Yeah.
Okay, so
atheism, it just changes every time. It's the same as science. So you guys are hard to trust.
Okay, all right. So first of all, there's no atheist position on morality or whether there's
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Listen, just listen.
Yeah, please don't talk over me. All right. So you have the same problem. So we start with what we care about. I care about the well-being of others. So I care how behaviors affect the well-being of others. You can objectively measure, or not necessarily measure, but you can objectively assess whether an action harms or helps the well-being of others. And that's how I get my moral intuition. You are correct that, like, maybe one day I get a brain injury and my empathy goes away and then I stop caring about that. But at the same time, if somebody, their values is just doing whatever they believe their God says so, they may wake up one day and say, you know what, that's a bad system of morality. I don't give a toss what this God says. And they may start caring about something different. That's true for everybody. So the fact is, we both have a subjective preference. Yours is obedience to your God. Mine is how actions affect the well-being of others. And it is up to us whether we care about those things or not. There's no objective ought to say everyone ought to care about the well-being of others, and you have a lot of background noise. Just like there's no objective ought that says I must give a frickin' toss what Allah, Yahweh, Thor, or Shiva have to say about morality, because I don't. So-and-so said so doesn't move the needle for me a millimeter.
as to what I actually care about. And you don't have an objective that I ought care about it. You just have a decree. I'm just going to call it objective, even though it's not, because your subjective preference is to defer to God's subjective preference. You have two layers of subjectivity instead of one.
Okay. So what did you just prove, sorry?
Are you going to respond to what I just said?
You didn't ask me a question. You were just making.
I didn't ask you if you were going to answer my question. I asked, are you going to respond to what I just said?
No, it's just these are your opinions, and you can have your opinions. That doesn't necessarily.
Okay, all right. And if you don't have a good argument against them, then so be it. Morality is subjective, including yours.
No, that's your opinion. I don't believe in that.
Okay, cool. Nuh-uh is your response.
So can you?
All right. So what's your next? What's your next
answer
argument?
my question about the animals. So 50 years later, you can come up to me and say it's moral to have sex with animals. How do you want me to accept that?
I would.
And that is an atheist position. Don't try to.
No, no. That's not an atheist position. Nobody in here thinks it's okay. I think sex should only happen.
Is it okay to have sex with animals?
No. So okay. So now
years later, if
you said that is an atheist position. Hold on, because you can't. You're not going to saddle that on us and say that is an atheist position. I'm an atheist, and that's not my position. Will you apologize for misrepresenting my actual position and every other person in the chat?
I didn't say that. No. Wait. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I said I never said that you would allow that, but I'm saying. 50
you said that's the atheist position.
And then you would come up and say, oh, that's fine. We can have sex with them. It's moral. It's not harmful.
Do you know what your biggest misunderstanding is here, Ad? Your biggest misunderstanding here, and I understand why you can't see this, but you can't see this, is there's no such thing as an atheist position on morality. I tried to explain this to you earlier. You ignored it then. You're still ignoring it now. I'm offering this to you as an opportunity for you to become slightly more sophisticated and slightly less simplistic in your thinking about this topic. There's no such thing as atheist morality in exactly the same way as there's no such thing as people who don't believe in astrology morality or people who don't believe in Bigfoot ethics. This is just not a thing. It's a thing that exists in your mind and in the mind of other weak-minded apologists.
And I can say the same thing about you. I can say the same thing about you.
No, you can't say the same thing about me because I'm not cleaving. I'm not cleaving to idiotic concepts of morality and trying to pin them on groups of people.
Logic of your position.
No. I'm just pointing out a misunderstanding in your position right now. And I said to you, you can rather than being defensive, you could say thank you for educating me about that. I'll take it on board and I'll try to use it to have a more sophisticated position.
What did you educate me about?
Or I educated you about the fact that there's no such thing as atheist morality. There's nothing that all atheists agree on. There's
atheists that will say the opposite, right?
There's no ethical framework that all atheists share. There is no morality that you can define as being atheist morality.
There will be other atheists that would disagree with you, right?
No.
You can't say all atheists believe the same thing that you believe in, right?
I think you're, again, misunderstanding me. It's becoming less like a debate and more like a, I don't know, fish in a barrel or something.
I'm not here to debate, my friend. I'm just trying to know your position.
Well, this is a debate, but I'm trying to explain something to you that you're failing to see. So for the last time, I'll try to explain it to you again. And if you don't get it, then you're just not fit for this conversation. When you talk about atheist morality, what you're describing is something that doesn't exist in reality. There's no such thing as atheist morality, because if there were, then we would be able to point to something about ethics or morality that all atheists have in common.
If it doesn't exist, that means you don't believe in it, right?
That all atheists have in common. And there isn't anything about ethics or morality that all atheists have in common. So, yes, I don't believe in atheist morality. That's correct. There's no such thing. Now, what there is that there are ways of looking at morality and ethics based on things which are important, which Sean was explaining to you earlier about concerns about avoiding harm. And there are other things, other perspectives. There are other more objective views on morality that people like Ian would espouse, where ethics are grounded on other principles. But none of these things are called atheist morality, because there may be theists who believe these things too. And there may be atheists who have different views. So what you're trying to do is tar everyone with your same simplistic appeal to moral relativism. That's what you're trying to say.
Why make it complicated when it's simple? Come on now.
Yeah, I don't think he's brought the right boots for the hike. Off he goes. I thought we'd get him in again because he's normally vaguely entertaining, but he's just not. He's just too stupid. I'm sorry. I don't mean to attack you personally, Ad. It's just you need to learn some stuff before you're going to have these kind of conversations. It's not gratifying. You're not tracking anything about the conversation. One of the other conversations we had with Ad, we spent about 15 minutes talking about some side issue. I can't remember what it was. And then he said, how does that prove there's not a God? And that particular conversation was nothing to do with, it was a good God wouldn't send people to hell. And we spent a few minutes talking about it. And he dumbly nodded along like he had the faintest clue what was going on. And then said, how does that prove there isn't a God? And it was such a head in hands moment. It's like, we weren't talking about whether there's a God or not. You haven't been tracking anything about the conversation. And that's what was happening just now. Ad, I'm going to suggest you get another hobby. Get another hobby, because debating online is not the one for you. This is not it. This is not the area where you need to be doing things. This is the area where you need to have a cup of tea and go and have a nice lie down and then go and do something else. I don't know, table football or pool or, I don't know, colouring in or something. Karaoke. But this karaoke, this is not it for you, my friend. Okay. Sorry, guys. Seemed like a good idea at the time to bring Ad back in. Probably not. And as Pastor Ferry rightly said, this is not a debate. It wasn't a debate. It was just silly. Okay, let's have some of these. Buzz said, at least he doesn't say Tuesday. Right. I try not to. And Bert says, it's not wrong to call someone like Ad stupid. He was being deliberately obtuse. I'm not sure. I mean, this is the guy who said last time, why are you stuttering? Why are you stuttering? Just desperately trying to change the subject when he can't keep up with it. So, yeah, I don't think he's really on the case. And Space Lord said, prayer 6 times a day, starting at 5 a.m., ending at 9 p.m. every day. Ain't nobody got time for that. No thanks. I am giving up something for that. So this is in response to the claim that you give up nothing when you accept these beliefs about God. You do. You give up a lot. That's one of the things, absolutely. A lot of time and human resources and stuff like that. Let's get Noah Lloyd in next. Bring Noah in. Hi, Noah.
Hello, how are you?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Good.
Good.
I just want to dig into well, I guess you get this question all the time, but I want to dig into how you have made the determination that God is not real. Where is that certainty based on? Do you even have certainty, or is it just a probabilistic source?
Yeah, so it comes from the same way that when we say Santa is not real, we can't be completely convinced, right? Technically, there might be a place somewhere in the universe that we haven't explored yet where Santa lives, and we just don't know. There might be a creature who flies around on a sleigh pulled with reindeer, enjoys delivering presents down the chimney, and we can't be completely certain that that creature doesn't exist or that being or whatever doesn't exist. But we're justified in saying Santa's not real because we understand that it derives from a made-up story, and we have absolutely no evidence whatsoever to suggest that Santa is real. So in the case of God, we understand that it derives from made-up stories because we know that all cultures throughout human history have made up stories to explain the things they didn't understand. It's why people used to think that, if the crops failed, it was angry gods. When there was thunder, it was angry gods. The stars moving across the sky, these moving lights at night that were moving the sky, that was evidence of gods. And stories were made up to explain things that we don't see. So that explains that arm of it. And then the lack of evidence is that, well, we have a lack of evidence for any god. So I think we're justified in saying God is not real, even if we allow for the logical possibility that a God somewhere of some sorts could exist. It's a more sensible position right now to say.
It also depends on which God. Like if you have the Christian God, we have specific arguments against the Christian God existing, for example.
Yeah.
Wait. Do you have specific evidence against the Christian God existing?
Yeah.
You do? Okay. Can you share that, please?
Yeah, well, the Bible's obviously a false document. It's a collection of writings that doesn't hold together, makes a whole load of fallacious claims, is not trustworthy, predicts a whole load of things in the Old Testament for the Savior God or the Messiah figure to come in the New Testament, who he doesn't fulfill. So the claimed God of the person of Jesus clearly is not the same God, the same being prophesied by the Jews in the Hebrew Bible. So all of it is just a big kind of mashup of a contradiction.
Okay, how have you made that determination, though?
Because it doesn't hang together. It contradicts itself. It makes claims that are obviously false. It makes claims that it presents as matters of fact, which are demonstrably false. And therefore, it eliminates itself as being a trustworthy document. So as well as being incoherent, it's also not trustworthy.
But like, I mean, I'm still getting a statement, but I haven't seen any evidence of the sort.
So evidence like the Bible makes claims to history, which we now know are false. Like Abraham meeting with the king of the Philistines, we know that didn't happen.
Abraham meeting with the king of the Philistines.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just writing this down for a second.
Sure. That would be an example. Stories in the Old Testament about domesticated camels that we know were not domesticated at that point in history. But the writers of the Old Testament didn't know that. They didn't have access to the same historical methods that we have now, and paleontological and archaeological techniques that we have now that allow us to, archaeological techniques that we have now that explain to us and show us that camels were not domesticated until about 800 to 900 years after that period in history. So they couldn't have been domesticated camels because there weren't any at that point. Things like that. And there's many, 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 many of them. So we know that the Bible is anachronistic, self-contradictory, and then you've got the whole problem with the God itself, which is, Jesus is supposed to be this God, and yet he doesn't fulfill the prophecies made about him, and he makes a whole load of prophecies to his own disciples that then don't come true. So he was either mistaken or he was lying. Well, a God wouldn't be mistaken, and a God probably wouldn't lie to his own most loyal disciples unless he's some kind of trickster. All of these things add up. Each one is a data point, right? And when you look at them together, when you look at the sum of all of this evidence, you've got a book that's full of mistakes and contradictions. You've got a bunch of unfulfilled prophecies and a whole load of claims about the God contained in that book. It seems to me that we have as much reason to say the God of the Bible is not real as we have to say the gods of the Greek pantheon are not real. Presumably you don't believe in those.
Well, I guess not as an ancient Greek, no.
Right.
But like,
So,
okay, I'm just thinking this over, and it's like, based on what you've said so far, mainly the more exact things, I don't really find that reason enough to think that the biblical corpus is some sort of false document, or we can make that statement with certainty based on what it is.
the things
Because I
I've
don't
said,
think that it's
the things I've said don't prove the whole lot false. What they do is they prove the whole lot unreliable. So you now have an unreliable document making preposterous
unreliable in
claims.
what sense, though?
Unreliable in that it's full of mistakes and anachronisms and inaccuracies and contradictions. So you have an unreliable document making preposterous claims. Now, if you had a reliable document making preposterous claims, we would still say, well, book says thing is not really going to be enough to get you to justified belief in these claims of, miracles and talking animals and all the rest of it. But the fact that we have an unreliable document doing that is kind of the nail in the coffin, isn't it?
I mean, I don't know. I see it as a lot more gray than what you're portraying. I mean, and not to mention that when we were talking about the Bible specifically, I think we have to investigate how exactly we're making that determination of whether or not it's false. Because yes, you can make, you can point at specific historical moments or claims, and you can say that this is, historically problematic. And I'm sure that there are instances of that. I think there are a number that I can think of. But as far as when it comes to actual belief in it, and I mean belief in like the New Testament sense, that's to say like trust. And we have to examine what exactly does that trust mean. And that's what I've been contemplating recently.
More importantly, is the trust justified?
Well, yeah, how can we make that determination?
If it makes claims, especially the supernatural claims, because the baseline is people cannot walk on water, right? People cannot turn water into wine. People do not ever rise from the actual dead. I'm not talking heart stops on the operating table and the doctor's ring, but like actual there's a permanence, there's a threshold where death is permanent, and people do not come back from that. And so the baseline there, if my friend told me my father rose from the dead 3 days later and he was dead for permanent dead for 3 days and rose from the dead, my baseline there is, because I know that that's nomologically impossible, is that did not happen. I'm willing to be convinced of that, but I would need extraordinary evidence to substantiate that extraordinary claim. So like if me and a group of people, my sister, people that are close to my dad, said that Sean's dad rose from the dead, you would think that, okay, that's a load of bollocks, even if you're able to interview us and our stories are consistent and everything else. But you have our anonymous authors decades after the fact saying that this thing happened. You can't investigate it. You don't know their proximity to Jesus or how they could possibly even know that. And their stories don't even line up. There's like differences in how many people visited the tomb, whether there was a stone in front of the tomb or no stone. And so why would you lower your standards of evidence for Jesus when you wouldn't, I'm presuming you wouldn't do that for my father rising from the dead, right?
Right. It's just that, okay, so let's take your example of, a person contemporarily speaking, rising from the dead, and there's a claim about it going around. And I hear about it. Obviously, I would be skeptical about it.
Yeah,
I think that's
of course.
fair enough. Yeah. But like, when it comes to the actual like biblical corpus, especially the New Testament, it's like we're not just talking about like a local rumor. We're talking about something that people have based their lives on. Something that has formed entire communities in a very interesting way, and is also the basis for plenty of civilizations throughout the past 2,000 years. And it just feels so much stronger than just a rumor going around.
It feels so much. Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Well, you can go ahead. I kind of lost it there.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got something to say about that. So, there are different weaknesses when you look at the Old Testament and the New Testament. They're weak in different ways or problematic in different ways. So the Old Testament is full of, first of all, it's full of absolutely morally disgusting stuff. I mean, absolutely horrific. It's completely unbelievable to me that anyone can read the Old Testament and think, yeah, this God is my guy. This is the one for me. He's a good representation of my kind of moral intuitions. Like, it's so disgusting, this God. And then it's full of, as I said, all of these strange inaccuracies, discrepancies, contradictions, and anachronisms where it just makes basic mistakes that make complete sense in the light of people writing it at the time who just didn't know better. But now that we do know better, we just see it as like they're just the writings of people doing the best they could to make sense of the world, and a lot of myth making going on. And then you get the New Testament, and the flavor changes, right? It's not so much it's not the same kind of smiting and war god kind of vibe. The God in the New Testament, the Jesus figure, is a very different kind of character, and the teachings are a little bit different. And there's all of this wonderful stuff about pushing back against hypocrisy and authority and protecting the weak and all of these wonderful moral ideas. But woven into all of that, woven into all these beautiful beatitudes is this basically this apocalyptic story, these apocalyptic pronouncements of what's going to happen, right? This is an end times apocalyptic cult, basically, where he's saying to all of his followers, the end of the world is coming, right? The whole world is going to end. He tells them exactly what it's going to look like. He says to them exactly what's going to happen. And I'm sure you've read Matthew 24. He's talking about all the things that are going to happen: the stars falling from the sky, and the angels gathering everyone from all corners, and it's all very, very much like the end of the world is going to happen. And he tells them when it's going to happen. When does he say all of this earth-ending stuff is going to happen?
I don't recall. Can you remember me?
Yeah, a number of times he tells them it's going to happen in their own lifetimes. He says...
Wait, where does he say that exactly?
I'll show you.
Yeah,
please. So let's have a look at what he says is going to happen, right? He says the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. And then he says, from the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So he's saying, when a fig tree gets to a certain point, you can look at it and you can tell that the great stuff is like the summer, it's about to happen soon, right? The summer's just around the corner. So also, when you see all these things, you know that he is near at the very gates, right? So he's saying when you see all of these signs at the end of the world, God is near, it's about to happen, right? And then he says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. That's a hell of a thing to say, isn't it? A hell of a promise to make. The world is going to end, right? The angels are going to come. God is going to come out of the sky on a cloud. And the tribes of the earth are all going to be pulled together, and the stars are going to fall down, and the moon is going to lose its light, and all of this apocalyptic imagery. And he says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until things have taken place, until these things have taken place. And it's just not true, is it? That generation passed away 2,000 years ago, and these things haven't taken place, right? And it's in a few other places he makes the same claim. In Matthew 16, he says, some of you standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Another promise, another time-bound promise, right? To say, all of this stuff's going to happen while some of you guys are still alive. He says it in Matthew 10 as well. When they persecute you in one town, move to the next. And he says, you won't have finished going through all the towns of Israel before all of this stuff happens. So he's making, this supposed person who's apparently we're given to believe is God, is promising his nearest people that all of these things are going to happen soon, in their lifetime, imminently. And they didn't happen. So that's why I think we can say that that particular God is kind of like the Greek gods, just the stuff of myth and legend.
All right. Well, I'm glad to get something out of this conversation because I really like digging up, these hard verses. So I'm thankful for you
Sure.
showing me that.
Of course.
It's
challenging, I know.
To go.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I really love it. I love wrestling with this sort of stuff. Like Second Samuel, especially. That's when I really wrestled with. But yeah, I'm honestly unsure where to go from here. You've
Sure.
kind of given me a lot to digest. So,
Well, thank you for being open-minded. We're here all the time. Feel free to come back. We understand that it's hard. If you've held things in your head for a long time, it's hard to consider that they may not be true. And I really do get that. And I mean that with the most compassion I can. All the ex-believers in our community used to be where you are right now, is like contemplating and thinking and wondering, is there an apologetic that solves this? If there is it a good one? And the fact is, there isn't. There are no ways of resolving these things, but it's a bumpy journey, and it's hard. So the first thing is thank you for having an open mind and listening with an open mind. That's where intellectual honesty is demonstrated, and you have done that today, Noah. So thank you for that.
Yes, well, thank you for having me on.
Sure,
Have a good day.
anytime. Come back again. Thanks, all the best. All right, again, like massive respect to anyone who's prepared to have a listen and take stuff on board, which is not easy to hear. Noah has.
I saw your comment in the chat, and I didn't realize I had said it. And oh God, am I becoming British? You know.
Sean said bollocks. I'm so proud of you, Sean.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I
Love
think
it.
that's the first time I've ever said it, and it just came out. I didn't realize I said it till I did.
I
But
couldn't
anyway.
be. I couldn't be happier. A W for Noah again. Noah, good for you, my friend. And we're here
Yeah.
if you want anything. Feel free to reach out. If you have any questions or anything like that, just get in touch. I'm easy to find. You can DM me anytime you want as well. Okay, let's get Loony Leftist in over on TikTok. I wonder if what they're saying. Hey, Loony Leftist, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you,
Yeah,
Mr.
good.
Cohen?
Good, thank you. Good. We have spoken before, back in June. I couldn't remember if you are coming into debate or not. So, what's your position on our claim?
I mean, I'm opposition. I'm never really super good at debating because I've done the whole atheist thing before and nothing really convinced me other than a spiritual experience.
Sure.
So I kind of suck at being like, hey, this is God, it's real. Here's why you should follow it.
Sure.
I just suck at doing that. So sometimes I have fruitful conversations. Other times it's just like, what am I supposed to say?
Yeah.
Because I don't know how I'm supposed to get you into the God is real category.
Understood. Well, that's a very honest thing of you to say. I certainly respect you for having that kind of introspection. And, debating is a particular type of skill, and it can take a while to kind of learn the moves, as it were. That's fine. I mean, what I would say is if your reasons for believing that God is real are restricted to your own personal experiences that you've had, rather than more general arguments, how do you think about other people who claim also to have had personal experiences, but with other gods, with belief systems that would contradict yours? How do you think about them? So if can I just ask, which God do you believe in?
Well, I am a Baha'i, so it's not like I look at other religions as being fake. I think that there are multiple paths to God, but there are specific faiths that people follow that are kind of incompatible with our theology.
Yeah. So if somebody says that they had a personal experience of being abducted by aliens, does that count as evidence that they actually were?
I'd say that it's bad evidence.
Bad evidence. Why would it be bad evidence? If they say you weren't there, it was really real. I saw the aliens. They took me up into their ship. All of the things happened. All of that good stuff. Why would it be bad evidence?
Because the experience is exclusive to the person that it happened to. So somebody outside of the experience is going to be like, how do I know that you're true?
Right.
Or you're saying is true, or that your mind didn't deceive you.
Yeah.
I think that's a legitimate line of questioning. But I think a fundamental problem is that if they did get abducted by aliens, all they would have is this anecdotal experience, and that's all that they can point to. So it's a truth that is ontologically real, but epistemologically it's really hard to prove.
Yeah, I mean, can you see how all of those vulnerabilities apply to your own position then? So, essentially everything you said about the alien abductee, I could say to you about your experience of God. And I could even grant that you had the experiences, whatever they are, and I obviously don't know. I could grant that you had every experience that you claim to have had of the divine, and just say, well, the problem is how you're interpreting the experience. So you may have had the experience, but it's your interpretation of it which is maybe unfounded, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I've talked about my experience before. I get a bit cagey when there's like a couple hundred people in the audience just explaining it, because it's kind of a sacred thing. But
and I would say don't. I would say don't give us it, because actually they're not really that germane, because everyone's got their own experience. And I just grant, if someone tells me they had an experience, I take that at face value. You had an experience. Where we're going to have perhaps a disagreement is how we interpret the experience you had. So, you know, people have experiences all the time. People have experiences all the time. And one thing we know is that human beings are really, really good at misinterpreting their experiences and drawing a line from here to here and deciding, because I had this experience, this explanation must therefore be true. And that's a type of fallacious thinking where we jump from I had this experience to therefore this set of ideas must be true, without considering that maybe their own interpretation of their experience is leading them astray. Is it possible that that could be the case for you?
I suppose it's the case. Personally, I don't think it is. Getting to this specific spiritual experience, it has a physical side to it that is kind of hard for me to explain away. But the disanalogies that I always like to say is, I had a friend who he wasn't a good person, and then he got multiple sclerosis, and he unalived for a little bit, and then he went to the bad place, and he was like, if there's a bad place, there's a good place. But long story short, the dude believes that the earth is 6,000 years old now. So, like, these things are a crapshoot.
So he had a bad dream during a profound acute health episode, and now he's a science denier. I mean, I'm not sure what...
I know, yeah.
I'm not sure.
I said, these experiences, like...
Yeah, it's grim, right?
This is why I do put skepticism on what happened to me, but I've never heard anything from anyone who I've explained my experience to that discounts something spiritual happening. They've explained it from a physical side, but I think that there's a spiritual side too to it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the evidence for that. I've just never seen any. You know, we understand, if you look at things like these near-death experiences that people report, we understand quite a lot about what causes these things to happen, what happens to brains when they are low on oxygen and high on all sorts of other stuff. And we can bring about these same effects without being near to death by just reproducing the same conditions in a brain temporarily with, you know, with methods, right? It can be done, and you can make people have these experiences. Yeah. So to me, to say, well, we can explain it scientifically, but there must be a spiritual element to it as well. That reminds me of, like, I can't remember who it was who was talking about, like, spoon benders, right? The people who claim to be able to bend spoons, and they said something. It might have been Randy who said it. James Randi. I can't remember. He said something like, you know, if he is doing it with his mind, he's doing it the hard way, because the easy way is to just bend it against a table leg when no one's looking. That's how they do it, and then hold it in a way that it looks like it's straight, and then you stroke the metal of the spoon, and you gradually change the angle of it in your hand, and it looks like it's bending, and that's what you do. But the way that spoon bending is done is you just bend it against a hard surface in a moment of misdirection when no one's looking, and that's how it's done. And so, like he said, well, you know, if they're doing it with their mind, they're doing it the hard way. Similarly here, if there needs to be a spiritual explanation for all of this stuff, that can actually be explained using just, you know, neuroscience and a basic understanding of neurophysiology. Why do we need to appeal to these other explanations? We're doing it the hard way, aren't we?
I mean, I suppose specifically, I was talking about my spiritual experience, not his, where he became a science denier. But
Sure.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to get into it without explaining the specific spiritual experience. And I've explained it to other atheists before, and it's never been convincing anyways.
Yeah.
There are things like prophetic fulfillments, prophecies, miracles, but even that in my faith, like, we realize that should be considered a low form of proof. I mean, the prophetic stuff is kind of hard to get into, hard to explain, but the miracles, like, once again, that becomes anecdotal. It's only useful to people who saw these events. So even if it were true, it's completely useless to you because you didn't exactly see these things happen.
Exactly. All we have are stories. All we have are stories. Yeah.
There's another problem with it, that no matter what it is, let's say it could be verified that something amazing and unexplainable happened. That still doesn't follow that, therefore, an all-powerful creator of the universe caused it to happen. There could be some other explanation, even if that explanation is supernatural or natural. But it's best to just say, I don't know, until you have actual evidence for an explanation.
Yeah.
But let's say that there was a spiritual thing that happened, like, turns out that it was ghosts.
Sorry to stop you. Just your audio is very muffled. It's like your phone's under your armpit. If there's anything you do about it, that's much better. Thank you.
Yeah, I had my finger over the sound hole. Sorry.
That's better.
Yeah, no problem. All right. So start again, please.
So let's say somehow we could empirically prove that ghosts did like a spiritual event. Would you be more inclined to believe in God if ghosts existed, or would you be just like, these are separate issues?
Separate issues. Separate issues. Yeah. It would only prove that it's important not to leap from ghosts to, therefore, all-powerful creator of the universe, or anything else for that matter. Then it would just turn to, that's amazing. What explains this whole ghost phenomenon? And then, again, the explanation would have to be evidence-based.
For sure. In your opinion, what is the best argument that points to God, or are they all just equally bad to you?
They're all bad. We discussed this. John and I discussed this earlier. I don't remember if it was on the air. I think it was on the air.
Yeah, it was. It was when we started. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in those days, those halcyon days of the early stream.
Well, I mean, your streams are so long that it is sort of like ancient history, what happened at the beginning. But
it is.
But no, I think the least bad, but still bad argument is fine tuning, because it actually attempts to rely on actual and real quantifiable data and then explain it. But it doesn't end up explaining it, but I think it has the best starting point. Like, here are facts of reality. Here's actual, measurable, verified data, and here's a proposed explanation for the data. But I still think it fails miserably.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, that's usually the answer that I hear, and I agree to an extent. But I think at best it just muddies the water, because we have all these naturalistic explanations for how these things come about, and nothing that we've ever answered with these naturalistic explanations have needed a God for it to work.
Exactly.
I don't think it discounts it. I think that there can be something that's everything's contingent upon, but that goes to the cosmological argument more than anything, and that's a dead end too.
Yes.
Yeah. You got it. All right. Well, nice to speak to you again. Thank you for coming back to visit us again, and we appreciate the calm conversation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Keep well.
You too.
All right, there we are. Okay, got some super chats to read while we wait for our next guest. And Buzz said, wrote some Arabic and wrote la ilaha illa Allah wa Muhammad Rasul Allah. And I'm sure that's true.
Hopefully he didn't get you in trouble just now, because I have no idea.
Or I'm on some sort of list now, or I've just unwittingly
that's right.
unwittingly signed up for some sort of theological obligation.
Yeah.
But there we are. I'm sure Buzz will enlighten us. I'm not sure exactly what it is I've just said about the Prophet and Allah, but maybe I'm a Muslim now. Who knows? Jason, great to see you, Jason. Sean James demands existence. It does. That's why we're speaking to Abdur, of course. And Bacon and Bush, great to see you. Very, very generously sent out 5 gift memberships. So thank you so much for that. Much, much, much appreciated.
By the way, Victoria just confirmed you just declared the Shahada, John. You
Excellent.
are now a Muslim.
Amazing. I thought it might be. Hooray.
Hey, now we've both done it live on the air.
Yeah.
So just putting it out there.
Yeah, I had a feeling it might be that. So good. Okay, well, excellent. Well, that's me now. I'm a Muslim now. So hooray for me.
Nice.
Yeah, excellent. Bethel says relative time is not weird once you consider 4D space-time. It's pure geometry. I'm always amazed how well the math works out. That's a little above my pay grade, but I do understand what you're alluding to there. And yeah, relative time is it's pretty amazing stuff, and incredible that Einstein came up with this stuff sort of without the means to empirically test any of it. It wasn't for quite a few years until these.
He was such a boss.
He really was, yeah. Patent clerk, right, during the day, and then coming up with relativity, special relativity in the evenings, as you do. Yeah, he was a boss, completely true. And Bethel said, Abdur, I don't know to wake up tomorrow morning, but did so 18,000 times by now. That's tangible evidence. Also, I know that someday I will not wake up. So, again, pushing back on this, the silly inductive argument about contingency and all of that stuff. All very silly. And Tim says, I'm the source of the 5th fundamental force. There's the weak and strong, electromagnetic, gravity, and the strongest force of attraction, sexuality. I'm sure you embody that more than anyone else, Tim. We can all feel your animal magnetism from here. And Roy, thank you so much for your supportive super chat there. Much appreciated. And Bert Russell says, attention Philbros. Any god that requires arcane syllogisms and or convoluted mental gymnastics to merely prove its existence is a pretty weak god. I think that is extremely well said. Very good indeed. Very, very good point. Well made. Well made. And Bethel said, unless talking about music theory, using modality loses the argument, Philbro. True. True. Again, it's that needless sort of complication of terms. And it's not that we don't do deep. We'll do deep, but it's just, they're just the sounds people make when they need to make arguments for things that they never started believing because of those arguments. That's the disconnect for me. No one hears these modal arguments, modal logic and all of this stuff. And then go, yeah, I find myself now in a devotional frame of mind because of that. I just don't think that happens. And Tim says, are Philbros pod people? Same arguments, same words, same stupid laugh. I don't know what pod people are. What are pod people? What am I missing? Is there a thing I need to know about? Sean, do you know what pod people are?
Pod people? I don't know. I don't know exactly. I know what podcasts are, and I don't know if that's alluding to that, but I don't know what pod people are.
I don't think it is. I wonder. Let me know what pod people are so that we can understand this more. And Jason said, metaphysical ontology, Plato's first category error. Boom. Jason always brings it. Always. We hope you're doing well, Jason. You're awesome. And Bacon and Bush, thank you for the super chat. Calm down, John. Should be kickable. Probably true. Also, I mean, I'm like the calmest person you know. When am I not calm? Also, you don't need all scientific knowledge to accept scientific consensus with all due skepticism. Gosh knows the Philbros don't accept any reliable data. Oh, the Philbors. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that is fair. Absolutely fair. And we have Buzz said he called to argue theism and atheism. Oh, yes, of course. That's Ad is a big fan of theism and atheism. We won't hold that against him. And David Burke, always great to see David. Abor 1 + 1 = 2 is only true in base 10. 1 + 1 in base 1 is 11, or 1, 1. It is indeed. That is true. Mathematical truth as well. And Buzz said, Ad is driving in it. Eh, John? I think so. Do you think he was? I don't know. I mean, he was, whether he was driving or not, I have to, when I saw his name pop up, I thought, I'll get him in because he was funny last time. And every time he's up, I kind of get good clips, which is fun and good. But I don't know. I don't know whether it's worth speaking to people like that because he's not capable of actually tracking the conversation. So it's never going to have any value other than just laughing at someone. And maybe it's not his fault. It's not his fault that he can't do this. So maybe it's a bit cruel. I don't know. I just feel a bit weird about it. We'll have a think. And Bethos said, every member of Irish Parliament who votes to give Santa access to Irish airspace on Christmas knows Santa is not real. One could take the few good Bible parts, without saying it's real, can be done. Yeah, good call. And Patrice, thank you for this. As adults believe these fairy tales, we could help people survive starvation, but instead religious people keep us all occupied with their fear of gods. We are all going to die if we can't stop this. I know what you mean, and I have heard it once said, well, more than once, but eloquently said that there's no reason to expect us to survive our religious differences. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. And it's annoying that here we are in this world where we have made so much progress in understanding. And every 5 or 10 years, our progress moves forward more than it did in the 5 or 10 beyond. It's not even like our progress is linear, right? We're on a curve like this at the moment. And we're doing so well. And we're exploring the universe, and we're exploring the structure of matter, and we're finding new particles, and we're finding new laws and establishing new things, and our knowledge is growing all the time. And yet you've got like some sizable number of billions of people in the world who still have their heads in this ancient mumbo jumbo. It's what it is. It's just mumbo jumbo. And they're organizing their lives around it, and they're electing politicians who want to organize other people's lives around it. And we're not pulling together. We're not pulling together, and the world is needlessly split up into different communities of people based on what name they use for their imaginary friend, and based on their differences in the way they think about these ludicrous stories. It's so crazy. Think how much better it could be if we just stopped with all of that stuff and all pulled together. And yeah, I understand what you're saying. I really do understand what you're saying. I've had the same thought many times. And then this has completely blown my mind. But Tim Cooney, a dear friend, has just gifted 50. I kid you not, people.
Wow.
50 memberships. Unconvinced gift memberships. Tim, thank you. That's amazing. Super kind. That's absolutely amazing. That means we've got, I mean, more than 100 memberships have gone out to people in the chat today, considerably more because other people have done significant numbers too. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Tim. That's a big deal. Thank you.
So what does that do? Does that give them a membership for like a month and then it stops, or how does that work? Okay.
Yeah, they're distributed randomly to people in the chat. So people who weren't necessarily thinking of becoming a member, become members for a month, and then they have the choice at the end of the month to keep on going or not. And what generally happens is at the end of 30 days or a month after they go out, you see some falling off, but some don't, some stay. And of course, the benefits of membership are not immediately apparent right now because we don't have the bingo going and we're not doing all the other things. Right. But it is. Firstly, it's a great way to support the channel, so thank you for that. That's a massive help, and it does get you access to the interactive tools which are going to be up and running within a week or so. I'm confident. It's not a promise, but I'm confident that's going to be the case. the bingo, and there's access for people on the middle tier to gain access to a Q&A form, so you can ask us questions, suggestion of things you want us to talk about on the show. And if you're on the top tier, of course, that gets you into you get access to the kill switch and all of that good stuff. So it just kind of creates a feeling of the community growing, and it is a really wonderful thing. So Tim, that's extremely, extremely kind. Thank you. On that, when the stream tools are reactivated, there's going to be a little bit more kind of security around them. Before, it was really, really basic, like the caller rating. You just went to the website and put any old name down you want, and you were straight in. It isn't going to be like that anymore, because it can't be. Because when it's that open, then we leave ourselves open for people to basically mess with the stuff. So there's got to be a little bit of gatekeeping, but we're going to try to keep the gatekeeping as frictionless as we possibly can. It will be something like just verify with a Google account. I don't get any of that information. It's just that the account is verified. And there might be a sort of, the thing where you just have to prove you're not a bot, because that stops someone then writing a script that creates 100 accounts, signs them all up, and then makes them mess with the channel. So we'll have one of those, image things or something like that, to make sure that everyone interacting is actually a person, and not, a script that someone's written. But once that's in place, things will be much better, and things will be much more secure. And then we'll have the bingo back. I'm really missing the bingo. I do miss it. It is brilliant. And it does add something to the shows. And it's been a bit sad not having it. But with any luck, from next week, we'll be back on the bingo and back on all the good stuff. There we are. So, yes, Eldritch, sadly, Dolly Parton passed away. Very, very sad to hear it. And Tim Cooney says to Pastor Ferry, if I could give spaghetti and meatballs, I would. That is so kind, Tim. We love you. Right. No guests right now, and we've still got a bit of time to go. I'm not in a hurry to wind things up. So while we wait for another guest to come in, I will share some more of these messages with you. Oh, hang on. We've got Trump Rules MAGA was the same idiot who came in earlier. So no, we're not going to have you again. You are the same, I think you are. Am I remembering that right? We'll just double check this. I think this is probably not one. Trump Rules MAGA, how are you? Yeah, thought so. Yeah. Okay. Mental note. Trump Rules MAGA on the ban list. Let's put that down. There we go. I keep a special list of idiots. The channel. I've got a whole list of them. He's on there now. Well done. Okay, so we will have a look. What else can I share? I've got some funny comments from. Oh, let's first of all get that off as well, because that's got to go off there. Yeah, I've got some more funny YouTube comments. This one was quite funny. So this was from Trader Mini something. And this one's slightly obscured, I can see on TikTok, but it says any region that attempts to live by 10 commandments are best placed to live. Those who live by different rules are sewers. Stats don't lie. Repent and believe in Jesus. Evidence is overwhelming. Pretty wild, isn't it? All caps, by the way.
Yeah.
All caps. Yeah. I copied it in and thought I'd read it because it did make me laugh. That people who don't live by the 10 commandments are sewers. I mean, the 10 commandments is such a basic, pathetic attempt to spell out a kind of moral behavior code. Because a good bunch of them are actually nothing at all to do with how we should behave each other. Like don't make graven images and worshipping other gods and keeping Sabbaths and all of that kind of stuff. They're just kind of random religious obligations chucked on the list as if they mean anything. And then you've got stuff like don't lie, which is also a stupid thing to say, because there are times when telling the truth would be a terrible thing to do and lying is the only ethical thing to do. Then you've got things like respect your parents. Parents earn respect. They don't get respect automatically. What if your parents are abusive? What if your parents are terrible, neglectful, horrible, nasty, cruel parents, which sadly some are. Should they be respected or just feared? So that's it's pretty poor. And then you look at the Ten Commandments, and you go searching for the commandment about treating people equally, treating women, giving women equal treatment as men to men. Doesn't appear to be there. You go looking for the commandment about not abusing children. Oh, there's nothing there about that. Go looking for the commandment about not having slaves. Nothing there at all. In fact, the 10th commandment just tells you not to covet your neighbour's slaves or ox or wife. It's horrific. So as a behaviour code, as a moral system, it's pretty crap, isn't it? Pretty crap. I'm proud to not live by the 10 commandments. Proud to do that. Then we have we've got this one. Never mind, simply the fool has said in his heart there is no God. Enjoy your future, buddy, but God commends his love towards us in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. He is not willing that any should perish. This is just blah, blah, preach, but that all should come to repentance. The fool has said in his heart that there is no God. So that's just random preaching in the comments, isn't it? But I always think it's interesting when people quote the fool has said in his heart there's no God. It's Psalms 14, I think. Immediately after that, it says they are corrupt. None of them have done good. So that means that, and forgive me if you've heard me say this before, but all the nurses and aid workers and teachers and carers and firemen who run into burning buildings and combatants who jump on a grenade to save their friends around them and people who make the greatest sacrifice, of all of those people, many of whom just happen not to believe in a God, none of those things are good. Not one of them has done any good. It's so offensive and so horrific and so interesting to me that people only quote the first bit of the psalm. They don't go on and quote the juicy bit afterwards. But you can rely on me to do it every time, because I absolutely will. Another one is this one from I can't remember how would we say this, Engi something or other. I don't know what we say this, but anyway, absolutely nothing wrong with reading, studying the Bible and applying it to one's life. I would trust a Christian before trusting any atheist. What a stupid thing to say. I would never, ever, ever make the claim that an atheist is more reliable than a Christian, or that an anythingist is more reliable than an anything else. It's that kind of idiotic tribalism and overgeneralization that really, really gets us into trouble. It's just no need to think about the world that way. I know people who are Christian who are fantastic people. They just happen to be Christians, but they're fantastic people, and I would completely trust them. There's someone in my life in particular who's been in my life for many years and who I have trusted many times and will continue to trust. He's one of the people I trust the most in my whole life. He happens to be a sort of Christian. He's not very mainstream, but I would trust him with my life. It's just such a stupid thing. Don't judge someone's trustworthiness based on their belief about religious claims. That's crazy, crazy business. Okay, let's get in Crispy Powell next. Coming in right now. Hey, Crispy, how are you?
Not too bad, yourself?
Couldn't be better. So we think God's not real. What do you reckon?
I think he is.
And why? What makes you think he is?
Because I know he is. I felt him big time when my wife died.
Are you driving by any chance?
I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay, as long as you're not driving, that's fine. Well, first of all, I'm very, very sorry that your wife died. That's my first feeling, is compassion for you, for your loss, and I'm really sorry for your loss, deeply sorry. And if your faith and your religious belief helped you to cope with that bereavement and that loss, then that's really understandable. But can you see from my point of view that a belief being comforting and helpful in a time of pain doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It just means it's helpful and useful.
So when I was walking down the hospital hallway and somebody's hand's on my shoulder, you tell me that's not real? Or is that just in my head?
I would say that people in times of intense emotion can experience all sorts of things. So I would never say to you, your experience wasn't real. What I might say is that your interpretation of your experience may not be the right one.
How can there not be how can you not think there's a God, man? I mean, look at what is out here. We have the world. I mean, do you think it just came from evolution? Just from a big bang?
Well, evolution hasn't got anything to do with where the world came from. That evolution is just a principle in biology.
Where do you think it came from?
When you say the world, do you mean I'm presuming you just mean everything?
Well, God created the world in 7 days, right?
Okay, so you mean the literal Earth?
Yeah, I mean we know that the Earth was not created in 7 days about 6,000 years ago. That's what the Bible tells us, but we know that's not true.
How do you know that? Because scientists tell you that?
Because we've got a massive amount of evidence for that. It's not because scientists tell us, it's because we have a overwhelming amount of evidence that the claim that the world and the entire universe was created in a week, just under about 6,000 years ago, is demonstrably false. We know that is not true.
So let me ask you a question here. So when you actually pass away, and God is standing right by you and asks, what are you going to say to him?
Well, if I pass away and then after passing away I'm surprised to find myself actually not passed away and continuing to be alive in some sense, first of all, I'd be really surprised. I'd be like, oh, right, okay, well, I was wrong about all of this souls are nonsense stuff. So I would first say I got that bit wrong. And then I would say to God, why did you make yourself so invisible to so many people who called out for you so earnestly and in such a time of need? Why did you give solace and comfort to some people but deny it to others? And why do you think it's right to have a creation that you say you love but then condemn them to not knowing you if knowing you is the most important thing?
Wow. I mean, it's going to be too late. He's going to say, yeah, you never knew you.
Yeah, but that's his fault, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, he wants to find his true believers. That's what he's trying to do. That's
So-
my personal opinion.
Is it your personal opinion that God wants us to know him?
Is what?
Does God want us to know him?
Of course he does.
Is God powerful enough to let us know he's there in a way that we would absolutely get the message and not miss it and completely see that he is there? Is he powerful enough to do that?
If you wanted to, yeah.
No. Is he powerful enough to let us know that he's there, irrespective of what we want?
So if he actually came out and we knew, I mean, by physically see him and all that stuff, he's not going to find his true followers. Everybody's be like, oh, there's God.
So I'll ask the question again. Yeah. Is he powerful enough to let everyone know that he's there, and then they can use their free will to decide whether to follow him or not? Because knowing he's there isn't the same thing as automatically following him, right? You could know he's there and then choose not to follow him. And that's what we're told, bad angels did. They knew he was there, they chose not to follow him. So is God powerful enough to provide evidence of his existence?
He ran.
He left, yeah. Okay. So, I feel for someone who's suffered a bereavement, but that was almost a caricature, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Appealing to young earth creationism, and then, what are you going to say to God when you meet him? The crazy thing is, this is why Poe's law came about. For anyone who doesn't know, Poe's law is the idea that when someone makes a kind of caricature of a believer or of someone who takes a position, and they're not real, they're a parody, and you can't tell the parody apart from the real thing, that's telling you something. Because I literally have no idea whether that was real or not. I suspect he was real.
I think he's real. I think
what he said about his wife. Yeah. But it's the bereavement story aside, which is obviously heartbreaking. Those lines of arguing are so old and hackneyed and cliched, and we've all walked it 1,000 times before. We've all heard these things said so many times before. How does anyone say these things without realizing how silly they are and tired and old and used and worn out? It's literally like when someone says, "Look at the trees," and they really mean it. It's like, you can't really be saying "look at the tree." Like, "Look at the trees" is now a meme. It's now a cultural thing. It's the line we use to typify someone who is mindlessly pointing at things in nature and going, "Evidence of God, evidence of God, evidence of God." You can't really be saying "look at the trees" non-ironically. And that's how I feel a little bit when people say, "What are you going to say to God when you're standing there with him?" Like, really? Really? That reminds me of sort of 1980s style, Billy Graham type apologetics of just like old school. So strange. Anyway, there we are. Rant over. Let's get Swordfish in next. And see what Swordfish is saying. Hey, Swordfish, how are you?
For asking. I just think you're doing a great job questioning something. I just want to say is, I agree with you. Some of these are diehard Christians, and they will develop anything to, make it make sense. And you know what the worst thing is? Honestly, go on to TikTok, watch them through. Don't make that many comments, but even in the Bible it says, right, that Jesus is saying he's not God, and it's like you saying I'm not God, and somebody says no.
Swordfish, are you calling to agree with us? Because this is this is a debate only stream. We do every other Friday. We take friendlies up and talk about virtually anything.
That's okay. Excuse me, I didn't see it very much.
Sure.
No,
I haven't got the reading glasses. No offense.
No offense taken.
You're good.
Yeah, okay, give us a ring on an after hour show. We'd love to hear from you, friend. Thank you so much.
No problem.
All right, cheers. That's it. And if ever we ever needed justification for that, Monkey Bitness in the chat said circle jerk mode. I think that's perfect. That's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to avoid circle jerk mode. I mean, the thing is, the Friday after hours shows, I like to think of them as being more than just a circle jerk, though, because we're not proposing a debate there for people to just call in and agree with us about the debate thing. We're specifically saying, ask us questions, share your views on things, and it's a community building thing. But yeah, I think circle jerk mode as a response to friendlies coming into a debate stream is fair. I should probably make an overlay that flashes on the screen, circle jerk mode activated or something like that. But I wouldn't want people to think we're calling them a jerk, which is of course not the point at all. It's more just the idea that we wouldn't want other people to accuse us of doing such a thing. Okay, how are we doing? We're doing all right. We're doing all right. Yeah, bit of a quiet one today compared to some of the streams at this time are really, really full and vibrant. I wonder, has anyone else experienced that this is a slightly quiet time of the year for online stuff? I'd be interested to know if anyone thinks that, because I've noticed that the some of the numbers and some of the metrics that I track are down a bit this month, and I don't see a reason for it. There's nothing that I can see other than possibly a seasonal thing. Maybe August is just, I know a lot of people are away in August. I wonder if that's the thing. I wonder if that's anything that anyone else has noticed. Let me know if it is. And Challenging Riff says, does John typically answer questions submitted through the members area on the Friday lives? No, actually, I don't. I generally do those here, and to be fair, haven't checked today, and I can check it right now. And if there are any in there, I will address them right now. Let me just check that this moment. and we'll have a look and see if there are any sent in. Let's have a look. We'll have a look. Yeah, generally I will look at them here. No, I don't think there are. Oh, yes, there are. Hang on. Forgive me, there are. So there are a couple of questions here that I can... In fact, one, in fact. There's Challenging Riff. I see your question. Thank you for submitting it. Challenging Riff asks, since you've stated that belief isn't a choice, which I agree with, I'm curious whether you're also a determinist. A friend introduced me to determinism and I initially resisted the idea, but the more I looked into it, the more I found myself persuaded by it. Do you see or view that belief isn't a choice as connected to determinism, or do you think the two are separate? Okay, that's such a good question, and we have spoken about this before, but thank you very much for sending it in, and apologies for not spotting it earlier. I really appreciate that. So I think Sean and I are of a similar mind on this. I think your phrase, Sean, is determinism agnostic, and I think I'm probably the same as that. And what we mean by that is determinism has a lot to be said for it. For anyone who doesn't know, determinism is just the idea that everything that's happening is just the universe obeying, laws of physics and playing out according to, the way stuff is supposed to go. And so that everything happens is kind of predetermined and there is no real sort of chance. Things just happen and it's all kind of blindly following rules of essentially physics, essentially. If that were true, then it would be the case that belief is not a choice, and it would also be the case that nothing is a choice, because anything that happens in your brain, any choice you make about anything, would just be corresponding to your brain following those same deterministic laws of physics and doing what it's supposed to do. This neuron is supposed to fire here, this synapse is supposed to do this, and everything that happens to you, every mental state you ever have, and Kellen, we see you, will get you in next, every mental state you ever have is just that determinism. That could be the case. And if it were the case, you wouldn't necessarily know it. There's every reason to think it could be the case and that you just wouldn't realize that it is. You would still feel like you're choosing. When someone says tea or coffee and you think, I feel like tea, and so you choose to have tea, but actually that choice is the result of your brain acting out the rules, the laws of determinism, and you experience it as your choice, but it isn't really. But here's where it decouples from my argument about belief and from our position on belief, is that when somebody offers you tea or coffee, you have the experience of having a choice. Even if you don't really have one, even if that experience is just an illusion, you still have the experience of feeling like you can make a choice. But you don't have that with belief. You don't even have the experience of feeling like you can make a choice about belief. You either are convinced or you're not. So what all of this means is that whether determinism is true or not, belief is still not a choice. And I don't rely on determinism at all to make the claim that belief is not a choice. So even if determinism were false and real, true libertarian free will were true, it would still be the case that believing something means being persuaded by it, and you can't decide to find something persuasive. You either do or you don't. So I hope that's helpful. Thank you so much for submitting the question, Challenging Riff. I appreciate it. The Q&A form, you have access to that when you are on the middle tier membership. That's the Inquirers level membership. And if you're watching on TikTok and you want some of that, you have it too. Just follow the link to my Patreon, and all the YouTube memberships are duplicated over there. So this is not a YouTube only thing. A few people said to me when I started doing the memberships, what about people on TikTok? They're available to anyone. So same thing there too. Okay, we are going to bring in Kellen Goggins. As I said, we have of course spoken before. Bring in Kellen in right now. Hey Kellen, how are you?
Great, man. Hope you're doing good too.
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. Get your name up on the screen. So yeah, our claim now, slightly different at the start of the show, but we've changed it, is yeah, God's not real. I'm going to be bold. Say that shit's made up. That stuff's just made up. So, what would you like to say about that?
So I just saw a video, or not a video, a quote from Einstein. He said that belief in God is weakness or something. But I know Newton believed in the biblical God. But people, you know Ogar, I'm sure, right?
Most people in the 17th century did believe in God, by the way. There were very few non-believers around at that time, right? So that would, it would be surprising if, Newton turned out to be, the first, first humanist or something. That would be a bit odd, wouldn't it?
But if you want to talk about instinct, a gut feeling, it makes sense that most people would. You see what I'm saying?
Do you think instinct and gut feelings are a reliable pathway to truth?
In certain ways, yes. If hypothetically, a woman goes on a date, a Tinder date, right?
Uh-huh.
And she is scared to the fucking bones of this guy that she's going to meet up with.
Right.
She watches the news. A week later, he's busted as a murderer, serial killer. She had the right instinct. Same with if you believe that God exists internally.
You're answering a different question. Just forgive me for interjecting. Sean asked you, is instinct and intuition a reliable path to truth?
Yes,
he didn't ask you. He didn't ask you. Are there ever any instances where someone has an instinct about a person and it turns out to be true? Of course there are. There are just as many when it turns out to be false, and that's kind of the whole point. Is the reason why Sean asked you that question is instinct and intuition are just as capable of leading you to false conclusions. So it's not reliable, is it?
I think instinct, though. I think all animals have particular instincts.
Let me explain where I'm going with this. So there are instances where we are forced to in a snap reaction because we don't have access to do like a whole deep dive or what have you, right? So more reliable is if the woman going out on a date with this guy, we're able to do a full background check on him, interview people he had previously gone on dates with, had a history of their behavior, things of that nature, versus just going with the gut reaction. There are times when you don't have that option to do a deep dive in an evidence-based analysis. But given the choice, for example, if you did not commit a crime and you were on trial, would you want the prosecution the jury to have to just go by their gut instinct about you, or would you rather they determine whether you are guilty based on evidence? So like God belief, we're not forced to just like, I'm going to go with my gut. We can actually, and we do take the time to do an analysis. Is this logical? Does this, am I believing these things based on fallacies? Is there evidence to support a claim, etc.? So we're not forced to make snap instinct decisions about it. We can actually put a lot of brain power into it.
Yeah, and then you could argue, there's instinct for reincarnation and all that into it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And my instinct now, my gut is that, everything seems to be naturalistic, but I'm not going to rely on that. I'm just going to believe whatever is the case based on evidence, or not take a position if there's no evidence either way.
Yeah.
But, I
was going to say, instinct and intuition are hugely valuable, right? We wouldn't want to be without them, but the point is they have limits. They have limits of usefulness, right? And limits of like reliability. So what we do is we rely on our instinct and intuition, and then we test those instincts and see if they led to something of value. And if they did, then our instinct in that one moment, that moment of instinct and intuition is then validated by following it up, right? Some of the greatest scientific breakthroughs have been as a result of someone having an instinct and an intuition to follow a particular line of investigation, a spark that just thinks, I know this seems unlikely, but I've just got this instinct and I'm going to follow this. and then that leads to some incredible breakthrough. That's wonderful, but the instinct on its own doesn't get you to the confidence in the conclusion. It's the validation of the instinct that does that.
Right. So I'll throw that argument off to the side, throw it away.
Sure.
So somebody asked ChatGPT about God, and it said, like, basically, if you were to go into the forest and find a clock that told the time perfectly that was on your phone, you would think that somebody created the clock, right, and put the correct time. It said that the universe is way more complex than a clock.
Yeah.
So therefore, an intelligent designer is highly likely.
So this is called Paley's watchmaker argument. We've heard this before, right? The problem with this argument is we know how clocks are made. We can recognize a clock as a man-made object because we recognize a clock as being a thing we make, right?
And Ogar said that. He said, "I've seen cars be made. I've never seen a universe be made."
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And complexity on its own doesn't mean intelligent design.
Yeah, so the mistake a lot of theists make is they look at properties of things that are made with agency, right? But, so if you're looking at one category, we have category of like the natural world, and then we have categories of things that are made by agents. You can't look at one and then derive, just because one category has a property doesn't mean that that property is exclusive to that category. So in other words, you can't look at the property of things that are made by thinking agents and then say, aha, because these things made by this thinking agent have this property that is exclusive to thinking agents, and then find something in nature that is also, for example, complex, and say, well, thinking agents make complex things, so this thing must be made by complex things. And we have real world examples. For example, solar systems are complex in nature and follow patterns, and they're ordered, etc. But we know how they are actually formed by nature. So complex things simple things and complex things do arise in nature, just like they do in the realm of things that we actually know are made by thinking agents. The time to believe something was made by an agent is when there's actually evidence for it. And when you point to a chair, a car, or what have you, we have overwhelming evidence that those things are made by thinking agents. But we don't have agent-made universes to compare to non-agent-made universes. We don't have that.
Right. I just find it, difficult to believe doesn't mean true or whatever. Yeah. But I find it really difficult to believe that, like, the universe is eternal, or the universe just started with these chemicals, the abiogenesis stuff. I don't know. To me,
yeah, you're relying on personal incredulity. It's hard to imagine. Yeah. Therefore, you're convinced. It's hard to imagine these things happening on their own. Therefore, you're convinced an agent did it. And what you're doing is, on your own psyche, you're using the argument from incredulity fallacy, and you're allowing yourself to be convinced by it.
Yeah, I suppose.
And it's human to do that. I did that myself for a while until I realized that was flawed thinking.
But they say DNA is like its own language. Do you think that could form on its own without an intelligent designer?
Yes, it's its own language in the sense that H2O is a quote-unquote language for water. It's basically what's referred to as a code is in what order the base pairs of nucleotides are in, and that order determines your DNA sequence, which has chemical causal effects on how you're going to look and what attributes you're going to have. But it's not like a language in a literal sense, like Morse code is, well, the English language is a language, or Morse code is a code to represent the English language or what have you.
Yeah, it's a metaphor which has been taken to what kind of to extremes. It's a metaphor which has been taken literally by too many people. DNA isn't really a language. It's just chemistry. It's just a way of describing chemistry. That's all it is. So
right.
Yeah, it doesn't have that kind of intention, because people will say things like it's a code. A code needs a coder, right? But that's just playing fast and loose with language. It really is just it's just a way of describing chemistry. And the evidence at the moment is that the building blocks of this stuff are all around. You know, we found what is it we found recently, Sean, on the asteroid? They found
Bennu.
On Bennu, yeah.
They found
all pairs, right?
Yeah, they found, now I might screw this up, but this is as accurate as I can remember, but they found all 5 nucleotides. They found that comprise DNA and RNA. They found, I forget, it's like 14 or 17 amino acids. They found essential sugars. They found all kind, I think, water. But these are like the building blocks of life, literally found on an asteroid. So the things we're made up of, including what's in our DNA, are abundant throughout the universe.
Just on a rock floating through space. I mean, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? Don't you think that's a pretty profound thing to get your head around?
So you guys are gonna be like, what the heck? Like, but the Bible says the earth is flat. I personally think I used to think it was round. I think it's flat.
You don't think the Earth's flat? Come on.
No. Yes, I do.
No.
And I think the Bible,
we have a rule here, Kellen. We have a rule here. We don't talk about that. It's too stupid. There's a maximum amount of stupid that we can take. So like hang on. The stupid of like I don't believe in evolution is a level of stupid that we can tolerate, because we can sort of see how some people might just not have, whatever, and we can try and kind of point them in the right direction and stuff. There's some sort of value in having the discourse in public about what the evidence for evolution is. But if someone came in here and said to me, they don't believe that Christmas presents come from parents, they think they really are from Santa, and they wanted to have a serious debate about it, I would just say, well, I respect the audience too much to put the audience through listening to grown men have a debate about Santa. It's too stupid. And if someone came up and said they wanted to have a discussion about, whether the money, the coin under the pillow after losing a tooth comes from a fairy or from mum and dad, I would say the same thing. And this is that. This is that. So if you're looking for someone to, lots of noise, my friend, lots of wind. If you're looking for someone to have a debate with about whether the Earth is flat, try Blitz. Blitz will have that conversation with you. I just refuse to have it. It's too stupid. It's too stupid. Okay, and my honest advice to you is don't tell anyone you think that, because it makes you look like a fucking idiot. Honestly, makes you an idiot. Don't. Just don't. You don't need to do that. You don't need to be that dumb.
Can I say something though, sir?
Yeah.
How the hell? Okay, as a Christian, I shouldn't say how the hell, but how does 75 or 71% of the water on Earth, it's sticking to a ball?
Okay. Do you notice what's happening now? You're now disregarding the thing I said to you, which is I don't get into these discussions. I won't dignify it. I won't dignify it. We might as well talk about how do you explain all of those presents getting to everyone on time on Christmas Eve if it's not Santa. That's how stupid this is. But don't. You're demeaning yourself. You're beclowning yourself on the internet by having a conversation like this. Just don't do it. But don't do it. And if you insist on doing it, have the conversation with someone who has the patience for it, because I can't. I won't do it.
I've only got one more thing to say, though, John, honestly.
Yeah.
Is it about flat Earth?
The verses that were prophesied that the Earth is flat, prophets that wrote that down.
No, that's just now at that point it's disrespectful, and I have to drop you because I've given you my boundary, and then you can either respect my boundary or you can ignore it. If you chose to ignore it, then we don't even get to kiss each other goodbye. It's a real shame because that's what I like doing. I like saying bye bye, see you soon, keep well, come back and see us again sometime. But no, not having that. You have to respect my boundaries. There we are. That's what disrespecting boundaries looks like. And I know that Jesus doesn't really care about that, but I do. So there we are. It's incredible. This is social media. This could never happen. You could never have had thousands and thousands and thousands of young, they're always men who are that deluded and that completely, forgive me, brain fucked, that they think the earth is flat, despite communicating with me on a device that only works because there are satellites in geostationary orbit to provide communications networks. This could only happen because of social media. It's really a tragedy. What's happened?
Ever heard a woman who is a flat earther? Now that you mention that,
I haven't.
It does seem to be always men.
Yeah.
Let us know if you know of a woman who's a flat earther, because I haven't met one. That did not dawn on me.
Yeah.
W women.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Pav says I blame Jordan Peterson and all the others liars on YouTube. I mean, I think I agree with you. It's that culture. It's a very male. It's the sort of, it's the manosphere. It's the Phil Bro thing. And part of it is being contrarian, and part of it is being the cool kids who know the stuff, we're all the sheeple who still believe, ha ha ha, we're still dumb enough to believe the earth is a sphere. Pick something better. People used to do it over like JFK or Bigfoot or something like that. At least a kernel, the slightest shred, albeit molecular, of plausibility to those things that were being claimed or said. This is like a whole generation of young males who go on the internet and demonstrate themselves to be completely stupid with regards to this one matter. And I feel bad for them because it's not necessary. You don't need to be that dumb about this stuff. Really, it's shocking, isn't it? Anyway, sermon over. Let me get some super chats, and while we wait for our next guest. Gaz Dalman said, what good God would take the glorious Dolly Parton? I agree. What a talent. Brilliant songwriter. She wrote I Will Always Love You, the massive Whitney Houston song. Dolly Parton wrote that.
Really?
On her own, I believe. Yeah. Optimus Rhymes, great to see you. So you think you can't choose what you believe? Well, believe that pasta fairy is your mum. I'll try and believe that. I'll see if I can believe it. If I really, really try hard, I might become convinced of that fact. And Tim says, Jesus can't make the underarm fart noises. What, when people do that thing? I mean, to be fair...
the hole in his hand, that's so bad.
To be fair, that's a significant handicap. If you're trying to be the deity of the day and you're trying to, win people over, to not be able to do that would be a hindrance. It's an important part of the ministry.
He's not all powerful. He can't make underarm fart noises because of the holes. And, oh my God.
That is quite funny. And also really, really bad, but in a kind of good way. Einstein was a boss because he got help for some math. He was humble. He was absurdly smart, yet sought math help. Absolute boss. I actually didn't know that. And that makes me respect him 1,000 times more, because he had the mind to conceive of this stuff. He was like the god of thought experiments. He would imagine himself sitting on a vehicle and traveling at the speed of light and then holding a mirror in front of his face. And his reasoning was, would the light from my face reach the mirror? Because if I'm already traveling at the speed of light, that light would have to be traveling at some extra speed, right?
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
those are
yeah.
the kind of thought experiments he had. And he knew that all Maxwell's work on electromagnetism had something to do with all of this stuff too. But the fact that he sought help with the math, I actually didn't know that. And I've read 3 or 4 books on Einstein and on his work.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's wonderful. Thank you for educating us about that. That's absolutely brilliant. What else have we got? Tim said, if you want to learn about the Big Bang, ask your mother about me. Ooh. Okay.
Jesus.
Fair enough, Tim.
John's taking shots on the super chats like that.
Wow. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Not too earnest here, fortunately. And Bethel said, good stream, but we need more members. Yes, more members. And Bethos has just sent out 5 more. So more members will be achieved. Bethos, you're an absolute gem. Thank you so much. And then Bethos also says to W. Tim Cooney, I love how they gang up. The boys and the girls in the chat, it's mainly boys to be fair. The people in the chat are sometimes like velociraptors. They hunt in packs. They gang up on us in packs. And I'm here for it. Fully here for it. Happy to be the butt of any jokes. I'm completely up for that. Totally fine.
Yeah.
And Bjorn says, he was good enough for a hand on the shoulder from God, but the rest of us must just have faith to know him, or we are not true followers. The thing I didn't have the heart to say to him was, he put his hand on your shoulders, but he killed your wife. Not good enough to have saved your wife. It would have been too nasty to say that, but hard not to think it, isn't it? A bit like the people who say, we survived the crash or the building, the fire in the apartment block. God saved us, but praise Jesus, God saved us, but killed the family next door. Oh well, ours not to wonder why. Weird, isn't it?
Yeah,
weird.
Those situations are tough because people come to this space. When they come to this space, they're consenting to have what they believe to be true challenged. But you have a situation where their belief is like getting them through a tragedy. And I would never in my everyday life ever, give them counter apologetics to what they believe. Nothing. Of course, that would be way out of line. But then when they come to this space, you still don't want to do it, in that sort of circumstance. So
yeah,
it's a little bit uncomfortable.
You're right, and you have to be a human being first, and a counter apologist second. If you find yourself getting mixed up in that order of priorities, you're doing something wrong, and it's time to stop.
Yeah,
and think and self-examine for a moment. And I fully expect to be held to account by all of you when I screw up, and I do screw up sometimes. I will forever be haunted by Chris, who called in on a debate stream, and I said, "Call us back on Friday," and I still feel it in my chest now, and I didn't hear from him on that Friday, and he needed to have that conversation. And I'm happy to be held to account when I mess it up. We must always be human beings first. Okay, we have got Gilly in the queue coming in right now. I can't see if this is Gilly US or Gilly Us. I guess we'll find out in a minute. Hey Gilly, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Is it Gilly Us or Gilly US?
Do I have that in my name?
That's what it says. But that's fine. You don't have to answer. I'm just going to put Gilly, and we'll survive with just that, and we'll never know the answer to the question.
Yeah, I think it's because I have a flag in my thing, the US flag.
Ah, okay, good. Excellent. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. We think God is not real. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I'm going to defend the Kalam. I'm sure you already know about that.
We do.
1 second. Hold on.
And is your position that the Kalam cosmological argument establishes the reality of a God?
Yeah, but I'm wondering if you reject the premises of the argument before we get to a God, like do you think the universe is eternal?
We reject the premises of the argument, and we also say that even if the argument were true, it doesn't establish a God. It just establishes some cause of the universe. But that there's no reason why you can exclude natural causes or non-God agents or unknown principles of physics or anything like that. So Kalam doesn't get you to a God; it just gets you to a caused universe, and it doesn't even do that because the the premises don't hold.
All right. Well, let's talk about the premises first, and then we'll advance. Which do you deny that
the
universe is finite?
Okay. So the first premise is that. Sorry, did you want to say something, Sean?
I want to correct something. We are not claiming that the universe is eternal, just that it has not been substantiated that it is not eternal. I want to give that clarification.
Good spot.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, good spot.
Yeah.
Whoops, sorry.
So the universe. Do you need to take that call?
No, it's good. He's good.
Oh no, I'm all good.
I thought you said someone's calling me. I might have misheard you. Okay, so there is no consensus in cosmology that the universe had a beginning. There is a consensus that the Big Bang happened, and the Big Bang only says the part of the universe that we can observe, and we cannot observe all of it because there's something called the event horizon. But the part we can observe 13.8 billion years ago was in a hot, dense state, and there was a rapid expansion. It does not say that that was necessarily the beginning of time or anything of the sort. Just that's as far as we can go with the Big Bang. And there are cosmological models that account for the Big Bang. They're not competing against the Big Bang. That's another misunderstanding. There are cosmological models that incorporate the Big Bang that are eternal and some that are finite, and they all might be wrong. There's a recent Copenhagen survey. I have it up right now. My screen is a little small for you to be able to see it, but the survey was of 151 physicists and said, one of the questions, they asked a lot of questions, in your opinion, how should we understand the Big Bang? 68% versus 17% said a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. 17% said that they think it incorporates the beginning of time. So there's no consensus on that. They don't know. Different physicists have different opinions, and they'll all tell you, I don't know. And I have a multitude of different quotes on this topic, from Alan Green to Dr. Sean Carroll, Brian Cox, Alan Guth, Neil deGrasse Tyson, etc., who all say we don't know if the universe had a beginning.
Okay, so would you offer a model that circumvents the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin theory?
The Alan Guth is one of the ones who says, in Alan Guth's opinion, here's a quote from Alan Guth, one of the authors of that, because the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin theorem is misapplied constantly by Christian apologists. Alan Guth, one of the authors, said, I don't know whether the universe had a beginning. I suspect the universe didn't have a beginning. It's very likely eternal, but nobody knows. As Sean, I recommend watching the debate between William Lane Craig, I'm sure you know who he is, against Dr. Sean Carroll, because William Lane Craig tried to, hats off to him for having the guts to try to do it, but he tried to debate Alan Guth. I'm sorry, not Alan Guth.
Sean Carroll.
Sean Carroll, in Sean Carroll's own field, as a layperson, trying to argue that the physics shows the universe had a beginning, and he got absolutely trounced. And Dr. Sean Carroll clearly explained to him unequivocally that he's misapplying the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin theorem, and I recommend watching that.
But let's just save some time here. Let's save some time here, Gilly. Let's say.
Wait, can I say something real quick?
No, go ahead.
There's an important distinction, because there was I know what that line's from, because actually there's a clarification, because there's an atheist, I can't remember his name, it's Daniel something, but he explained in his debate with William Lane Craig, this is separate from the Sean Carroll debate, that when Alan Guth was saying that, he was talking about Sean Carroll's model, not the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin theory.
No,
that would just be contrary to the BGB.
No. Actually, he made that video for Sean Carroll to make Sean Carroll's point, and it is well established that Alan Guth does not hold that the universe had a beginning.
But I want us to save some time here, because even if we were to grant that the universe did have a beginning, and we don't grant that because it's not been demonstrated, but even if we did, how would that be evidence of a God?
Wait, we got to get to that though. This is the thing. Like, I respect you asking that. I want to have a respectful debate, but I feel like I can challenge that you know what you guys are saying. Like, the Borguth-Vilenkin theory, right, shows that if you trace a light, theorem, sorry, shows that if you trace a light ray, right, along a geodesic path, then it's going to hit a boundary, which you guys don't have to call that a quote-unquote beginning, but I feel like we're just equivocating with that term because that is a beginning.
I'm going to impose some editorial authority here. We don't care right now because all of this is pointless for the reason I said. Even if it could be demonstrated, and it hasn't been, that the universe had a beginning, how would that be evidence for a God?
Okay, the reason why I got to keep going back to this is because I'm demonstrating to you, and you guys, you know what I mean, respectfully, you guys should be refuting the evidence I'm giving you.
It sounds like you're just ignoring the thing I'm saying to you, which is that we understand that you are very enthusiastic about demonstrating the Kalam. I'm saying, for the purposes of moving this forward, right, we've been doing this for 7.5 hours now, and we've spoken about the Kalam twice or three times in the course of this already. I don't really want to have to make the audience sit through us relitigating Kalam again for a second or third time. It's really, really dull. So what's more interesting for me is, even if we were to grant that the universe did have a beginning, how would that be evidence for a God? I know that you don't want to talk about that because you can't join those 2 points together. But okay, well then let's do that, because really no one's interested in hearing us have a debate about this. With the one exception, I am going to allow our good friend Chase, who just happens to be a physicist, to input here before we move on from it. Go on, Chase.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So the BGV theorem, what it proves is you were right about past incompleteness for geodesics, but there's a second part that says whose average expansion is positive. So what that means is that an earlier static or contracting phase can make the relevant average non-positive. So the BGV theorem doesn't prove a beginning. Even if there's a geodesic boundary, it doesn't prove that boundary was an absolute beginning of anything. It's just where the equations of our continuous space-time no longer work. So in order for us to discern who's going to be correct from the big bounce models, from the loop quantum cosmology, ekpyrotic universe, or even if it is past finite, we're going to need a theory of quantum gravity, which we currently are very far away from having. So it's just the most honest position to take is to be agnostic about whether or not the universe had a beginning.
Thank you so much, Chase.
Yeah. Can I say one last thing, please? Now let's stop talking about it. I'd just say one last thing. You know, I respect that you're in the field of physics, but all I'd say is that Vilenkin showed that those models you're talking about, and I've been reading some of those papers. I might not be a physicist myself, but he showed that those models are unstable, such as these models that would just have random fluctuations. They'd collapse 100%. Him and Mathani. I forget Mathani first name, but if it's a girl or a boy. But all right, we can go into the actual argument now. Or we
hold on. Let Dr. Chase respond.
Yeah,
if that's your name.
Yeah, I was just going to say that he has not ruled every past eternal universe out. He's absolutely not done that. If you're reading the papers, I would really suggest either consulting with a physicist or something like that, because there's some kind of misunderstanding happening there. He would have won some major prizes already if he had done that.
Well, everybody may not agree with him, but I mean, he showed that the most viable models that were offered are not.
Gilly, everyone may not agree with him. That's the point, is there's no consensus. Even if he said that, which I don't hold that he necessarily does, I consider myself a reasonably intelligent person. I have tried to read PhD level physics papers, and a lot of that shit's way over my head. And I'm not afraid to admit that. Yeah, you too. Yeah. So you're not in a position to be able to read these papers unless it's like maybe an article where they're speaking, for lack of a better term, down to us on a level we can understand.
Yeah, we're just not in a position. We got to leave it to people like Chase who have the requisite background in order to be able to interpret the papers and what the implications are of them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'm just saying you can still read like academic papers that Vilenkin publishes or other physicists like Mathani that believe that the universe had a beginning, and you can. I mean, you don't really need to understand every.
So we can agree that the matter is not settled, and that there's a difference of opinion, and
Yes, I'd agree.
anyone claiming to know one way or the other is out over their skis. So we can all agree on that. So now
I don't
let's.
claim- yeah.
So now
It's
let's
the best explanation is what
Sure.
I'd say.
So now let's get back to what we were saying before, which is even if it were shown, even if let's imagine some new promising seam of evidence comes up that somehow demonstrates that prior to the Big Bang, the universe didn't exist, how would that be evidence of a God?
All right. The reason is because, let's say, if you grant all my things right, and the universe did have a cause, I would say, as a Kalam defender, obviously, and what William Lane Craig has postulated, that it's going to be an efficient personal cause that's obviously timeless, spaceless, immaterial, enormously
That's the thing.
powerful.
That's the bit you have to demonstrate, not just say. Explain why it has to be a personal, timeless, all of this stuff. That's all waffle that Craig puts into his argument and pretends it's been demonstrated where no such thing has happened. He can't demonstrate it. You can't demonstrate it.
I can. Okay, so this cause, right, would logically be timeless and spaceless if it's not inside
Why?
of time and space. Sans
Why?
stands the universe. You said if you granted my premises, the universe began to exist and had a cause, right?
There might just be some principle that just instantiated time to begin. You can't say that it's time. If it's timeless, then it can't do anything.
Chase, hang on, Chase. Out of curiosity, are there any plausible models for a beginning or causes of a universe? Is that just out of the scope of physics at the current moment?
There are plausible, like in our theoretical world, which is where I work. There's mathematically plausible, but there's really not a good. You could say quantum fluctuations because at the base level, we don't know that they depend on anything else.
Okay.
The other thing.
I do have a.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Chase. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you there.
I do have a broader problem with the everything that happens has to have a cause type premise. Because we have, for example, radioactive nuclear decay. When uranium decays into thorium and an alpha particle, we know that the state allows for decay, but it can decay instantly or it can take 4 billion years to decay. And there's no cause for it whatsoever. It's purely probabilistic.
Yeah,
and how would you respond to someone who says, because I get this a lot when I use this example, how would you respond to someone who says, we may not know the cause, but that doesn't mean there isn't one?
Wait, can I say something real quick?
Oh,
I'm not
sure.
trying to. So I'm not trying to be rude. I'm sorry, guys, but I just wanted to respond to that. So like, the premise of the argument is not everything has a cause. It's whatever begins to exist has a cause. So whatever begins to exist, that would be the premise.
Radioactive
As long as it began
decay.
to exist.
Radioactive decay does begin to exist.
Here it would be an alpha particle, wouldn't it?
Well, like I said, so like even if these things existed inside of the universe, they would still have a material cause of some kind.
Incorrect.
Being that it existed inside of the universe, that the universe.
So let's just go back to the question I asked because I think it might be pertinent here. So Chase, when someone says, these events and the creation of these the ionizing particles as a result of nuclear decay, if they said you may not know the cause, but why does that prove there isn't a cause?
Yeah, so that goes to what we call the Bell inequalities and Bell's theorem. So this is something that actually Einstein very famously had an issue with, was this, what do you mean there's not a cause? What do you mean you have the exact same state and then this one goes now, this one goes in 200 years, this one goes 4 billion years from now, and you can't point to a trigger that's like, now go. And so he thought that there was going to be something called hidden variables. So he thought that maybe there were these things that we just didn't account for yet,
Yeah.
but that were happening kind of under the hood. And then a brilliant physicist named Dr. Bell came along, and don't quote me, but I believe it was the 1960s, proposed the Bell inequalities and actually a way to test them. And the Nobel Prize, again, don't quote me, I think it was 2022. But there have been Nobel Prizes won for confirming the Bell inequalities. So there is no underlying cause. It is random and purely probabilistic.
Right.
Wait,
so
what is it again? State that.
That's a feature of reality.
Posit this thing for me again. Posit this thing for me again, sorry.
Which one?
Like what you guys just posited has no cause.
Yeah, it would be, so a good clean example, if you're wanting to look it up, would be the uranium decay into thorium in an alpha particle.
So that alone,
All right, I'll take a look at that later.
yeah, that alone refutes the first point of the Kalam, the first claim, doesn't it?
If you're teacupped and like Googling stuff, you'll have to do that later because we can't hear you when you do that.
Yeah.
It says it's still strictly governed by physical forces, so it would still have a cause.
That's not
That-
correct. It
I looked that
doesn't,
up.
being governed by physical forces does not mean it has a cause.
Yes, that would be the cause of it. That would be why it's doing what it's
Okay,
doing.
so-
That's what I
so-
take the cause to be.
So, okay, well then let me try to help the point along a little more. If I have uranium and I prepare it in the exact same state, and one decays immediately and one decays 4 billion years from now, despite there being no difference in the physical state or the physical laws, what caused the uranium to decay in 4 billion years? What was the mechanism that caused it?
It says quantum tunneling when I looked it up.
Quantum tunneling is how it happens. It's not the cause of it happening.
Or that would be what the cause is, what we're explicating on. That's what the cause means, is how it happened.
Is it how something happens isn't what causes it to happen?
What? Yes, this is the cause. What do you mean? If I say that I poured a glass of water and that's how it happened, is me pouring it, that would be the cause as well.
My car going forward is how my car gets from A to B, but it's not the cause. The cause is internal combustion, me pressing the gas pedal, and then you can go back to like there's an initial cause of it. A description of how something goes about a thing isn't the underlying cause that made it do that thing.
Wait, this is just a definitional fallacy. That's how you define it.
Yes,
If
no,
I-
that's the problem. Is you're equivocating between a law or dynamical mechanism that determines probabilities and a cause that determines a particular event.
Wait, no. Because when we say like quantum tunneling caused that, that's how it happened, as I just explained. You might say how it happened is something else, but that's
So-
the explanation. That's the explanance.
So
The cause.
quantum tunneling is the mechanism that gives the transition amplitude or probability. I'm asking what determines why this nucleus tunnels at 1 rather than 2, at time 1 rather than time 2.
At time 1 rather than time 2? Wouldn't that also be quantum tunneling as well?
Quantum tunneling is the mechanism by which it happens. It is not the cause of it happening.
Wait,
Dude, you're like
if I look
Googling-
this up, you sure it's not going to say that there's a cause for it? Because I guarantee you.
Hold up, Gilly, you take as a layperson, taking a moment to quickly Googling something really quick, whatever pops up on AI or what have you, is not, you're trying to
This is not the
beat
one.
that against, how many years have you studied physics, Chase? That's not a replacement.
Why wouldn't they put real physics knowledge online? That wouldn't make sense. Like why AI would just lie about it.
That's a straw man fallacy. I didn't say they wouldn't put real physics online, but you're not qualified to, like, an answer that comes up real quick, fully understand what it's actually saying. Like you're trying, like you sitting on your toilet with your phone is not research.
That's a credentials fallacy. I don't need to have credentials or experience or study these things.
Okay,
for years.
so it's a credentials fallacy. Can you pass a master's level final exam in physics? If you took one right now, would you be able to pass it?
That wouldn't matter. That's false equivalence. Come on, man.
No, it matters to your knowledge. It goes to your knowledge about physics. So since are you claiming to be qualified? Yes or no?
You don't. Once again, that's credentials.
Yes or no?
fallacy.
Yes or no? Yes or no? I'm not asking you for the credentials. Okay, so then don't call out a fallacy if you acknowledge you are not qualified to really have this conversation at a level that Chase is.
So if you do want to put it in AI, just put, does anything in physics happen without a cause?
I'm always reminded of the idea of somebody with absolutely no experience walking into a dentistry conference and starting to lecture the professors of dentistry and what they've got wrong. But it's absolutely remarkable to me. Like, I really know my limits. I know when I've reached the edge of what I can talk about with any authority. I kind of stop talking, or I defer to other people. I'm too embarrassed. I would be embarrassed to suppose that I can present a contrary position to someone who has got years and years of training in a field because of something I've read in 5 seconds on the internet. Yeah. I would just feel embarrassed.
These things, like, yes, there are things that happen without a cause in nature, but that does not go to show that whatever begins to exist doesn't have a cause. That's the argument that we're making equivocation here.
Don't you just want to acknowledge that there are things without a cause, and that was admitted? If you would like to make
it, just admit it, but not that things can begin to exist without a cause. That was the premise of the argument. The first premise, that whatever begins to exist has a cause.
So does radioactive decay happen eternally into the past, or does it begin at a point?
I just explained to you from what I looked up. Well, yeah, I'm trying to answer it. I just explained to you that from what I looked up, that thing, whether when it began to exist or whatever, still had a cause. There was no...
You did not actually. You just looked it up and it told you that it does not have a cause.
It didn't say that.
You came back and admitted it.
I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I wasn't saying that exact thing. You asked me, remember what you asked me? You asked, is there anything in physics that doesn't have a cause? That's what you asked me, and I looked that up. And while that may be true, I said that there's nothing that begins to exist without a cause.
Yes, I'm with you. So what I said was the next thing was, did radioactive decay happen eternally into the past, or did it begin at some point?
You know what? We don't need Gilly here. We can just have this conversation with ChatGPT ourselves. This is pointless. This is not what debate is. Debate isn't come and talk about a topic you know absolutely fuck all about and then go off to ask an AI for the questions each time, because what are you here for?
Because I just looked it up and it literally says it does have a cause, and it's the physical forces. There's physical force.
But there are specific events. Gilly, it's specific events. What we're saying is that the nature of these things is probabilistic. You only know that it's going to happen a certain number of times in a certain period. That's all you know. The thing that actually makes it happen in a given moment doesn't have a cause. That is, to my understanding, is what the Bell stuff is about. Have I got that right, Chase?
Yeah, the Bell's inequalities show that there are no local hidden variables. So
right.
Between these particles, there isn't some kind of thing that we're missing
that we just don't
really hard.
Exactly, that we just don't know about, that if we found out about it would explain why it happened at time 1 rather than time 2.
Gilly, are you using Google AI? Which AI are you using?
I think it was OpenAI, maybe. I don't remember right after.
I mean, were you putting it into Google and then giving the AI response?
Yeah, I don't think that's that unreliable.
Okay, hold on. I asked Google AI, which is according to you very reliable. Does Google AI ever give wrong answers? Yes, Google AI gives wrong answers and makes frequent mistakes.
This is where deferring to someone with greater experience and expertise in the area isn't a fallacy appealing to authority. It's appealing to an authority who's qualified to speak on the matter, and that's where we learn from people who know more about us, know more than us about things. Don't you think that would be a smarter move?
Wait, I didn't claim that though.
No, but what you're doing is you've decided that you're right about this, and you're arguing with someone who knows a lot more about it than you do, and it's just silly.
I'm right about this. What do you mean?
Well, it sounds like you're insisting that everything that begins to exist has a cause. Chase has shown you examples very specifically of things that begin to exist that do not have a cause, and you've run off to AI to show that he's wrong. That's ludicrous.
He literally asked me to look it up, though. Well, I mean, at one point he did ask me to look it up.
Right.
At one point, because he to make the point that if you plug in these particular search terms, it's going to tell you you're wrong, because you seem to only be satisfied not with an actual freaking physicist, professional in the field, but like Google AI responses, which Google AI itself says that it's frequently wrong.
Wait, I didn't say I wasn't satisfied. What do you mean?
Okay, well, we're glad that you are.
Agree with him?
So we're glad that you are.
Wait, I was just challenging it. That's
okay. Well,
Yeah,
we
but
still.
I did confirm what I said. So
Yeah.
now you have to contend with it.
Yeah.
I did. I explained to you that there is a cause within the fundamental laws of nature, as I already explicated on.
I'll try again. So, yes, the fundamental forces of nature are what makes radioactive decay happen. What I'm asking about is the individual decay event. So when you have one decaying now and one decaying 200 years from now, you would have to point to me a cause 200 years from now that starts it decaying. That individual event.
Didn't I give that to you? I said quantum tunneling.
No, that's the mechanism.
Quantum tunneling is the mechanism.
Wait, yes, this mechanism is the cause. This is the mechanical cause.
What specifically about quantum tunneling causes one to decay at 400 years from now and one to decay at 4 billion years from now? What is the mechanism that causes them to happen at such vastly different times?
I don't know the exact mechanism, but that still wouldn't refute that there's not a cause. Once again,
okay, what is this? So you're saying there's a cause. He's saying there's not. You're just saying, and you don't have the cause. You're just saying, trust me, bro.
He's equivocating on that. There is not a cause to things. What I said is that whatever begins to exist has a cause. Not that things in nature don't sometimes don't have causes where things happen, but that doesn't mean why they begin to exist.
I do believe that we're going in circles, but I will try one more time. Does radioactive decay happen eternally into the past, or does this uncaused event begin to happen at some point?
Okay, so it would begin to happen at some point. There's no way it would be eternally. That doesn't even make sense.
My case.
Eternally? What do you mean by eternally? You mean like infinite?
I just mean it has a beginning.
Wait a minute. Yeah, there's definitely a fundamental law of nature. Now, like I said, I'd have to look this up, but as I just explained to you when you told me to look it up, there was a fundamental law of nature governing this.
Yes, but the fundamental law of nature, last time, then I'll let John move on. The fundamental law of nature does not determine the individual decay event. That is the situation that allows the event to happen. But when something happens, for example, in 2 minutes versus 1 minute and 59 seconds, you would have to have a cause for why it happened. It does not have a cause because it's fundamentally probabilistic. And then you have the second problem that adds on to that, of that individual decay event began to happen at some point. Therefore, I've given you a very concrete example of something that begins to exist without a cause.
No, you didn't. Hold on. Wait a minute. No, you did not give me an event to begin. So these things you're saying began to exist, popped out of being from nothing, right? And began without a cause. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Like they came into being from nothing?
No.
Okay, so it had a cause then. If it didn't come to being from nothing, it had a cause. There you go.
Incorrect. But
Correct.
I sense that John's not going to want to keep going in circles on this.
William Lane Craig has made this argument since.
William Lane Craig doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a theologian and philosopher. He knows nothing about physics.
Wait, he did talk with physicists before, though. That's wrong. He has had personal discussions with physicists.
It's not his subject, my friend. It's not his subject.
That's a credentials fallacy. You can still make statements on it.
The difference between me and William Lane Craig is I can look in the mirror and talk to a physicist.
Ooh.
Okay, bro. That was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. That was actually a good one. That was kind
pretty good.
That was kind of good.
I think. Look, I think we've now reached the half-hour mark, which would be
we've debated for a while. Listen,
you know,
I respect it. I respect you guys. I do. I respect you, Chase and Sean. So you guys have a good day. It was a good talk.
Thanks, Gilly.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Chase. You will be getting a knighthood. Thank you so much. I'm certainly learning. I'm certainly learning it, and yeah, I find it absolutely remarkable that there's a lack of humility. I think maybe it comes from thinking you've got God on your side or something. But I feel acutely uncomfortable when I'm speaking to someone about something and I know they know a lot more about it than me. I'm so careful about what I say. I'm so careful about not stepping out of line in a way that would be to disregard the obvious hierarchy of expertise in the room at that point. And I just see so many people coming. I'm not necessarily saying that Gilly did this, but so many people come in and they seem to just not do that. And I just think about, I know what it's like to spend hundreds and thousands of hours getting good at something. I know how hard it is to do that and how much time it takes. And to me, there's a certain amount of like respect due for someone who gets to a point of being an expert in a field. And it's a time to listen, not just argue. So, I hope that he can reflect back on this and maybe take it as an opportunity to learn something, because I did, and I know other people listening did. And thank you, Chase.
Yeah, hey, Chase, what is that called again? Bell's something or another? That
Bell's inequalities. Or Bell's theorem.
Yeah, Bell's theorem. And if I were to attempt to read that and ascertain how they figured out that there is no cause, do I have a chance in hell of being able to understand it? Like, is there a layperson's version of it that I'll be like, oh, that makes sense?
I'll tell you what, if there's not one, I'll write one for you.
I won't put you through that, but you're amazing for offering. I'm sure you have a busy plate. But if it's like a couple or a few paragraphs and you write it, I'll be greatly appreciative. But I certainly don't want to give you like a lengthy homework assignment.
We'll jump on this together, Sean, because it comes up a lot in these discussions, and so it would be a really healthy, thing for us to be able to say, here is the defeater for that claim, which often comes up just because you can't discern a cause doesn't mean there isn't one. And I say, reality at its core is probabilistic. It's, not deterministic. And that argument doesn't get across. So I think that'll be a good thing for us to make sure we've got our heads around. But hey, we've got you here, Chase. So maybe we don't need to. We'll just bring you in.
I'll be around as much as I can. I'm sorry I couldn't be around earlier today. I had classes and stuff.
Of course.
And no apologies necessary. Yeah.
We love you, man. Thank you. Cheers, Chase. Take it easy. Absolutely wonderful to have Chase around here. Absolutely awesome. Round of applause. Okay, we are approaching the end of the show. We're at the 8-hour mark. That's pretty good going. We're going to get one more guest in who we have here. I don't know how to read this. There doesn't seem to be a name. It's a symbol of some sort. Hello there. What do we call you? Hello? Hello? Speak, person. Speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So step one is you tell us your name. Normally that's followed with a name. Sorry?
Jesse Tanay.
Jesse, did you say? Okay, I'm going to put Jesse. That's fine. Okay, now we've got that bit done. The second bit is you need to speak up a little bit. I mean, no pressure, but if you want to come in properly. So let's all be present and together in the room, shall we? I feel like a school teacher. Okay, so our claim is God is not real. What do you have to say about that?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you actually want to know him? Or do you just want to know he exists?
do I want to know
which God it is?
Do I want to know him, or do I want to know he exists? I think knowing him would have to start with knowing he exists, wouldn't it? Because I couldn't get to know him without knowing he exists. So let's I don't want to be rushed into a relationship. Let's just take things one at a time. You know, he could buy me dinner and then maybe I'll kiss him. So let's just start with the basics. How do we know if he's actually there?
Yeah, but it's a journey.
It's a journey.
It's not just a feeling. It's a journey.
That's delightful. And how do we go on this journey?
You can start by reading your Bible.
Oh, we've all done that. I read the Bible. It's interesting book. Particularly love the talking animals. What else? Now we've read the Bible, still no God. Now what?
What do you mean there's no God?
What part of there's no God are you struggling to understand? We've read the Bible, but we see no evidence of God. The Bible's just a book. There's lots of books. So, yep, the Bible's a nice book. Lovely. Where's God?
Yeah, but who wrote the books?
Who wrote the books? Lots of different people wrote the books.
idea.
The Bible has many different authors. The identity of nearly all of them is unknown.
You've written books.
So, where's God, Jesse?
Excuse me.
Where is God?
Do you need some coffee?
From Genesis to Revelation.
Yeah. Are you for real? Because you sound like you're struggling to stay awake. We're the ones who've been here for 8 hours. You've been here for 3 minutes, and you sound like consciousness is a real uphill struggle for you. So come on, be present. Speak. This is your moment to defend your God if you're interested in doing that. I ask you a question. Where is God? Why is he so invisible to so many millions of people despite what it says in a book? What's your answer to that, please?
Because many of us are filled with sin. He cannot just appear in our presence. Would literally die.
We'd all die if he appeared in our presence. Never mind the fact that he appears in people's presence all the time, and he could let us know that he's there even without appearing in our presence. He could just send, for example, talented apologists to our live streams to present amazing arguments at the same time as presenting the illusion of actually being awake. That would be a start. He could organize that, couldn't he?
But I mean, look at the stars, man. Look at the clouds.
Really?
Look at the mountains.
I'm not convinced. This is another post-law moment, right? Right? Who thinks that this is legit? Jesse, are you for real, or are you just jerking our chain right now?
No, listen. When you look at the clouds, man, who do you think formed them?
Yeah, I'm not convinced. Jesse, you have not succeeded in persuading us that you give the slightest shit about what you're saying, and as a result, none of us do either. So there we are. If that's it, if that's the passion that God puts in you, that's the love of Christ, that's the burning fire of the Spirit, that's the Holy Spirit moving in you.
The passion of the Christ, right there.
To always, be prepared to give a reason. There's your 1 Peter 3:15. Except it's been left out overnight and it started to curl at the edges and go a bit soggy and saggy, and it's not great, is it? All right. Oh, I thought we might go out with a bang, but that was more of a whimper, wasn't it? I don't think there's any point in having conversations with people who are like that, because you're either trolling or you're for real, but you're so lacking enthusiasm that I'm genuinely concerned you're going to remember to breathe. And we wouldn't want that to happen. So maybe that's our lot. But of course, I do have some super chats to read. So let me do this and get us up to date on that, and then maybe we'll call it a day there. Bethos said, "I am a hard determinist, yet think one should think before the determined choice appears. Do use reason, even if this call was inevitable. Do reason." We do have another guest. I'll read a couple of super chats, and if the guest is still there, then we'll bring them in. And Pollum said, "People who believe that are asked tough questions, have to pause and ask their imaginary friends permission to think about it. They get all slippery. Yeah, that was when we were speaking to Kellen. And Bethor said, I always wonder, and like Sean's opinion, is it defensible to say we either have will but it's not free, or free will but it's not ours? Yeah, I mean, all of that free will stuff is interesting. It is really interesting. Robert Sapolsky, obviously, a lot to say about that. And Sam Harris's short book on free will is very, very good. Very, very well argued. I don't know. I think I'm leaning towards no, free will is just an illusion. And Bethel said, no more watchmaker arguments. I have a couple of Seikos. They look good, but a watchmaker is not the cause of the universe. My watch says it's time for bed. Fair enough. Fair enough. It probably is. It probably is. Let's get another guest in, just because I am having fun and you guys are great. Well, while it's happening, we'll keep on going. So this is, looks like Oboe. How do we say this? Oboe. I don't even know how to say this. I'm not even going to try and pronounce this name. Welcome in. How do we pronounce your name?
Just put OB. Just put OB is fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and I'm just putting OB because I'm not trying to say that stuff. Welcome in, OB. Good
evening. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. You see, this is energy, at least, right? We don't know how good the arguments are going to be, but at least this person appears to be functionally conscious, which is a significant upgrade. Well done. Okay, so we think God is not real.
So I was just flicking through, and I saw the header, and I thought, you know what? As a Christian, I heard you're closing up the chat, so I thought, you know what? The Lord is telling me just quickly jump in and just share a few words of my experience. But do you know the problem I have as a Christian? When I presume, are you guys atheists then?
Yeah. We're atheists, and also I mean this with as much respect as I could possibly muster. But we don't really care about your experience, because lots of people have got experiences, and they all point to different things, right?
Yes.
So we want to know why we should think that God is real.
Do you know what the problem is? The problem.
No evidence. Complete lack of it.
So there's evidence, but the evidence that Christians give you doesn't satisfy atheists in general. If we said go to the historical documents, if we said go to Jerusalem, walk through, most people would say that's not enough. If we said
how would going to Jerusalem and having a walk in Jerusalem prove that God is real?
And also, what about people who don't have the choice to go to, like, I don't have the choice to go to Jerusalem. So what would convince me without going to Jerusalem?
That's a good question. Even I haven't been to Jerusalem myself, but I do know people who go, and they say it.
I've been to Jerusalem a few
times.
Haven't
personally.
Yeah, I still don't think God's real though. So that wouldn't do it.
Yes, I appreciate what you're saying. What I'm saying is the problem that Christians have with atheists, not problem like as in dislike, but just the challenge is what evidence other than God literally walking to you with a name badge and saying to you, I am God, I am Jesus here in the flesh. Do you see what I mean? This is a spiritual affair.
Do you think we've not been asked this question before? We get asked this question every day, dozens of times. What evidence would it take? Other than God appearing and introducing himself by hand, what evidence would convince you? We get asked this question every day, and the answer is always going to be the same: God knows what that evidence would be. I don't have to pre-specify what would convince me of something. All I have to do is tell you nothing has so far. And if God is as big and clever as you think, then he could provide some evidence short of turning up to introduce himself personally. He could send someone into the live stream with a really, really good argument. He could, the kind of evidence that might persuade me would be someone turning up and offering scientific insights that we currently still don't have, like scientific proofs of things that give us come into the live stream and give us a unified theory of quantum gravity or something. That would be a start.
The thing is, there's two things at play. One of the things in the Bible, in the scripture, we are told that the problem that intellectuals have, you two are obviously well spoken. I can hear that you actually know what you're talking about. Intellectuals struggle with the spiritual because the thing is, you want everything in a logical sense, which is fine. Obviously, that's how we work. But this is not something that, if it was a logical affair, he wouldn't be God. This is the point. If you want somebody to work on
doesn't have to be logical. It could be spiritual.
No, no.
Hey, I'm open. I'm an emotional guy.
No,
I'm an emotional.
I hear
God.
you.
So look. Let's stop the waffle around this.
But
Right?
look,
Is
just let
God
me give you one-
powerful? No, Ob. Is God
Yes,
powerful
go on.
enough? Is God
Yes.
powerful enough to give
Yes.
each person exactly
Yes.
what they need to
Yes.
convince them that He's there?
Yes.
Has He done
this
it?
is
Has He done it?
Well, for everybody. For everyone, you mean, or for me, for example?
For everyone who isn't a believer, has
Okay.
has he given them what they would need in order to believe?
Yes, it's faith.
But
The thing
obviously,
is-
but hang on, stop, because
Yes.
I'm sensing that you've just come in to preach, and we're not going to let you do that. That's not what this is
No,
about.
no.
I'm not
coming to preach.
okay, good.
But I need to just
Then you need
hang
to
on, bear with
listen.
me.
You need
What
to
I'm saying
listen
is-
for a minute. You need to listen
One
for
second,
a minute.
one second. Basically,
No,
I can't.
No.
I'm not here to combat with.
Obo.
Okay.
You're not.
Just listen.
You claimed, John's going to address this. You claimed God gave all of us what we need that would convince us. And presumably you think God is all powerful. If he did that, then by definition, John and I would believe. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point that I'm trying to get you to see. Is I'm not saying it has to be logical. I'm not saying it has to be empirical. I'm not saying it has to be anything. If God is all powerful, he would be able to give every single non-believer in the world right now whatever insight or revelation or information they need to be convinced of his existence, and then they could use their free will to decide whether to love him freely or not, right? But he hasn't done that. He hasn't done it.
I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to respond to you because you.
Okay.
You're bringing it's a good question, and I want to, I don't get asked this kind of question, so I'm actually thinking on the spot and then trying to give you the best response I can.
Okay.
The way it is that God, his way is to come to us at our level, not his level, yeah. But the thing is, I don't know about your personal lives, but generally speaking, you'll find that people who have a good life, let's say financially, just for example, if somebody's financially comfortable, it's very unlikely that they're going to seek out God in the same way. There are people who do very well in life who seek out God, but generally, if you have a good, am I not making sense?
All of this is ignoring what we said to you before.
Okay,
God would be able to work with this. God would be able to look at people who are financially comfortable and are not seeking, and still provide them with whatever information he needs to give them, such that they would just know he was there. In the same way he did it for Saul of Tarsus, he does it all the time. He makes himself known to people. He could do it. So the point is, the thing you're not currently grappling with is why hasn't he?
No, but see, you're saying it in the basis that you're expecting him to do the same thing every time. That's not. He doesn't work like that.
No,
That's
he
just
didn't
what I'm
say
saying.
that at all. Obo, you're not responding to what he said. Each individual person has whatever is different things that are convincing to those those people. God is powerful enough to convince every person who believes in no God or the wrong gods. Hi, I'm the right God. Here I exist. Here are my rules. Here's the correct religion, if any. And then those people have the free will to follow him or not. He factually has not done that. Otherwise, everyone, they wouldn't necessarily follow him, but they would at least believe and know that he is the right God and that he exists. But everyone doesn't, which means God has not done that. And we are asking you why. And you seem to be tap dancing around the question.
I'm trying to answer.
Please begin your answer with, he has not revealed himself to non-believers because...
Okay, hang on with me. But that's the point. So, like, for example, if I was telling you he revealed himself to me, I can tell you how he's revealed himself to me because
we don't care.
I'm aware.
We don't care. We don't
sorry.
care about what he's done for you because him revealing himself to you doesn't help us. No. I know you probably think that you probably think that we're steamrolling you here, but we're not meaning to.
Yeah, I do.
We're trying to keep you focused. We're just trying to keep you focused.
I get that. But it's
Obo,
like,
I need to
warm up because
just say, Obo, just start. This will help, please. Just start with, he has not revealed himself to non-believers because, and then continue, because that will kind of put you on track to actually answering the question.
Anything other than that is just evasion. Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to evade.
Okay, so then do what Sean asked you to do. So say it with me. He has not revealed himself
No.
We're going to do this together. I'm helping you. I'm helping you.
Can I give you an example?
No.
Not a Christian example.
No,
just
we're doing this. No.
So basically, you don't want me to answer the question.
No, I want you to do it.
We're helping you to
you want me
answer
to
the
confirm
question.
your bias. Basically.
No. We want you to answer the question, but we're going to make you answer it in the right way.
I'm happy to talk with you. I'm not trying to steamroll anyone. I'm not trying to bully or preach. I'm not even trying to preach. I'm literally just trying to give the best explanation I can.
So
I'm not trying to convince. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to make you believe in Jesus right now or anything like that. But
God has not revealed Himself to us because
no. But that's the point I'm trying to make. If He's revealed Himself to you, because this is where the scripture comes into it, because God tells us that the devil blinds people. Do you see what I'm saying? So
no, this is bollocks. This is all bullshit. This is all bollocks. All distracting bollocks.
Can I ask
you're either willing to engage with the question of why God has not revealed Himself to us and millions others like us, or you're not willing to do that. Talking about the devil and all of that stuff is all just hot air. He has not revealed Himself to us, and you're either prepared to give an account of why, or it's a difficult question that you'd rather not engage with, in which case that's also fine. So which is it? Are you prepared to engage with the question directly or not?
I thought you wanted to have a back and forth, but you just want somebody to confirm your biases.
We just want you to answer the question.
God reveals Himself to people who are willing. Yeah, the world.
There you go. You heard it here.
The world wants to understand before believing, but that's where Jesus is different. Sure. He wants you to believe first, take a leap of faith, and you will understand.
Except you can't.
You see what I'm saying?
No, we see what you're saying, but it's nonsense.
It's a heart posture. It's like if you're in a relationship with a girl.
Okay, more bullshit. You can't believe first. You can't just choose to believe something. This is a myth that circulates widely in religious circles, and it's nonsense. You believe something if you're convinced by it. You can behave as if you believe first. Yes, you can role play faith. You can perform belief. But genuine belief always, 100% of the time, follows persuasion or conviction. And that's not something you can choose to have, as much as you might insist it is, and as much as you might desperately want to get onto the subject of Jesus and how lovely He is. It remains the case that without that persuasion and conviction, you cannot believe. You cannot have a relationship with Jesus. You cannot do all of that wonderful stuff that you guys like talking about so much. And so for the very, very, very final time, because if you evade once more, I'm going to just read that as being, it's a difficult question that you don't want to answer. Why does God allow non-believers to persist in non-belief when He could so easily give them some information so that they could then believe, and then they could decide freely whether to have a relationship with Him?
Then you see. You can't go in with a no mentality and expect to be a yes. Do you see what I'm saying? You have a hard heart.
We have a hard heart. You heard it here, folks. The normal victim blaming of Christianity. It's your fault because you have a hard heart. It's your fault because you're not suffering enough. If you were really suffering, then you'd be gullible enough to believe this twaddle. I won't have it. I won't have you come in here and just blame everyone, because I know the stories. I've got the messages and the emails and the DMs from the people in this community, from the thousands of people who watch this stuff, telling me about their stories of how grief-stricken they were as they felt their faith slipping away, or when they really needed to find God, and how they cried and how they got on their knees and how they pleaded. And you just come in here, pompous and arrogant, and say it's their fault for having a hard heart. Who the hell do you think you are to say that? It's so disgusting. It's so lacking in basic human compassion for the people who have suffered the agony of losing faith or not being able to find it when they really needed it. It really is. And I feel like I have to be the voice for some of these people, because they're not here to tell you their stories themselves. But I can tell you that the mothers who lost children, the people who just reached out and begged and pleaded and said anything, just let me know you're there. Because they'd been promised by pompous people like you that seek and you shall find, knock on the door, He's right there. Jesus is knocking on the door, just open the door, sorry. And He's right there knocking. There was no one knocking. And there was lots of seeking and no finding. And I will not have you blame the victims like everyone else does. Your fault for having a hardened heart. Your fault for not seeking him properly. Everybody else's fault. But the all-powerful God who can create universes in an afternoon, it's a bit too much trouble for him to just say hello or just let someone know, or even let someone know why he's hiding like that. It is pathetic. Pathetic. Think about it. Okay. We've got one more call, and this may well be the last one. Then I've got to get through the super chats. We'll bring in the Lurker. I'm having fun. Can you tell? Hi, the Lurker. How are you?
Hi there. How you getting on? Right, lovely conversation. Shame, isn't it? Everyone's asking for proof all the time. If you were him, would you prove things to people?
If I wanted to have a relationship with them, and if I was planning and fixing up to set them on fire for not having a relationship with me, hell yeah, of course I would let them know I was there.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Well, he's failing to do it. Then is he just incompetent? Is your God just inept?
No.
What's the deal with this then? Why is he?
I don't believe in the gods you're on the market. There's gods are plural for one. Let's just stand by a minute. I might have to push Mike a second. Wait a second.
He said he believes in God's plural.
No, listen, this goes back a long way. So the sad thing is people believe that God's started in 2,000 years ago with Christianity and things. I mean, what happened before then? I mean, how long have we been on this earth? Where did we come from?
What's that got to do with? What's that got to do with a God who wants to know us, but apparently unable to do it?
What do you think they spent billions of pounds to put the Hadron Collider in? What's that all about then?
What's that got to do with anything?
How does that address John's question?
Right, so not his question. And what might they be looking for?
People are looking for God. People are looking for whatever they think God means.
So maybe your interpretation of what you're looking for is slightly wrong. You haven't got the right glasses on.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, great. Does God exist? Does God exist? Does God exist in
cages? And I've got.
Does God? The question's not going away, and I'm not going to stop.
No, the forces are there. You just haven't seen them.
So we'll just do this. All right. Does God exist, and does God want a relationship with us? Yes or no? You can unmute and answer the question.
Yeah, he does.
Okay. If I had a long lost son,
look, he's appeared. Here he is.
Yeah. If I had a long lost son who didn't know I exist, let's say his mom told him I passed away and I just found out about him. So he doesn't know I exist and I want a relationship with him. The first thing I need to do is let him know I exist, correct? You can unmute and answer.
He'll know you exist, but whether he believes that you exist.
No. How would my son know I exist if his mom told him I passed away?
His subconscious mind. There's part of his mind.
Okay, this is all.
Listen, I've got patents in this.
The scenario is he doesn't know I exist because his mom told him I passed away. So I just found out I have a long lost or a son that I didn't know about. Let's say he's 18 years old now. If I want a relationship with him, I need to let him know I exist. And then he can decide whether he wants that. Correct?
Is this real?
It's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. We're getting at is God capable?
You wouldn't be asking that question if it was real.
Is God
so
capable of letting us know that he's there?
So you were talking about quantum entanglement. You were talking about things like that.
No, we're not talking about quantum stuff. This is bollocks. Is God capable of letting us know that he's there?
Yes or no?
Yes, he is.
Has he done it?
Yeah, he's doing it now.
So John knows he's there?
Oh, look, he's not very good at it. He's failing.
What do you think? Why did he just impress you and provide content for your feed?
Why did he fail so badly? You're just.
He's not failed at all. You've got a big fucking surprise coming, you lot. Night.
Oh, threats! I love it. Christian love.
But Lurker, Threats is
not
one.
a threat at all. This is bigger than that.
It's bollocks. This is all complete nonsense. You're
Right,
suggesting that God. You're suggesting that God is trying to let us know He's there and failing. That's absolutely ludicrous. Look what you're doing to him. You're making him weaker every time.
If I granted you a wish, would you accept it? I don't know what it. I don't want to know what it is.
If you granted me a wish,
would you?
I would love. I would love a wish. Yes, please.
Right.
Can I have? Please, can I have a wish? Yeah.
Blink.
Can I have a wish, please?
You've got it. Blink. I don't want to know what it is. Enjoy it. Okay. And then you let me know how you got on.
This is complete nonsense. Can we stop talking about wishes and get back to the conversation? So the conversation is you trying to explain to us why God has tried to let us know He's there, but every time He tries, He gets even smaller because it doesn't work. What kind of God is that?
Right. So it will be weaponized, any kind of knowledge like that.
Why would it be weaponized? He could just make everyone know He's there, and then we would all know He's there, and there would be no more atheists.
First thing that's going to happen, isn't it? It's going to get weaponized. Second thing, why he isn't going to prove to anyone at the moment because you don't understand what He is. He's not going to turn up in a frock and start in long hair like you think.
He could just plant knowledge in our heads, my friend. He could just plant knowledge in our heads and let us know that He's there. But every time you say He tries,
he hasn't.
He fails, and he gets smaller and smaller and more useless every time.
You said He wants a relationship with us. We can't have a relationship with Him because
He's got a relationship.
We don't know. Hold on. You said He wants a relationship with us. You can't have a relationship with somebody that you don't know exists. So a prerequisite to have that relationship is to let us know He exists. So does He want a relationship with us or not? If he does, you asked why would He show Himself or let us know He's there? Because He wants a relationship with us.
Right.
How is that not clear?
Okay, so the first thing you do is go for your comms. That's the first thing anyone would do is go for your comms if you want power. I mean, they want to hear
Go for what? I didn't even understand what you said.
Go for the comms, yeah. That's
Go
why.
for Go for the comms, did you say?
Yeah. So
what the hell does that mean?
Tap into everything. Okay, well, I mean, this is old tech. You're living in a Faraday cage. I can easily create a program to measure the EMF you're emitting. I've got patents in it. I designed systems to detect theft on the railway lines. I can pick people up from 250.
All right, off you go. What a load of old baloney. Look how small He made God, everyone. Look what He's done. He's pathetic now. He's trying and trying and trying to let us know He's there, and He just fails every time. And, He tries again, and He gets even smaller. He tries again, and He gets even smaller. You've got to love the sound, haven't you? And eventually, there's just nothing left of Him. Because He tried, and He tried, and He tried. He's just not very good at it. That's what it is. The God is just not very good at it. Ironically, not very good at comms. Anyway, I'm glad that the Lurker has got patents in it. I'm sure that his patents are wonderful. Hooray for the Lurker and his patents. Okay, let's have some super chats, and then maybe we need to end this as an act of mercy on all of us. Bethos says DNA is not a language; it's a digital code for proteins. There you go. And even there, the word code is doing some heavy lifting. Some people get carried away and go, "Oh, if there's a code, who's the coder?" It's just a way of representing chemistry. That's it. It's representing. I think your H2O example was perfect, Sean. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. And Bethos also says, I'm not a country boy. While thinking Johnny Be Good by Chuck Berry is the greatest song ever, now listening to Dolly Parton's I Will Always Love You. Yeah, it was good. It was good. She wrote that song. She, obviously it was Whitney Houston who made it such a big hit, but Dolly Parton wrote that. Much, much respect due. And Axehead Gaming, great to see you. No, John, his script. You are not following it. I'm speaking to Gilly. I know. It's a bummer when we won't follow their script, isn't it? I know. It's so hard. So tough. And Betha said, fuck, Barry White, Johnny Cash, Chuck Berry, Dolly Parton, gods for me. Prove me wrong. Fair. All gods in a kind of way. And Kokos says, firstly, even Darth Ding Dong knows Kalam doesn't get you to God. Darth Ding Dong is a winner. Secondly, timeless and spaceless is equal to non-existent. As we always say, located in 0 places for 0 time. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's the shrinking God again, isn't it? And Bethos said, quantum tunneling is a concept. After decades, I still struggle to understand how it actually works. It sounds so cool, though. Some easy explanations take too many shortcuts. Yep. Physics is really one of those areas where no one is entitled to simple explanations because it's not a simple area. And that's it. Some of these concepts, you've got to get your head around the mathematics, and mathematics is really hard. Some of them can only be described using calculus. And if you're not on top of calculus, you can't really grasp what's going on. It's hard stuff. It's not simple stuff. It's beyond me, beyond where I'm at and these days. I used to love it. I did study some physics and maths towards the end of my education, but I couldn't do it now if my life depended on it. And Bethos, again, thank you, Bethos. My parents studied physics. Dad has a doctorate in natural science, studied nuclear forces. I still do not actually understand the tunneling effect while being mathematically literate in stochastic distributions. Well, there you go. And if Bethos is not on top of it, I certainly am not. Certainly not. And Golden63, great to see you back, buddy. Really, really, really good to see you here. If anyone who doesn't remember, Golden63 was my favourite caller of the previous stream. The one exception to the rule that we made to speak to him, and says, I wanted the previous caller to explain the use of 12-tone rows in atonal music to me. I wonder which caller that was. It was while Jesse was on, you sent that. But yeah, that's brilliant. I love that you said that, Golden. I love that you said that. And Bethos said, Golden63, we are atonic music now, but I like D major. I know you've mentioned D major before, Bethos. Us musicians can stick together, can't we? I don't think I have a favourite chord, specifically in terms of an actual tonal center. I don't think I do. I certainly have favourite combinations of chord tones. A minor 11 chord will always get me, always. Mile Away Cagney says, there's Troll, there's Poe, then there's Coco. Do you remember? Do you remember? Stop that, Coco. Who was the guy? What was his name? He was trolling other people too. Down, Coco. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I don't know that one.
It was a guy who he called in and then he pretended that his dog or his something was disrupting the call. It was all just nonsense. It was classic. It was a few months ago, but good stuff. And Xhead Gaming says, I like pancakes over waffles personally. I like pancakes, but in America, when you ask for pancakes, these things arrive that are quite thick. In my world, pancakes are more like French crepes. They are thin. And you roll them and they're very, very, very thin. That's the business. That is the business. Important stuff we discuss here. And Bethos said, muted the stream to listen to Islands in the Stream. Great song. Incredible song. One of the best. Brilliant song. Covered many times. And El Treviso says, thank you for the super chat. Not going for softening the heart at the risk of dulling the brain. Thank you, John and Sean, for all you do. Love you. Love you back. Thank you so much. Appreciate that very, very much. And just a couple more to get through, and then we'll probably wrap things up. Coffee College, great to see you as well. The badass mods need a toast for cleaning chat. The mods are indeed badass. You guys are amazing. John Klein is settling in as a fantastic mod. The mods in TikTok have always been amazing. Incredible bunch of people. While I have you all here, I would like to get something together with all the mods together at some point, because there's this kind of line of separation between the TikTok mods on one side and the YouTube mods on the other. I would like to convene some kind of thing just to get everyone together so I could say thank you and you guys can, I don't know, cross-fertilize or something. I think that would be fun. So that's something to think about. I would really like to do that. Maybe through Discord or something like that. But I really appreciate it. I mean, thank the mods at the end of every live, but I can't overstate how grateful I am for all of you. So thank you so much. And Mike says, my brother-in-law is dying a very painful death. I'm so sorry. My first significant other since I lost my faith. It's ridiculously hard. Sometimes I wish I had my faith back, but then again, I know it's not the truth. My heart goes out to you. It really does. And I know that for some people, religious devotion creates a context to experience grief and loss, which somehow makes it easier. And that being without it can be without something helpful. But I hope that through this, I'm also in the process of contemplating losing someone very close to me, and I understand that pain and that dread. But I would like to think that I'm going to be able to, when the time comes, deal with that loss from a place of authenticity, and knowing that I'm not comforting myself with fairy tales or, silly stories, that I'm actually in it fully and I'm experiencing it. I'm allowing myself to feel the pain and processing it, not through a lens of actually they still exist in some magical place or any of those kind of comforting stories, but from a place of dealing with it properly and honestly. And that's, I don't know if that will be helpful or not, but I'm sorry to hear that for you. I really am. And Bethel says, John, pathetic, quoting Jessica Alba line from Sin City, my favorite movie written by Frank Miller, and asks, but I like the movie nonetheless. I haven't seen Sin City. Is it worth seeing? Have you seen it, Sean?
Yes, I have. It's a great movie. It's one of those ones I could just keep watching again and again. And I did get Frank Miller's signature on a comic, Wolverine #1.
Wow, that's pretty good. Fair enough. Well, maybe I need to watch that. It's not a recent. It's quite an old film, right? Sin City is.
It is an old film, but it's quite good. It's dark. Yeah. It's dark, and it's
like
good.
noir, isn't it? It's like noir stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really good. I would recommend watching it. You could probably find it. Who knows? Google where to watch it. You can almost certainly watch it somewhere, even if you have to pay like $4 or something.
Sure. Okay. Well, that's a good recommendation. Thank you. And Bethel said the Lurker is my favorite StarCraft Zerg unit. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I mean, he's got a patent though, so there is that. And Sergeant Dr. Pepper's, hey John and Sean, just going for the comms. That's what they call super chats now. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much for going for the comms. Appreciate it. And Bethos again. I hear 11 chord as 6 with extra note. Ah. Interesting. I hear it as minor tonality with a 4th stacked on top. That's how I hear it. Interesting. Music is amazing. The whole language of music.
Audio nerds.
It's more than audio. It's music. It's slightly different. I agree. There's audio nerds. I don't think I am an audio nerd. I know people who are, and they can tell the difference between amazingly tiny adjustments in sound. I don't have that type of ear, but I can. I can hear what notes are in a chord. That's a slightly different thing. And then lastly, we have Bethos saying, W Mike, all the best wishes as well. So yeah, that's what I love about this incredible bunch of people. We all kind of give out the love to each other, and I think it's really good. I really do. I'm so uplifted by that. I see people reaching out to other people, and the obvious compassion and recognition of shared humanity. I know I'm sounding really tacky and corny, but I mean it. Never fails to move me, especially when we have someone, in a time of like emotional hurt and stuff like that. Just the humanity. We just reach out. We don't do it because it said we should in a book. We do it because it's human to be that way. That's a wonderful thing. The Lurker says, "Don't chords kill the decent notes?" Some would say they do, but when they combine just right, it's a thing of beauty. Okay, Lydian chords are great too. That sharp and 11th thing is beautiful. Okay, I think that's probably us done. We're done. I don't have any of the normally at the end of a stream, I've got duties. We have to announce a bingo winner and we have to do the leaderboard, of course. All of that is going to be back in place once the stream tools are back up and running within the next week or so. Can I, Pacifier is asking, can I post a link for my session with Matt tomorrow? I can't because I don't have one. If I get one, it will be posted. I guess it will probably end up in, it will end up in the Discord, and also I will post it on my own posts, community posts, when I get a link or stuff like that. It normally, I'm not sure. I'll have a look and see. Maybe it's up already, but it's on the line. If you don't know the line, it's the line. You all know the line. So that's going to be an unexpected thing. It just came in today, I think. So that's going to be happening tomorrow. And then, as I said, Thursday we'll be back the same time as we started today. All those many hours ago, we're nearly 9 hours. We're approaching 9 hours. All those many, many hours ago. So that will be 10 a.m. Eastern time and 3 p.m. on Thursday in the UK for the Thursday show. So, yeah, Aaron saying have a good time being the good cop tomorrow night. It's usually 7 Central. Yeah, it is normally 7 Central, isn't it? So thank you for that. Appreciate that. Matt is in a different place these days. He's pretty chill. So I may not need to be good cop. He can be good cop himself. And who knows, I might be bad cop tomorrow. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Well, you're used to having a co-host who flips out when people don't answer questions like yes or no, and maybe a little too aggressive for some people's taste. I've been trying to tone it down, but that should help prime you to deal with Matt Dillahunty. So
fair. All right. Well, thank you, mods, again. You are the best. Love you all. Sean, thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Awesome to have you.
Enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody, mods, viewers, everyone. I love you all. Appreciate